Good morning, everybody. I would like to call to order this public hearing of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I'm Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and Chairwoman of the committee. The time is 9:41 a.m. on Thursday, December 4th, 2025. And we are conducting this public hearing in person in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building and streaming on the DC Council's website and YouTube and X at CM Brooke Pinto. Today, we are conducting a public hearing on the state of public safety in the District of Columbia and on several bills before the committee. Bill 26-411, the Child Fatality Review Committee Amendment Act, Bill 26-461, the Juvenile Curfew Amendment Act, Bill 26-52, the Evidence-Based Gun Violence Reduction and Prevention Act, Bill 26-358, First Responder Retention Efforts Amendment Act, and Bill 26-328, the Vehicular Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act. I want to acknowledge that it has been a unique and extremely trying time for the District of Columbia this past year. I understand some of the testimony we will hear from our public witnesses today will address many of the understandable and deep concerns that have arisen out of the federal surge and increased federal law enforcement and immigration enforcement activity that we have seen in DC over the last 4 months. I've previously spoken to some of these concerns, including the unacceptable federal policy of having masked agents who have taken people from our streets, federal HSI officers who have shot at individuals during traffic stops, and my shared opposition, I know, with my council colleagues and the mayor to having ICE and other federal immigration enforcement patrolling with our local police. One of the most fundamental needs that we have to create safety in our communities is to have trust between residents and our law enforcement. We prevent and stop crimes when witnesses feel safe calling 911, and we solve crimes and prevent future crimes when witnesses feel comfortable coming forward and engaging with law enforcement and with prosecutors. I hear from residents every single day, and I have seen myself disturbing videos of interactions with federal law enforcement that I believe make our communities less safe. As chair of this committee, I conduct oversight every day with our local agencies to understand what is happening in our communities and to use the levers of power and influence that we have as a council to ensure that our laws are being followed and residents' rights are being protected. The frustrating truth is that we do not have the same levers of power and control, nor the same rights as a district that every one of the 50 other states have to protect our residents. The District of Columbia is not a state yet, which means that every law we pass goes through congressional review, subject to congressional disapproval. We do not have constitutional protections that a state has to retain its power and authority separate from federal authority. And as we experienced firsthand earlier this year, the Home Rule Charter allows for the president to declare an emergency, and we saw him demand services from our local police department during that emergency. And so one of the additional challenges that we face as a city is that while we have been under heightened scrutiny from the federal government for the last year and really for the last several years, we do have fewer and different tools to prevent federal involvement in our affairs. Because our toolbox looks different, that means our strategy sometimes looks different than the strategy that other states can implement. But I want to be very clear. That does not mean the rule of law does not apply to our residents every single day. We have the rule of law in the District of Columbia. And just yesterday, a U.S. District Court ruled that warrantless immigration arrests without evidence that a migrant is at risk of escaping must be halted in the district. This is an important win. I call on Congress to exercise its power to ensure that federal agents are properly trained, understand local law, and importantly, do not violate our human rights. We all have a role to play in our society to keep residents safe, and it's important that all of those levers be utilized effectively Our neighbors are counting on us. I believe the public deserves a forum to have their voices heard about what is happening in our communities, and today is one such opportunity. I also want to note that we will have our annual performance oversight hearings at the beginning of the new year, where we'll continue to hear from residents and press our agencies for improvements. To our residents, I will be listening intently today to what you have to share, and I'm committed to standing with you and doing everything I can to protect you and our community with every tool I have. And I encourage residents to continue to reach out to me and my team about incidents that you observe or have experienced so that we can continue to conduct our oversight, seek out more information, and strive for greater transparency and advocate for policies that truly protect the safety of our community and elevate these concerns to other players who we need them to step in to exercise their authority as well. The first bill we're discussing today is Bill 26-411, the Child Fatality Review Committee Amendment Act of 2025. This bill revises the 15-member composition of the committee to include relevant persons within the DC Council with oversight over the Child and Family Services Agency. Currently, the statute in the code states that the council chairpersons with jurisdiction over judiciary and human services matters or their designees shall serve as committee members. An emergency version of this is in place now. This bill switches the designation from the chairperson over human services to the chairperson over child and family services on a permanent basis. While there won't be anyone here from the Office of Chief Medical Examiner to testify on this bill today, I'm eager to read their written testimony that will be provided and will be following up with the agency on any remaining questions I have. The next bill, 26-461, is the Juvenile Curfew Amendment Act of 2025. This legislation makes permanent the emergency legislation currently in place that gives MPD and the executive the authority to proactively create juvenile curfew zones, extend curfew to 17-year-olds, and start the curfew hours at 11 p.m. instead of midnight. I look forward to hearing why the executive wants to make this a permanent tool for the chief and mayor while understanding that the broader conversation around youth programming must continue to be had. I hope that my fellow council members will commit to holding hearings on all of my youth programming bills that I have introduced, including the teen centers and youth villages bills that I introduced just 2 weeks ago. These are important pieces of our continued effort to make sure that we have prevention, enforcement, and opportunities. We will then move to Bill 26-52, the Evidence-Based Gun Violence Reduction and Prevention Act of 2025, which seeks to establish a group violence intervention initiative, empowering MPD to employ a civilian personnel for responding to and investigating certain property crimes and cold cases. It further mandates that the Sentencing Commission issue biannual reports on repeat violent offenders, grants the mayor authority to remediate criminal blight on district properties, and requires the Department of Healthcare Finance to expand Medicaid coverage to include community violence prevention services. This is a bill that was introduced by Chairman Mendelson, and I'm thrilled that he is here today. And I'll turn to you in a moment. Our fourth bill is Bill 26-358, the First Responder Retention Efforts Amendment Act of 2025. This legislation expands the MPD Senior Officer Program, which currently permits MPD to rehire retired police officers on annual contracts under specific circumstances to include lieutenants in addition to the officers who currently qualify for this program. Additionally, the bill would eliminate the mandatory retirement age of 60 years old for both MPD and fire and EMS, ensuring that agencies don't prematurely lose skilled and experienced members. These are important efforts to continue to build our local police department, who is at a 50-year low. The final bill that this hearing will cover is Bill 26-328, the Vehicular Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act of 2025. This bill would require the establishment of safety standards for roadway barriers used during temporary street closures and ensure that barriers used for street closures are covered by the litigation management protections of qualified anti-terrorism technology as certified by the United States Department of Homeland Security. This bill was introduced by Councilmember Brianne Nadeau, who I believe will be joining us soon. I look forward to hearing from the public, from my fellow colleagues, and our government witnesses about all of these public safety issues and some potential solutions that we hope to address today. I will now turn to my colleague, Chairman Phil Mendelson, for any opening statement that you may have.
Thank you, Councilmember Chair Pinto. Each of these bills is important with regard to how we can do better to improve public safety in the District of Columbia, and I'm glad that there is this hearing today. I think it's also an opportunity for the public to speak about public safety issues in general, and I know that there are a lot of citizens in the district who have been quite frustrated with what we've seen in terms of federal law enforcement, maybe not necessarily law enforcement, but federal enforcement that in some instances I think has terrorized individuals and communities. And so I welcome this opportunity. I would like to note that one of the bills, as you noted, Chair Pinto, is a bill that I introduced, Evidence-Based Gun Violence Reduction Prevention Act. At the time that I introduced it, the district was going through a significant spike, increase in crime. But since then, things have changed quite a bit. Violent crime last year was down 35% compared to the year before, and violent crime last year was at a 30-year low. And I realize that some folks question the veracity of these statistics. I think there is always a challenge with the accuracy of criminal crime statistics. There's a lot of instances where individuals who are victims do not report crimes. And I'm sure that there are instances where, for some individuals in law enforcement, it might seem advantageous to downplay some crimes. However, that's nothing new. And so I think that it is fair to be able to look at statistics from one year to the next, because as I'm trying to say, the dynamic with regard to reporting doesn't change. And so I think these comparisons are valid. And then if we look at other, what I'll call collateral statistics, like for instance, records of gunshots, because we know that from ShotSpotter, or gun victims who report to hospitals, we are seeing that there are significant decreases that correlate with these statistics. So I don't question them. Last year, we ended with a 30-year low in violent crime, and this year there is an additional 28% drop in violent crime. All we have to do is look at homicides, which are generally not underreported. And as of yesterday, there'd been 124 homicides. In my view, that's too many, but there've been 124 homicides compared to 176 last year at this time. In fact, I think as of today, the difference is slightly greater. The homicide closure rate is up. The police chief a couple of weeks ago told me that their closure rate of homicide cases is about 78%. That's up significantly from what it was last year and before. So we're doing much better in terms of public safety. But I have to say that when I say we, I'm talking about a big we, like across the country and national researchers. We don't know why crime goes up and goes down. But I do think there are things that we can do that influence criminal activity. And so it's not like we're helpless to whatever the trend is. And I think that, for example, the different strategies that are in Bill 26-52, the Evidence-Based Gun Violence Reduction Prevention Act, would take us further in terms of reducing criminal activity. The bill would implement two recommendations from the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform's District of Columbia Gun Violence Reduction Strategic Plan, which is available if you search on the web. Again, that's the District of Columbia Gun Violence Reduction Strategic Plan. First, this bill would establish a group violence intervention initiative in the district. Group violence intervention, which in my view is kind of a fancy name for what it is otherwise known as, which is Operation Ceasefire in Boston. It's basically focused deterrence or pulling levers, first implemented in Boston in the 1990s. An evaluation of Operation Ceasefire published in 2001 found that it reduced monthly youth homicides by 63%. Since then, over 7 dozen jurisdictions have implemented group violence intervention initiatives or focused deterrence, most of which have experienced significant reductions in violent crime. A meta-analysis published in 2018 found that in 19 of 24 eligible studies, researchers reported that the implementation of the evaluated program was associated with a statistically significant crime reduction effect on a targeted crime problem. Again, focused deterrence. Second, the bill would authorize the mayor to address criminal blight at specific properties in the district by requiring the removal, repair, or securing of any building, wall, structure, or lot, requiring changes, and this would in turn would require changes to specific policies, practices, or procedures, so that the property owner will be forced to end that criminal blight. There is definitely a correlation between blighted properties and gun violence. One study on blight remediation efforts in Philadelphia found that remediating abandoned buildings reduced firearm assaults by 39% in and around the buildings. Another study conducted in a major city found that remediation of vacant and blighted lots decreased gun violence by 29% in the neighborhoods in which these lots were located. Bill 26-52 also includes proposals that would help sworn officers focus more of their attention and resources on violent crime, increase transparency, and increase support for victims of violent crime. And what do I mean by that? It authorizes Metropolitan Police Department to hire civilian investigators. Right now, they use sworn officers for investigation. Why is that always necessary? It isn't always necessary. It could be that, for instance, with some interviews, there would need to be a sworn officer, but otherwise, a trained civilian investigator could do the work, and that would free up sworn officers for other law enforcement duties. Requiring the Sentencing Commission to produce a biennial repeat violent offender report that provides statistics on the number of repeat violent offenders arrested and convicted in the prior year, as well as updates on the disposition of cases involving repeat violent offenders. A lot of our crime is committed by repeat offenders. If we do more to understand and focus on repeat offenders, in my view, that's a relatively easy way to reduce criminal activity in the district. And lastly, the bill would require the Director of the Department of Healthcare Finance to submit an amendment to the district's state Medicaid plan. Why is that relevant? Because it would make community violence prevention services available to Medicaid beneficiaries, and this in turn would be another strategy to help us with regard to fighting crime. There's a lot more that we can do. So even though the progress right now in the city is great, as I noted before, violent crime is down substantially. We'd like it down even more. I don't have the data right in front of me, but if you looked at the murder rate in the district, that is the number of homicides per 100,000. If we were roughly on par with New York City, we would have somewhere around 40 homicides a year, not 124. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're now going to turn to our public witnesses. I'll also note, after we hear from some of our government witnesses, we're going to go back to a panel for student witnesses to accommodate those who are coming from school. For public witnesses, I'm really grateful that you all are here. I also want to note that we have about 150 people we're hearing from today, and everybody has 3 minutes to present their testimony. And I'm going to be a little firm on the clock. So that we can make sure that we hear from everybody. So please come up, our first panel, Georgia Hanforth, Dr. David Kennedy is virtual, Emily Casamidis, Leah Tribbett, and Laura Mitterman.
The questions you have for me for
Is Georgia Hanforth here? Oh, great. Okay. I'm sorry, just to help me keep track, could everyone, and it's okay for this panel, but you try to sit in the order that I call you. So Georgia Hanforth, Dr. David Kennedy, you're online. Emily Casamidis, I see you. Leah Tribbett. Okay. And is Laura Mitterman here? Okay. Jordan Kagelmeyer. Go ahead. You can join this panel. Okay. We will start with Georgia Hanforth. You're going to turn your microphone on.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Pinto, members of the committee, honored community members. My name is Georgia Hanforth, and I live in Ward 4, Columbia Heights and Petworth. I'm here today as a community member to testify about what safety means to us here in DC. I would like to start by by saying the names of Demetrius Alston, Kevin Booker, and David Warren Childs. Their lives matter. Their memories live on. They should still be here today. These are the stakes of what we are discussing. Speaking with neighbors over the years, I know there are men in the city who are fathers, workers, business owners, husbands, friends, and pillars of their community. These are grown men who feel that the years of life they have been blessed with and all they have accomplished have been possible because of opportunities they had as teenagers, opportunities to work and get experience and skills thanks to Mayor Barry's programs, opportunities to connect with adults in their life in a positive way and see a future for themselves. What might have happened to those men if as teenagers all they saw was powerful people in their city working to lock them up, throw them in cages, and throw them away? What future neighbors, future families, future business owners, what future of DC are we also surveilling, handcuffing in the street, shoving into cars and roach-infested cells, and giving up on? When we make being a young person in public illegal, we are going to have more young people locked up. When we have more guns in our streets, including, as we well know, in the hands of sworn officers, we are going to have more shootings and more deaths. When MPD and federal agents are told by the elected head of this country, now they are allowed to do whatever the hell they want, direct quote, and our mayor, our chief of police, and the chair of our public safety committee all stand in line to agree we have seen unaccountable and unlawful violence that leaves our communities grieving and looking for answers about why armed officers won't show us their faces, their badges, or their warrants. What supports and services for our communities, our neighbors, and our young people are we letting MPD and DOC defund to pay for more overtime, more people in cages, more unsolved cases, and more wrongful death lawsuits and settlements? What evidence informed the decisions in Bill 2652 to have a gun violence prevention implementation team made up of 7 members who are MPD, prosecutors, or from the courts, only 3 members who work in offering proactive supports and services, and no mandated members with specialized experience in human development and behavioral health? Why would we give MPD more power to arrest our youth at a time when federal judges are highlighting the unlawful arrest by federal agents that we have seen riding and cooperating with MPD? The public safety we want for ourselves and for the future of DC is an end to MPD-ICE collaboration, a public hearing where MPD leadership answers our questions about their collaboration with federal agents, and refunding of our communities, including more resources for ERAP, healthcare, youth programming, behavioral and mental health services, supports for people who have been brutalized and families that have been separated during this occupation, and community-oriented de-escalation and conflict resolution programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. David Kennedy.
Weird.
Dr. Kennedy, you're still on mute.
Yes, sorry, I'm sorry about that. So David Kennedy, I'm a professor of criminal justice at John Jay College in New York City. I'm faculty chair of a violence prevention organization called the National Network for Safe Communities. Chairperson Pinto, thanks for having me. Councilmember Mendelson, thanks for the proposed legislation I'm here to comment about. Violence is special, and it does a very special kind of harm. Everybody close to violence knows that. It is a terrible issue, and I'm glad things are better in the district as they are in many places across the country. There is no place in the country where we can't do better on this. And I'm happy to be asked to comment on this these days, because the fact is that there is now evidence-based violence prevention. There are things that we can do that we know work. If you're close to this, you know that there are all sorts of different models out there. There are approaches that work with law enforcement, that don't work with law enforcement. There's community violence intervention. There's hospital-based work. There's cognitive behavioral therapy. They are all based on the same factual foundation that violence in any city is enormously concentrated in what we now know to be groups and networks that make up about 0.5% of the city. In DC, that means something like 3,500 people at high risk. Most of them will never kill or be killed. At any given time, there are only a couple of hundred such people that are at the heart of what's going on. We think about those folks typically as offenders. We should think about them maybe more so as victims. They are also the people in the district who are most likely to be hurt, and they are most in need of protection. In practice, there are really only three ways that we do immediate violence prevention work. We help people, we have community engagement, we have law enforcement. And the group violence intervention that we're talking about brings all of that together. It identifies the groups and the group dynamics. It puts together that working partnership. It engages directly with those groups and group members. This is not a program, it's a framework that cities adapt. It is being used all over the country. It's being used all around DC. It's working in Baltimore. It's working in Philadelphia. It's working in Chester, Pennsylvania. It's working in Wilmington. It is a state initiative in Virginia. And it is the best thing we know how to do right now that produces large and rapid reductions in violence. The best cities are institutionalizing this in the way that is in fact described in the legislation. So I heartily support the district's consideration of this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Casamides.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Emily Casamatis, and I am an assistant professor of law at the University of the District of Columbia's David A. Clark School of Law, where I serve as the director of the Legislation Clinic. I also co-chair Free DC's local government working group, and I am a Ward 5 resident. I've called DC home for 15 years. I'm testifying in my personal capacity today. Before August, DC was already the most heavily policed jurisdiction in the United States of America due to the broad policing powers that are granted to federal agencies here. Since the president declared a crime emergency 16 weeks ago, policing by federal law enforcement has intensified even further with the unequivocal support of the mayor, the chief of police. You will hear from dozens and dozens of witnesses today who will describe the harm that this has inflicted on them and their loved ones. They will testify about the thousands of Black and brown people who federal law enforcement and MPD are working together to target, to stop, arrest, and incarcerate. You will hear fear, anguish, and pain. I ask that you listen, and then I ask that you act. Councilmember Pinto, you opened with a long list of things that you cannot do because of DC's unique constitutional status and the decisions that you cannot make because of the separation of powers. I'm not asking you to amend the US Constitution, to vote in Congress, or to convince any executive to change their mind. I am asking that you use the power vested in you as legislators for the District of Columbia to pass laws that can be wielded by the people here as shields, swords, and scales of justice. For instance, using existing statutory framework, you can act to legally limit federal law enforcement officer behavior and to remove protection from officers who are breaking the law. You have the power to subject ICE, HSI, and the rest of the federal officers on DC's streets to the same rules with which other federal agencies with MPD cooperation agreements must comply. You have the power to require that all officers from all agencies who are at the scene of an MPD arrest be listed by name and badge number in an arrest report, along with the descriptions of all of their uses of force. You have the power to repeal local qualified immunity protections for federal officers making arrests under DC law. You have the power to force federal officers working with MPD to unmask and to adhere to our laws on public identification. My written testimony provides a menu of accountability options from which you can choose. None of these law changes have a fiscal impact. None of them require the buy-in of the executive to implement. None of them require congressional majorities to enact next week on an emergency basis. None of them even require your oversight. The people will seek enforcement of your laws in the courts. All you need to do is use your legislative authority. Please listen today, and then tomorrow, use the tools you have to act.
Thank you. Leah Tribbett.
Good morning, Councilmember Pinto and Mendelson. My name is Leah Tribbett, and I'm a current resident of DC in ANC 1B. I'm sitting here this morning because of a Blackfoot word that encompasses our belief that as human beings, we have the responsibility to share our knowledge in order to keep our community safe and protected. And I'm here to do exactly that, share my knowledge of what's been happening throughout DC in the name of public safety and quote unquote common sense prevention. Every single day, my neighbors are being harassed, assaulted, and kidnapped. I could talk for probably the entirety of this hearing and still not recount every single instance of brutality that I've seen. Parents ripped away from their children on their way to school, people being dragged out of their cars through smashed windows, husbands and fathers being kidnapped from bus stops on their way to work, teenagers tackled to the ground, elders snatched from bus stops. I've seen convoys of MPD, FBI, and HSI circling elementary schools at dismissal, agents grabbing people picking up groceries for their families, ICE idling on corners near churches, and agents covering their license plates with tape or driving cars with Uber stickers to avoid being identified. And the aftermath is just as heartbreaking. Parents and younger siblings sobbing in fear, teenagers frantically calling their friend's mom, entire neighborhoods pulling together to look after the dog that was left on the sidewalk. For myself, I've been harassed, threatened with arrest, and even grabbed and shoved by law enforcement simply for documenting these incidents, reminding my neighbors of their rights, and trying to get their information so they can't be disappeared like so many others. And present at each of these interactions, masked federal agents who refuse to identify themselves or present a warrant, often covering their faces, badges, and name tags when they see a phone or a camera in someone's hands. I don't have to tell you that this is illegal. I don't have to tell you that this is causing untold levels of fear, trauma, and grief throughout our city. But I do apparently have to tell you to do something about this. I do apparently have to take time out of my workday to recount these instances and listen to others do the same. Instances that have been covered by the news, entered into the record from Councilmember Nadeau's roundtable, and talked about by anyone who spends any time in the city, including some of your fellow council members who have time and time again actually shown up for us. It's shameful that council has continued to allow mass agents to break the law and kidnap our neighbors off of the street. I'm sitting here to demand that you hold a hearing where MPD leaders can answer questions from the community and be held accountable for their violent collaboration with ICE and other agencies. I demand that you reject policies that continue to criminalize and endanger Black youth, such as the expanded youth curfew. I demand that you redirect resources from law enforcement towards helping people meet the material needs instead of brutalizing them. These are the things that we know work, that are practiced, research-backed, and effective, and keep our neighbors safe, protected, and free. If you care about DC, if you look at the city and see a community worth protecting and celebrating, then you will listen to us. The Blackfoot word for American is inostoane, which literally translates to carries a long knife. What's happening in our city, the long knife that has been slashing through DC's families cannot be erased, but the harm can be healed and the knife can be sheathed. Our neighbors deserve safety and the ability to live their lives without fear, and you owe it to them to provide them that as an elected official and the chair of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Jordan Kegelmeyer.
Thank you, Chair Pinto. My name is Jordan Kegelmeyer. I'm an organizer with Free DC, but I am here today in a personal capacity as a resident of Ward 5 in Bloomingdale. I'm here to talk about public safety. Over the last several months, I've had the privilege of working with community members across DC to keep us all safe, not from crime, but from the militarized police that have been deployed throughout our city. Simply put, the Trump regime is using law enforcement to harass DC's kids, terrify our immigrant neighbors, and lock up Black and brown residents. Now, we all know DC has limited control over federal actions. You said as much in your opening remarks, but let's be clear. The amount of harm these fascists have done and continue to do would not be possible without the full collaboration and cooperation of our local government. Countless eyewitness reports, video recordings, news articles show MPD working side by side, literally, with the federal gangs terrorizing our communities. Our elected leaders, so far, are giving us excuses and telling us what they can't do. So it has fallen on us to do what the mayor, the council, and our own police officers have failed to do: keep us safe. We've all seen the videos, agents threatening bystanders, neighbors pleading for help, children being chased by armed soldiers. I've also seen what happens after. Since the mayor welcomed this surge, I've met parents who are too scared to leave their homes, even just to walk a few blocks to get groceries or drop off their kids at school. I've seen families torn apart by ICE, households that can't pay rent anymore because their sole breadwinner was disappeared into an unmarked van. Is that what safety looks like? I'm not just here to list problems, though. As others have already told you, there are real, tangible steps that DC Council and you, Chair Pinto, can take to protect our residents. Today's hearing is a start, but it is nowhere near enough. Hold a dedicated oversight hearing to demand answers on MPD's role in federal operations. Strengthen the Sanctuary Values Act and stop MPD traffic stops from turning into immigration arrests. End the youth curfew and invest in support systems, not surveillance. I recognize these actions come with risks. We're asking you to protect us, and in a way, that is exactly what you and other council members have been trying to do. You're trying to protect us from Republican attacks, threats to home rule, all the hypothetical backlash that we might face if council speaks up about this. Chair Pinto, I recognize you want to protect us from that. What we need is for you to be brave enough to protect us from what's already happening right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Chairman Mendelson, do you have any questions for this panel?
I do have a couple questions. Do you want me to go first? I actually want to ask a couple of questions of Professor Kennedy, if he's still with us. And I appreciate your taking the time to testify today. If you could give more detail, what kind of coordination needs to occur across agencies in order for focused deterrence to be successful?
So I get very often asked why GVI and interventions like GVI fail. And the answer is always they fail when elected and appointed officials don't do their jobs. So GVI and all of the most effective near-term violence prevention work requires partnership from law enforcement, from community actors, and from social service providers. Those folks don't routinely work together well. They have to be brought together. There has to be political leadership to do that. That political leadership needs to be sustained. There needs to be dedicated, effective professional coordination and project management. The people running each of those three legs of the violence prevention stool need to be freed up and given the resources they need to do that work. And there need to be information and administration and accountability systems and mechanisms that pull all of that together and keep it going. There's a long history of these interventions working extremely effectively and then falling apart. And perhaps the most encouraging development, since all of this was invented, is being demonstrated in real time in places like Philadelphia and Baltimore and Oakland that have done this kind of thing before. It has collapsed. They've come back to it with real seriousness. And they are putting in common sense but critically important mechanisms to make this part of their routine and sustained way of doing business.
I feel like this discussion is being a little too academic. I don't mean that as a criticism, but so that everyone better understands. I'm trying to remember, it's been years since I read your book with Boston. You identified serious violent repeat offenders and then brought together different agencies and literally or figuratively sat down those agencies with those individuals, discussed with them the fact that there was going to be focus on them if they continued to reoffend, but then also offered them services. Do I have that right?
Pretty close. What I would do is replace reoffend with do violence, as I said, and as you said, and as the other witnesses have said in their own way, not to put words in their mouth. Violence and the fear of violence is special, and there are lots of communities. I'm just across the river where I am in Brooklyn from Wall Street in Lower Manhattan. And I can tell you there is an awful lot of crime going on in those big buildings. There's almost no violence in the literal sense. And so this is about violence. And yes, you're absolutely right. There's a small number of people. They are identifiable as being at high risk for both committing and being victims of violence. And this approach and really all of the new evidence-based violence prevention work uh, works with them directly, engages with them in a sustained way. And GVI, which is particularly what we're discussing, yes, absolutely says to them, you have to understand what the legal consequences of violence could be. We have put together very special supports for you and your family and your friends if you want them. And there is a extremely clear statement from the affected community about how much they want people to live and to succeed and how absolutely they reject violence. And that's basically the very simple package that we're talking about.
Are there any special services or any types of services, I should say, that have been most effective in preventing or reducing offending among these targeted focused deterrence initiatives?
The first is one that unfortunately we don't tend to think of as a service, which is safety. Safety planning, safety provision, all kinds of measures to keep people safe. After that, it's what we now call the big small stuff. It's not the usual menu, at least at the beginning of school and work. People, again, need to be safe. They need a place to sleep. They need food on the table. They need to know that their brothers and sisters are going to be fed. They need all the things that the more fortunate among us take for granted. Identification, um, all the granular elements of just being able to get by that it turns out in practice, so many people at high risk for victimization don't have. And once people are stable and safe, we can start to think about school and work and that kind of thing.
Thank you, Professor. My time is up. I want to thank the other witnesses. You're certainly bringing to us legitimate concerns about how what we're seeing, this violence from some law enforcement individuals is terrorizing our community. So thank you. Thank you, Chair Pinto.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Going to call our next panel, Elizabeth Page White. And again, if the first person can sit on the farthest to the left of my right here. Ashley Anderson. Alicia Yas. Nadia Salazar. Thank you. Okay, we will begin with Elizabeth Page White, public witness.
Morning.
Good morning. And if you could turn your microphone on.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Page White. I'm a civil rights and criminal defense lawyer here in DC. I also serve as of counsel for Ben Crump Law. I testify today as both a DC resident and as a lawyer. I represent both of the unarmed individuals that were shot at by HSI agents, Philip Brown and Justin Nelson. Both of these individuals were unarmed and a part of police chases that never should have begun in the first place. I'll tell you the story about Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown was pulled over for having dark tints and not having a proper license plate. As police approached his car, an HSI agent pulled out a gun and shot several times into the car. I'm showing you a picture of the driver's side door or the driver's side window. Note that a bullet went through my client's jacket collar and nearly killed him. Other bullets went into the passenger seat and hit at chest level. If someone was sitting there, they would be dead. And miraculously, my client is not. As you may know, my client was then spent 4 nights in jail, and a judge found that there was no probable cause, which is the least evidentiary standard that we have in our criminal legal system, that he was fleeing whatsoever. Mr. Nelson was also shot at by federal agents during a police chase that occurred because he ran a red light. A preliminary hearing occurred, and an HSI agent testified that they didn't even know why they were engaging in the police chase in the first place. So let me just tell you, this task force is extremely dangerous. I work in the criminal justice system. I was a public defender here for several years. The stops that are happening right now are illegal. Not only are they illegal, but they are dangerous. And the fact that HSI agents or that our MPD officers are engaging in chases that they are not supposed to be engaged in the first place, that violate MPD rules, and then step aside and let HSI agents pull out their weapons and shoot at unarmed citizens is incredibly dangerous and problematic. It extends beyond that, though. I have seen the level of unconstitutional stop and frisks increase. I live on a major thoroughfare here in DC, and I've seen these police gangs, and that's what I'm calling them because they roll up in unmarked cars. They don't allow people. I was recording. They told me to stop and that I was obstructing justice. This is incredibly dangerous. I'm calling for the immediate release of the body-worn camera footage in both of my cases and investigation and for the immediate end of this task force. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashley Anderson, Policy Council, DC Justice Lab.
Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. My name is Ashley Anderson, and I'm Policy Counsel at DC Justice Lab, and I'm resident of Ward 6. DC Justice Lab works to make the district safer, freer, and more equal through evidence-based criminal legal reform. Last month, I testified about the human rights violations residents are experiencing as MPD officers work alongside federal law enforcement. And I appreciate Councilmember Nadeau creating space for those stories to be documented. But months into this federal occupation, your committee, responsible for the oversight of the agency that was federalized, has not yet held an on-the-record oversight hearing on MPD's role with MPD's leadership. Today, I will focus on the violence that has occurred since the occupation, especially with the recent officer-involved shootings and the long-term impact of the over-policing and surveillance of DC residents. I ask, what will you and your colleagues do to deliver on accountability, to address the harm that has occurred, and to provide solutions that actually make us safer rather than disappearing our neighbors? MPD's officer-involved shootings should have been met with immediate action from this committee. This year, in just a few weeks, we've seen multiple police-involved shootings, with some of them fatal. That is absolutely unacceptable and a sign of dangerous times. Police violence is bound to happen when we approach public safety using tactics and practices that we know do not keep us safe. These incidents show that MPD's collaboration with federal agencies is not making DC safe, but threatening the lives of residents. And this is especially concerning considering that MPD will patrol with the National Guard as well. Chairwoman Pinto and the council must echo and support calls from community members for accountability of the officers involved in these shootings, as well as from MPD's leadership. Over-policing and surveilling our community members will not make us safer. MPD's coordination with federal agencies has led to concerns about how surveillance technology data is being shared. DC Justice Lab recently authored a library article about police surveillance technology in the district, highlighting the numerous technologies DC law enforcement uses and shares with federal agencies. The occupation makes clear that we need limits on MPD's use of these tools and strict rules on what can be shared with federal agencies. And for Black and Brown residents who already experience the highest levels of police contact, this data collection carries real risk. And there is an abundance of research that talks about the impacts of over-policing. This research shows that police contact, even without arrest, can cause harm in physical and mental health and reduce trust, civic engagement, and community cohesion. These are long-term consequences that you and the committee must account for now. Chairwoman Pinto, I urge you to ensure that Chief of Police Pamela Smith has to answer for MPD's involvement with the harms of collaborating with the federal law enforcement agencies and officer-involved shootings, requiring an on-the-record hearing. I also urge you to ensure that the mayor uses her authority and power as well in offering transparency and accountability. The council should always prioritize public safety solutions that are not rooted in policing and incarceration, but in evidence-proven racially just solutions. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all, and I look forward to working with the council on making a safer DC that is community-rooted and racially just.
Thank you. Alicia Yas, Supervising Policy Council, ACLU DC.
Good morning. My name is Alicia Yas, and I'm speaking on behalf of the ACLU DC with our over 14,000 members and supporters in all 8 wards. I'm speaking today about the Juvenile Curfew Amendment Act and public safety in DC generally. We are in agreement with the council that DC residents deserve to be safe, but that includes the youth in our community. So we are disappointed that legislation like the Juvenile Curfew Amendment Act continues to rely on police rather than creating holistic opportunities for our youth. The truth is that an 8 p.m. curfew puts kids at risk. From past stop and frisk data, we already know that Black residents make up just 44% of DC's population, yet they account for over 70% of those stopped by MPD. This inequity extends to Black youth as well, and the curfew expansion would only exacerbate it. Further, there's little to no evidence that curfews are effective at meeting their stated goal of reducing youth-related crime and victimization. A 2023 systematic review of 12 quantitative analysis of curfews led to a change in the Texas state law to repeal the authority of local governments to adopt or enforce juvenile curfews. The bill analysis cited the study and said, juvenile curfew ordinances are ineffective ways to reduce crime and often lead to negative outcomes for youth in school and future interactions with the justice system. This needs to be taken into account in DC as well. Further, an earlier study examined DC's specific juvenile curfew and the switch from the midnight to 11 p.m. and found that after the curfew switches from midnight to 11 p.m., the number of gunshot incidents increases by 150%. The authors of that study found that juvenile curfews change the number of witnesses who are out on the street, as well as change how police are spending their time. In addition, any interaction that youth have with police can be traumatic and have long-lasting impacts on their life. The district would be better served by greater investment in supporting our youth. We recently released a report titled Building Safety Through Resources, A Better Path to Public Safety in DC, and we urge the council to look at that report. We see that the council is looking at ways to uplift youth, including your Prosper DC plan and the Care for Youth plan, and the council should be focusing on programs that uplift youth rather than seek to punish them. I also want to speak quickly about the federal law enforcement interaction with MPD in our community. Chairwoman Pinto, you mentioned the Escobar case in your opening statement. The ACLU DC is litigating that case, and it shows some of the drastic actions and illegal actions that federal law enforcement is taking. And we know from our community that MPD is involved in these interactions. So many other people have spoken about that today, so I do not need to go into detail. And then finally, I just want to say that the council unanimously passed the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act in 2020, which showed a commitment to transparency and accountability, but that transparency needs to be used to take action, and the council needs to move forward to prevent more shootings by police in the district. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And congratulations on that lawsuit. Nadia Salazar, public witness.
Good morning. Good morning, Councilmember Pinto, Chairman Mendelson. Going to be resharing something that I shared at the Human Rights Roundtable simply because we did not have you both present. So I think it's important that you also hear this piece. My name is Nadia. I'm an organizer with Movimiento Migrante. I'm also a senior campaigns manager at DCFPI. I'm a proud Bolivian immigrant and I'm a parent. And I'm here in my personal capacity. I've sat here before you and asked that you preserve the Sanctuary Values Act when it was threatened under the BSA, and I'm here again. Since the inauguration of this current administration, the DC has faced targeted attacks on our migrant communities all over DC, along with the heightened criminalization of Black, Brown, and Indigenous youth. DC's immigrant residents and diverse communities have been disproportionately discriminated against and criminalized by the Trump's administration deportation machine that shows no signs of stopping. We have this culmination of collaboration in the state-sanctioned murder of our community members. I'm here to share a story of a family who is not comfortable and or safe to come out and share it. I will keep this as anonymous as I possibly can. They got here about 10 years ago just seeking safety and with a dream because they were directly impacted by gang killings and threats of kidnappings back at home. Unfortunately, they're reliving the very same threat, the very same fear under a gang called ICE. So fleeing this violence, they relocated to DC and they found a community. They grew that family. They found a place they call home. They also sought safety through humanitarian visas and were denied through Trump 1.0. They finally accessed a work permit, but they remain uncertain because it's also a humanitarian pathway. And again, Trump is in power. This family's ordeal began when their joyful celebration was being planned. It was a wedding. Unfortunately, these masked monsters kidnapped the husband-to-be the day before the wedding. He left a child behind, a family, and a broken family. It escalated in June when they had another cousin scheduled for a routine ICE check-in. He was disappeared that same day. Another of their cousins 3 months ago was on their way to work and was stopped on 16th Street and was taken. I want to remind you that all of these seats were empty seats at the dinner table on Thursday. This is a family that's completely broken. As a person who has survived state-sanctioned violence myself, as a person who has tried to exercise my First Amendment right and been arrested for that, this is terrifying and this is incredibly dangerous. I'm a citizen now and I walk with my passport. I'm a parent and I can't think or fathom the idea of being separated from my child, who's only 3. My mother-in-law, who cleaned the homes of many of these people for 30 years, is afraid to set foot in DC or walk outside. She's an Afro-Latina and I'm very proud of it, and she knows she's a target. I'm here to remind you that this fear is seeping through in our community, and it's your responsibility to stop it. So I'm here to ask you to do something about this because the community is already working to protect each other. So it's your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you all for your testimony and all you all are doing to push back in this moment. I want to ask you, Ms. Paige White, when it comes to your clients and the investigation that's going on right now with the HSI shooting into the car, and as you mentioned, very easily could have killed your client. What information have they given to you about the timeline of that investigation, or any insight or transparency into what that's going to look like?
There has been no transparency whatsoever. We have reached out to both the Metropolitan Police Department, HSI, and the other federal agencies that were on scene, both in Mr. Nelson's case and Mr. Brown's case, and asked for all evidence relevant to both of them. We have been met with responses, at least from MPD, saying that these materials are part of an ongoing investigation and will not be released. I have not had any direct contact with Chief Smith, and have heard nothing from her office. We've taken every avenue possible to get all body-worn camera and surveillance footage, as well as documentation from both of those incidents. They have not given any time frame whatsoever.
Wow. Well, thank you very much. And I think that's another striking example of we have rules and systems in place locally, and these federal agents need to follow.
Councilwoman, something else that I will also note, you may know in Mr. Brown's case, the police report that was filed in that case did not mention anything about a shooting. Chief Smith testified in one of these public hearings saying that that is policy. I'd ask you to ask her what policy that is. In Mr. Nelson's case, they did include the shooting in the police report. Additionally, the body-worn camera Chief Smith mentioned was uploaded into evidence.com. You may know this, but that body-worn camera was on lockdown. And those are not my words, those are the words from the United States District Attorney's Office. And so the body-worn camera was locked down both to the government and to Mr. Nelson and Mr. Brown's attorneys.
Thank you very much. I certainly will follow up about this. Ms. Yas, I wanted to ask you about the juvenile curfew piece. As you may know, the curfew is not about making any arrests. In fact, when we had the curfew in place over the summer, there were 0 arrests made. It was really a preventative tool when we knew there were 7 instances over the summer, for instance, where there was intel that was received by the police that there was kind of a quote unquote youth takeover or issue planned. And so they can say, okay, in this specific area, there'll be an earlier curfew. And so I guess my question as we consider a possible permanent, just for the declared zones, as you reviewed that study, the 2023 study that sounds like it was a nationwide study, were there any other ideas about what to do in an instance like that? I totally agree with you that we need to have the longer term investments in programming and so that kids have enjoyable, productive things to do. And in the instance where there is a planned fight or issue with, hundreds of kids going to a specific place, what would you propose the best response is to break that up and make sure that those kids are protected.
Sure. That 2023 study, which the site for it is in my written testimony, which will be submitted, so you can look at that. It does not get into the details of situations like that. I think that is a newer situation that is arising. I will point out to the council that, and I think others have said this as well, any interaction with the police can be traumatic for youth and have long-lasting impacts on their life. So even if it does not result in an arrest, merely that stop and interaction can have those negative consequences. And even though the curfew gives many reasonable exceptions for youth to be out past the curfew, it would not prevent that stop for the police to investigate why they are out past the curfew. So I think that needs to be kept in mind when looking at this holistically. In terms of the fighting or the large gatherings, there are already laws on the books that make things like that illegal. Fighting, things like, or property damage are already illegal.
But my question isn't about what laws are in the books. It's like literally practically, how do we break that up? Because like when we didn't have the curfew, there were hundreds of officers sent to these locations to try to disperse it. I don't think that's the right solution either. So this is really a preventative measure to say, hey, if there's a planned fight, you can't be in this zone after. Isn't that a good thing? Isn't that going to lead to less interaction with the police?
Potentially, but even with that in place, kids who are walking through that place, maybe not a part of the fight, are still going to have those interactions with police for merely being out in what may be where their job is, what may be where their school program is. They may have very lawful reasons for being there, and yet they'll still have that interaction with the police.
Yeah, well, the curfew, as you may know, we have specific language in it that it's groups of 8 or more. So individual kids walking home will not be, or even groups of 7 or less will not be included in this. But I invite all of us to think about what would a better response be in those situations where we're having large groups of young people planning to fight and then sometimes bringing weapons, because I'm very open-minded to another response that could lead to safety. I have not heard it yet. Councilor Chairman Mendelson, do you have any questions for this panel?
I think it's more of a comment than a question. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. And some of it's emotional, and I really appreciate you all coming forward with that. Ms. Yass, you mentioned the comprehensive police accountability bill from 2020. There's not going to be a question here. It's just an opportunity for me to sort of go off for a minute. I want to remind everybody that this is one of the bills that Congress is trying to repeal. The Republicans, and I hate to put it in partisan terms, but it has very much been partisan. The Republicans in the House Oversight Committee voted unanimously with virtually unanimous opposition from the Democrats to repeal that law. There are actually 2 bills that deal with that law. One to repeal what we did with regard to vehicular chases. I'll just note, in case anybody doesn't know this, vehicular chases, I mean, it sounds like kind of a good thing. When the bad guy's fleeing, you want to chase them. It's great TV. It's actually pretty dangerous in an urban setting. NPS, during the federal surge, 60% of their vehicular pursuits ended in crashes. That's not a good thing either for the officer or for whatever property is damaged. And I think in those cases, there wasn't an individual injured. That's one of the bills that would repeal that. The other bill just repeals the entire police accountability law. And just so everybody knows, the police union, the Fraternal Order of Police for the district MPD, has been front and center. In fact, I think they're testifying this week on one of the bills. They've been very much hostile to local autonomy. And I would say that they're hostile to any of this accountability legislation. And I think they're front and center behind this effort to repeal. Among other things, they see that this accountability law, besides the fact that it might embarrass some bad cops, also would enable the FOP to once again bargain their disciplinary process. Go to the DC Auditor's website. There was a report she did a couple of years ago. 37 police officers, bad cops, were reinstated because of disciplinary process. The arbitrator overruled the chief of police and said that these officers, these bad cops, had to be rehired. And just so you all are clear, it's not just that the officer is put back on the force, but the officer can never be a witness in any criminal proceeding because their credibility has been damaged by that discipline. So forced to rehire, forced to give them back pay, millions of dollars, and they can't be used in any criminal proceeding. But that's what the FOP wants, and so the bill that you mentioned, sorry, not a question here, just an opportunity for me to go off. The bill that you mentioned that is law, the police accountability measure is under attack from Congress. So thank you, each of you, for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yeah, thank you for mentioning that. And I want to thank you as well for testifying today and over the summer during the budget hearings when I was very moved by the testimony around the Sanctuary Values Act and was proud to put it back in the budget. And as the chairman mentioned, the House just passed a bill that undermines those protections. And we need, I'll just formally call on the Senate not to pass that act. And so when I talk about the limitations of the city, it is not in any way to suggest there's not a lot that we must be doing. It is a way to call on our other partners who also need to step up in this moment, like the active litigation that the ACLU just brought that had success in court, so that we can all be more successful in our strategies and interventions on behalf of what I know is our shared goal to protect our residents. So thank you very much. Thank you for being here today. Robin Lipp, Oliver Marino, Sandra Benavente, Paige Dennis, Robin Lipp, Oliver Marino, Sandra Benavente, Paige Dennis, are you here? Okay, Robert Vincent Branham. All right, Robin Lipp, public witness.
Thank you. Good morning, council members. Thank you for hosting this hearing on public safety in DC and allowing me the chance to testify about what I've been seeing in my neighborhood. I provided similar testimony at Councilmember Nadeau's roundtable on potential human rights violations on October 29th, and I would refer you to that testimony for specific details on the events that I've witnessed. Since then, these issues have become even more alarming. My name is Robin Lipp. I'm testifying as a DC resident and as a parent of a 17-month-old daughter, as someone who has chosen to plant roots in DC because my wife and I loved the vibrant community we found here. I am, of course, aware that there is crime in DC, but overall I have felt safe here until recently. After President Trump and Mayor Bowser began collaborating in August, I have seen a surge of federal law enforcement in my neighborhood. I have seen masked men with guns jump out of unmarked vehicles and snatch workers off the street. I have seen armed federal agents from many agencies, ICE, HSI, FBI, DEA, Park Police, US Marshals, DSS, CBP, and others who had not identified themselves, stopping or detaining people with no apparent cause or for a minor alleged infraction like the traffic infractions we've heard about. In every case I saw, the people stopped or detained were not white and often were not speaking English. And in virtually every case that I have seen, MPD has been working hand in hand with these federal agencies. I have seen an MPD CBP detention in front of a school during school hours. I have seen a federal MPD raid on an apartment building in my neighborhood while walking my daughter to daycare. And I have seen an MPD federal detention in a public park used by my daughter's daycare. In October, members of my community witnessed federal agents throw a young student into the side of a brick row house. None of this makes me feel safer. All of this damages trust. The violence I see in my neighborhood is not coming from my neighbors. It is coming from an unprecedented and excessive collaboration between MPD and federal agents, fueled by inaction and lack of oversight from the mayor, the chief of police, and this council. To be clear, you are putting my family and neighbors at risk every day when heavily armed and sometimes combative federal agents escorted by MPD grab people off the streets and harass bystanders. It takes just one mistake by anyone in these highly charged situations to lead to tragedy. MPD and this council need to recognize the role you are playing in degrading public safety, eroding the trust that law enforcement needs to function, and enabling the violation of DC law, particularly the Human Rights Act and the Sanctuary Values Act. You do control the extent to which our city resources are used to support excessive, violent, or lawless behavior. Mayor Bowser and Chief Smith should immediately repeal their respective executive orders that facilitate local federal collaboration beyond what federal law requires. The council, in turn, should revisit and strengthen the Sanctuary Values Act to clarify that MPD must have no role in immigration enforcement. Residents of DC, your constituents, need your guidance and leadership so that we can protect ourselves and our families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Oliver Marino, Immigrant Legal Resource Center.
Good morning. My name is Oliver. I work at the Immigrant Legal Resource Center. I'm also part of Movimiento Migrante DC. I believe the council is not new to our demands. Some in this room have spoken directly with you in your offices. Some of us were actually here a month ago, as people have mentioned, to testify on this ongoing collaboration between MPD and federal agents regarding immigration enforcement in the district, calling for accountability, transparency, and the final end of this partnership that continues to put our community members at risk. And yet, no real action has been taken. In fact, some in the council have minimized community concerns. Mayor Bowser initially denied that this collaboration was even taking place. When we've called for a dedicated hearing about this to get clear answers and transparency, the idea was dismissed. Some in the council are running for Congress. How can we expect to bring, for this members to bring accountability and transparency to the Hill where they can even do this in the district? Meanwhile, the arrests continue to happen, and so we're here again. Our demands haven't changed. The collaboration between MPD and federal agents does not make our community safer. Why do MPD officers continue to assist federal agents in immigration arrest? Why hasn't the chief of police repealed the executive order that allows this type of assistance to happen? How exactly is this collaboration between federal agents and MPD taking place, and why hasn't this data been made public? Black and brown communities continue to bear the brunt of this excessive policing. The same federal agents that are tearing our immigrant families apart are the same that racially profile Black residents. The same federal agents that are trampling over immigrants' constitutional rights are the same that have shot at Black motorists. The same federal agents that kidnap immigrants off the streets are the same that make public spaces less safe for Black youth. The people of DC have stepped up to push against ICE and the administration's overreach. It's time for the council to do the same.
Thank you very much. Sandra Benavente, Advocacy Manager, IUDA.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on public safety in the District of Columbia. My name is Sandra Benavente, and I'm IUDA's Advocacy Manager. IUDA is a nonprofit that provides legal, social, and language access services to DC's immigrant residents, many of whom are survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking. The U.S. immigration system is deeply broken, and for the immigrants we serve, lacking lawful status compounds vulnerability to trafficking, exploitation, abuse, financial instability, and homelessness. Many of the survivors who come to IUDA are eligible for humanitarian visas that our legal team helps them access. But these protections are only accessible if survivors feel safe interacting with local systems. When they fear that contact with MPD could expose them or their families to immigration consequences, the entire purpose of these protections is undermined. We recognize that the DC Council does not have oversight over federal immigration policy. You do not control visa processing, you do not govern how ICE conducts enforcement, and you cannot change the structure of the federal system that is stacked against the low-income immigrants we serve. But what you do have is full oversight over MPD and how district resources, personnel time, and authority are used. And when MPD collaborates with federal immigration agents, whether through joint operations or information sharing, that is a district choice made with district resources, financed by district taxpayers, that directly affects public safety here in DC. Today, we will continue to hear witnesses' stories of ICE terrorizing our community with the assistance of MPD. These incidents not only inflict serious harm on those arrested, but also fuel a pervasive climate of fear and distrust of local agencies. When survivors believe that calling the police could expose them or their family members to detention or deportation, they do not report crimes and they do not seek protection. This makes every DC resident significantly less safe. DC leaders have a responsibility to ensure that MPD is not acting as an arm of federal immigration enforcement. You must require transparency and ensure that no DC tax dollars support practices that violate the Sanctuary Values Amendment. The committee and you, Chairperson Pinto, have been vital champions for survivors, helping to secure additional funding for domestic violence and sexual assault programs like Ayudas. We ask that you bring that same commitment to the crisis unfolding now. Survivors are being harmed, families are being harmed, children are being harmed. I keep reiterating this because there's been a lot of passing of the buck by DC leaders going on in recent months. We know that DC cannot change federal policies. We know this, but we also know that this committee can ensure that our own agencies uphold DC's values, comply with local law, and promote safety for every resident. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much. Robert Vincent Branham, Chairman, Ward 5 Leadership Council, Public Safety Committee.
Greetings and salutations. I come to testify on public safety in the District of Columbia. The biggest threat to public safety comes not from our children, but rather from Pam Bondi, Janine Pirro, Republicans, and mass federal KKK agents who protect and give cover to President Trump, a 34 counts convicted felon found liable for the sexual assault of a woman and who supports racism, bigotry, and violence. President Trump calls for the execution of his political adversaries, thinking about public safety. President Trump, AG Bondi, and Ms. Pirro and Republicans support pardoning insurrectionists who assaulted police officers. Ms. Pirro has directed prosecutors not to charge persons who walk DC streets with rifles. The Justice Department wants to expand gun rights protections with a new office in a civil rights division dedicated to defending persons who possess guns. I support public safety, and I take a backseat to no one in opposing crime. But I also want young people in DC, particularly our Black youth, to know this: God loves you. Our youth need to be embraced, not erased, as President Trump and Defense Secretary Hess says would have Black Americans and women. Our young people need to be loved, not locked up, according to Ms. Pirro and AG Bondi. Our young people need safe homes, loving parents, guardians, and community leaders who are positive role models to guide them along their young life journey, and safe places to have fun. To make DC safe, invest in young people, end hunger, eliminate homelessness, support quality public education, provide mental health support, secure families and reduce unemployment, and get the National Guard out of the District of Columbia. Corporations and news outlets like Amazon, Walmart, Target, The Washington Post, The Washington Times, The Washington Examiner, 51st News should support community civic associations offering scholarships to students over funding a ballroom for racists and bigots to dine and dance, and not focus on the goodness of our youth. In clear opposition to DC public safety, senators want to name a street in DC for a racist and a bigot and call him a patriot rather than meet with DC residents. To support public safety, fire AG Bondi, Janine Pirro, Kash Patel, Tom Homan, and Stephen Miller. I support public safety, democracy, and DC statehood. This is my North Star. It should be everyone's North Star. Free DC. And Madam Chair, as I close, I just want to say briefly that I'm saddened by the passing of Mr. James Wright. He was truly a great journalist and a man of integrity, someone I call a friend, and who will be missed but will be remembered. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you to everybody on this panel. And again, thank you for all that you do. Appreciate it. We're going to turn to our next panel, Samantha Davis. Samantha Davis here. Okay, Helen Lur. Sorry. Mark Schaller. We're going to hear from you first. Helen Lurie. Okay, great. Mark Schaller. Okay, great. So you can go first, and then Helen Lurie, Gabriela Silva. Let's see. Robert Mayer. Is Robert Mayer here? Okay, Jackie Wright. All right, we will hear first from Mark Schaller, public witness.
Hi there, my name is Mark Schaller. I am a Ward 6 resident and a neighbor of Council Chairman Phil Mendelson. Today I've heard a lot about the horrors of ICE operations, but I'd rather get into the specifics of an actual incident that occurred in Mr. Mendelson's neighborhood as well as mine. That incident occurred on Black Friday at 9th and Penn, Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast. I witnessed the aftermath of it, and I've got videos of the aftermath that I'd be happy to share with you, Councilwoman Pinto. So ICE was traveling on Pennsylvania Avenue in an unmarked car along with Park Police, U.S. Marshals, and they were engaged in an immigration operation to arrest a tall young man who was traveling on foot near 9th and Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast. The feds used their vehicle to ram that man in an attempt to apprehend him. Let me repeat, they used their vehicle to ram that man in an attempt to apprehend him. In the process, they also hit a non-English speaking woman traveling in a motor scooter who's a DoorDash driver. The tall man was apprehended by ICE, who also happened to be masked. The woman, not surprisingly, was injured in the incident. She was screaming in pain and terror. She was also cuffed on the ground because the tags on her motor scooter had expired. The DC police arrived on the scene about 10 minutes after, but were waved off by the feds. An ambulance was called and arrived about 10 to 15 minutes afterward. The chase, the woman was taken to the hospital, the man was apprehended, and his brother apparently has been put in touch with DC Migrant Mutual Aid. I don't know what happened to the woman since then. Again, Councilwoman Pinto, I am happy to walk down to your office and share that video so you could see and hear the woman who for minutes was screaming in agony. And I will add that the federal officers who were interacting with the bystanders on the street who were filming, some were rude and aggressive. And I will close with this incident occurred about a block from an elementary school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Helen Lurie, public witness.
Thank you, Chair Pinto, for holding this hearing. My testimony will be relatively quick. My name is Helen Lurie. I've lived in DC for nearly 2 decades and currently live in Ward 3. I'm here because I don't see how anyone can witness what federal agents have been doing to our city with the support of MPD and not be completely horrified. And yet, to my dismay, it turns out that many of our so-called leaders are not only not horrified, they are in fact abetting what is happening by not providing proper oversight and fighting back the way they need to. And let's be clear about what exactly they're not fighting back against. It's parents being ripped from their children, spouses from each other, neighbors from their communities, the horrifying incident this gentleman just spoke about, the shootings into cars. It is only a matter of time until someone is killed. And these incidents are, of course, traumatizing, and not just for the people kidnapped and injured. They are very traumatizing for the witnesses who now have to fear being outside, to say nothing of, family members. So in addition to the action items others have asked for today, I would like to emphasize these asks for you and your colleagues. Number one, demand that Mayor Bowser and Chief Smith follow the law and end MPD collaboration with ICE and DHS. And number two, hold a public hearing under the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety, specifically to demand answers from MPD leadership about the extent of their collaboration with these agencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabriela Silva, Program Manager from PAVE, Parents Amplifying Voices in Education.
Good morning, Councilmember Pinto and Council staff. My name is Gabriela Silva. I'm a Program Manager at PAVE, Parents Amplifying Voices in Education. Thank you, Councilmember Pinto, for partnering with PAVE parent leaders on Safe Passage, particularly by incorporating their asks into your Safe Passage Ambassador Training and School Engagement Act. Your support for Safe Passage for DC students helps each child show up at school each day as their best selves, and it's a core part of the strategy we need to keep our communities safe in every corner of the district at all times of the day. A core focus of PAVE parent leaders for the past 8 years has been school-based mental health, as they know it plays a key role in keeping DC students safe and ready to learn. So much of the district's policy around youth, particularly youth violence, is reactive. Investing in school-based mental health is a proactive investment we can make to ensure we're not sitting in the same room 5, 10, 15 years from now with more children and communities feeling the expansive reach and harms of trauma. We can break the cycle. There are many evidence-based examples to show that when we invest in mental health, we can decrease violence. The CDC's Community Violence Prevention Guide stresses the importance of intervening to lessen harms and prevent future risks. Research from RIT's Center for Public Safety shows that access to multifaceted mental support can be effective reducing violence and improving the quality of life for communities. In Colorado, a youth violence prevention program involving elementary schools, after-school programs, faith organizations, and sports programs provided more than 3,000 youth ages 6 to 18 with training on how to manage their emotions and peacefully solve conflict, leading to a 75% reduction in youth arrests. In Chicago, research found that students with access to cognitive behavioral therapy programming were less likely to be arrested for both violent and nonviolent offenses. Given this evidence and the lived experience of families in DC, PAVE parent leaders fought hard year after year alongside our SFC coalition partners to increase resources for school-based mental health. This included social emotional learning programs, school-based interventions and prevention, and larger grant amounts for CBO clinicians to increase access to supports at schools. We cannot abandon this effort. In my full testimony, I note concerns about the recent DBH proposal of shifts to the school-based mental health program. We need to listen to the data and voices of families and keep pushing for what we know works with creative, collaborative solutions. We cannot go backwards or expect schools to do more with less and shared service models. Today, you'll hear from 3 PAVE parent leaders on why this is so important, and I'll highlight the positive experiences of parents who could not be here today. One PAVE parent leader whose first grader is receiving school-based mental health services through a CBO at her DCPS school shared her daughter's learning how to regulate her emotions before a temper tantrum is going to occur and is very expressive verbally about how she feels when a situation has happened and reflects on how she handled herself. Other PAVE parent leaders have shared the life-saving work full-time clinicians have done to support their students in serious mental health crises, including those employed by Children's National and DBH. We recognize this is a tight budget year. How can we maximize the number of clinicians available? What are new strategies for hiring and retaining clinicians? There is no easy answer, and it won't be fixed overnight, and definitely not in a silo. Together, the councils, families, communities, schools, and advocates can work to create a school-based mental health system that meets the needs of every one of our kids, helping to create a safer DC for us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jackie Wright.
Good morning.
Social Justice Programs Manager, Foundry United Methodist.
Good morning, Councilmember Pinto. Thank you for holding this hearing. My name is Jackie Wright, and I am the Social Justice Programs Manager at Foundry United Methodist in Ward 2. I am also a member of the Washington Interfaith Network. I am here today to testify because my faith demands it. My faith calls me to stand for justice and to care for the most vulnerable. I am deeply concerned about what is happening on the streets of our city. Prior to the federal invasion, DC was on track to have this lowest number of homicides in almost a decade. And there is no evidence to suggest that the outrageous show of military force in our communities has made DC any safer. What we do know is that people are afraid and people are not coming to work, school, or church. Destroying the fabric of our community does not make us safe. DC communities are kept safe through connection and care, not through federal agents scaring everyone into staying home. It is time to stand up for the residents of DC. We cannot claim to have home rule if federal agents are patrolling our streets, violating laws that govern vehicle pursuits or use of force guidelines. We do not have home rule if our laws are being violated by federal agents. Hold a hearing. It is time to stand up for the residents of DC. The people of this city elected the mayor and the city council to provide oversight. We have seen no evidence of oversight over the police chief and her consistent coordination with federal agents. We know that DC is home to people from all over the world, people who live here, love our city, and make us all better. No one is made safer by federal agents conducting raids on schools, construction sites, or randomly targeting individuals based on skin color or the language they speak. The DC Council must stand up for sanctuary values and hold MPD accountable. It is time to stand up for the residents of DC. Repeal Chief's Order 25-005. The targeting of DC residents by poorly trained, violent, and ill-disciplined federal agents has not been race neutral. We need to invest in our communities, not law enforcement. It's not just the people testifying who want our neighbors protected from law enforcement overreach, but the 58 organizations representing thousands that have signed on to the letter that I handed you. And finally, I am here today for personal reasons. On Saturday, October 4th, 26-year-old Jerome Miles was heading to the metro to go home after work and was gunned down and killed. That man was my husband's cousin. His family is still reeling from the loss, and they will never be the same. No police or National Guard were present. Nobody helped Jerome then. So don't tell me more police is the answer. Until we address the root causes of economic injustice and racism in our city, this will keep happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. And I am, okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you very much, and I'm so sorry to hear about the loss of your cousin. It's awful. And thank you all for testifying today. We're gonna call our next panel, Michael Murphy, L'Oreal Hawk, Scott Goldstein. Is Scott Goldstein here? Oh, okay. Alex Samuels. Alex Samuels. Zachary Rigoni. Okay, we will begin with Michael Murphy, public witness.
Good morning, Chair Pinto. My name is Michael Murphy. I am a resident of Ward 6 for 30 years. In June, I published an op-ed calling into question MPD's reporting practices on assault with a dangerous weapon and using other crimes like felony threats or property damage to recategorize violent incidents as nonviolent incidents as a portion of our crime drop. Let me set the table that I do believe that crime is dropping in the city and across the city, but I do not believe it is dropping as much as we say it is. MPD reports two streams of data. We report one to the FBI under the NIBRS program, and then we report under the DC code. In 2024, we reported a 7% increase in aggravated assault to the FBI, while simultaneously reporting a 27% decrease in assault with a dangerous weapon. Some of that drop, that 34% difference on two lines that normally track, is for use of these alternate charges like felony threats, reckless endangerment, or property damage. Encouraging the council to conduct real oversight into these practices that are currently being investigated by the House Oversight Committee, the Senate Judiciary Committee, and the Department of Justice. So if we're going to push back on what will undoubtedly be, or they're proceeding on a somewhat bipartisan basis, as I understand, but I don't expect good faith results to come out of those investigations, and I hope to push back on those results with good faith statistics of our own to determine why that practice has happened, why those two lines diverged at such a great extent in 24. That gap still persistent in 25. It's been lessened somewhat, but over the course of the last 6 months, since we've shined light on this practice, the year-to-year drop from assault with a dangerous weapon has gone from 22% in July to it currently stands at 10%. So there's been a change. There's been a change in practice, whether it's papering practices, whether there's been more incidents, and we don't know why. And we are going to hear why, or at least from the House and Senate's perspective. I think we deserve the public to present our case if we need to push back on that. Thank you for your time. I hope violent crime, gun crime in this city, I think according to a Justice Lab report, costs $2 billion a year. If we can collect marginal savings on that, that will fund a lot of programs, a lot of youth programs, and avoid some of the stuff that we've heard on prior panels and previous panels. But we need to measure it. We need to be transparent. We need to have less opaque crime stats. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. L'Oreal Hawk, Equal Justice Works Fellow, NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund.
Okay, perfect. Chair Pinto and members of the committee, my name is L'Oreal Hawk, and I'm a civil rights attorney at the Legal Defense Fund, or LDF for short. We appreciate the opportunity to testify here today, and today I will be speaking about the harms of the Juvenile Curfew Amendment Act and similar policies and urge you to oppose this legislation. This legislation would extend the reach of juvenile curfews to 17-year-olds, create a daily 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew, authorize the MPD chief to establish extended curfew zones beginning at 8 p.m. and remain in effect to 4 days or more, and establish a process for the mayor to authorize an emergency juvenile curfew. Juvenile curfews have grown partly due to false myths about Black youth and the failure to promote public safety. These laws significantly increased in the 90s, which is when the first Juvenile Amendment Act came into effect, and are driven by a crime panic and the myth of super predators. This myth of super predators was baseless when it was originally espoused and has since been thoroughly debunked. Moreover, recent research has shown that juvenile curfews are ineffective at reducing crime and victimization. A 2003 study analysis of 10 studies of the impact of juvenile curfew laws found that they do not reduce crime. Similarly, in 2016, and as well as previous folks on different panels have mentioned, in 2023 as well. And yet, curfews create opportunities for police to stop youth, which can have devastating and long-lasting impacts on them. Youth encounters with police can lead to disengagement from school and may actually increase their likelihood of future engagement with the criminal legal system. Youth of color's encounters with police are often more invasive, exposing them to even greater risks. Enforcement of juvenile curfew should be limited to extraordinary circumstances rather than expanded. This summer, in July 2025, the Council amended the Curfew Act of 1995 on a temporary basis through August of this year, which authorizes the mayor to extend juvenile curfew hours. Since August 11th, the mayor and the chief of police have exercised this authority to impose several emergency curfew zones. This curfew and the National Guard involvement in local policing in DC led to youth being chased by military members simply for a curfew violation. Military personnel should never be used and involved in the policing of youth or enforcement of juvenile curfews. And yet, National Guard members were involved in the enforcement of juvenile curfews and arrests on DC youth on October 31st. Policing in DC has already disparately impacted Black residents prior to the surge.
Between 2022 and 2023, MPD officers stopped about one person every 10 minutes in DC, 70% of whom were Black. The surge has caused an increase in arrests the first 3 weeks of the surge, and local court watchers observed an increase in arrests per day, particularly and especially against Black and brown people, and these news reports have been confirmed by journalists. Expanding the mayor and police chief's authority to enact curfews risks increasing police interactions and potential arrests of Black youth as they make up for the largest group in the district of children. In prior testimony at the roundtable on October 29th, we raised this issue alongside other troubling policies, and we will submit a copy of this testimony along with our written comments. We urge the committee to be guided by research and evidence-based thinking around these policies and urge you to not support this act. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Samuels, public witness.
Good morning, Councilmember Pinto, members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. My name is Alex Samuels. I'm a Ward 1 resident, a member of Ward 1 Mutual Aid, a member of the community group that responds to ICE detentions, and an employee of DC Jobs with Justice. I come here today to remind you, your staff, and the other members of the council of your role in the mass kidnappings that are taking place on the streets of my community every day. In April, I testified before this committee about the Residential Tranquility Act and its likely harmful effects on our community. My colleague, Mr. Bill Mefford, and I, who were speaking on a panel together, noted that over the course of hours of testimony, advocates have spoken about the effects of the bill and pointed out that you responded to their critiques with statements about the council's intent when drafting the bill. I observed that we were concerned with the actual implementation of the law and that police officers may not share your good intentions. In your questions after our testimony, you told Mr. Mefford and I that you had oversight over MPD and would under no circumstances allow them to use the statute broadly to criminalize peaceful protesters. Mr. Mefford then responded that he was worried about what would happen if the president took control of MPD, as he certainly does not share your concern for the safety of peaceful protesters. You looked us each in the eye and said that could never happen. Well, Councilmember Pinto, that has happened. You broke your word, and what started as a temporary collaboration between federal immigration enforcement and local law enforcement has solidified into a full-fledged partnership. I have watched with my own eyes as MPD stopped people and then handed them over to ICE. Councilmember Pinto, your oversight has been ineffective. MPD stops people on literally any pretext and then hands them over to ICE to detain. Your chairwomanship of this committee has expanded the number of infractions for which MPD can initiate contact with my neighbors of color and has directly led to over 1,100 ICE detentions in DC between August 1st and mid-October. You are personally responsible for the breaking apart of families, of thousands of sleepless nights spent worried about a loved one, of widespread fear in my home neighborhood of Columbia Heights. Your lack of concern for my community's welfare is an indictment of your leadership, and I hope this time you actually listen with open ears and an open heart to those testifying here today. Because we were proven right, and your instincts from 8 months ago were wrong. It's time to do something about both the collaboration and about a bloated criminal code that allows MPD to stop people just trying to live their lives. It's time to stop covering your conservatism with fears of congressional oversight. And it's time to stop criminalizing us and start solving systemic issues, which is what we elected you to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, everybody. I'm going to remind folks that we have 150 witnesses, and out of respect for their time and their planning of, we're not going to delay each testimony.
I'm just 20 seconds under my testimony.
It wasn't a comment to you. It was a comment on the room to maintain order. Zachary Rigoni, Policy Director, the National Reentry Network for Returning Citizens.
Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Zachary Rigoni, and I'm Policy Director at the National Reentry Network for Returning Citizens. My message today is simple. Public safety is the natural result of strong public health. When people have stability, support, real opportunities, communities become safer because the conditions that drive harm, instability, desperation, and lack of options are removed. Every year, thousands return home from the federal prison and cycle through the DC jail. The question isn't whether they're coming back, they are, but whether they're returning to stability or to crisis. Research consistently shows that reentry support reduces recidivism, that employment lowers the risk of reoffending, and that supportive housing prevents rearrest. States spend billions reincarcerating people who return to the system. But if we invest earlier in the supports and prevent reoffending, we wouldn't have to keep paying for the consequences. Public safety improves when fewer people go back into the system, not when more people are pushed into it. This matters even more when we remember that the DC jail, as it exists today, doesn't improve safety, it undermines it. The nearly 50-year-old facility faces persistent maintenance failures, mold, inadequate food, and recurring problems in medical and mental health care. Fewer than half of the incarcerated individuals say it prepares them for release. These conditions do not rehabilitate anyone. They deepen trauma and undermine safety long after someone leaves. And that brings us to the larger point. Safety is not the absence of violence. It is the presence of well-being. It is opportunity, stability, and support in people's lives. That is why public safety must be approached through public health. Safety is not created by locking doors and hoping for the best. It's creating by opening doors to housing, employment, healthcare, and second chances. When we ignore these needs, we pay the price in trauma, lost potential, and neighborhoods that feel less safe. When we invest in them, families stabilize, peoples heal, and communities grow stronger. True safety is families with stable housing, parents with steady jobs, children whose needs are met, neighbors who trust each other, and returning citizens with a real path forward. The district cannot police its way into well-being, but it can invest its way into safety. As you consider the path forward, I urge the council to recognize that housing, employment, behavioral health, and trauma recovery are not side issues. They are core public safety strategies. The thousands returning home each year need strong community-based reentry support, and the city must continue the long-term work of building a modern, humane correctional facility that actually prepares people to succeed. In short, we do not create safety by punishing people after they fail. We create safety by helping people succeed. If we want a safer, stronger DC, our policies must reflect that truth. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Great, thank you very much. And thank you to all of our witnesses. I do want to note the juvenile curfew was not in place on October 31st. And so that dispersal that we saw those videos of our National Guard is exactly what we are trying to avoid with having the juvenile curfew in place, so that we don't have an over response if there is an incidence of a fight. And so, as I said to the last panel, I remain very open-minded about other techniques that we can use when we do have those limited situations where we know a fight is going to happen and then kids are going out and bringing weapons. That's not good for anyone. That's not good for those kids' safety or the safety of the broader public. And so that's what this preventative tool is about. And I worry it was not in place on October 31st. And we saw what happened with that overreaction. So that I just wanted to put on all of our minds as we think about other tools that might be helpful. And in terms of the MPD takeover, we, as a city and the Attorney General, successfully fought back in court because it was not legal for the president to try to federalize the police department. And so that's another example of what I mean, that we all have to use our levers available to us to fight back, whether it's in the law, in the budget, in the courts, at the federal level. And that was an example of it can never happen because it's not legal to happen. I want to turn to my Ward 1 colleague, Councilmember Brianne Nadeau, who is here if you have any opening statement or any questions for this panel.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate you convening us today. I want to thank everyone who's here today, residents, advocates, legal experts, and community organizations. I know how exhausting and frightening the last several months have been, and the fact that you're here speaks to how serious this issue is and how it affects the lives of so many people in our city. Since September, the mayor has repeatedly told the public that MPD is no longer cooperating with federal immigration facilities, but that is not what people in our communities have seen with their own eyes and experienced. At the Roundtable on Human Rights held by the Committee on Public Works and Operations, which I chair, residents reported and they continue to report MPD presence with ICE and federal agents, MPD sharing information with ICE, and MPD officers assisting in immigration and civil arrests simply due to an individual's race and/or ethnicity, national origin, or unhoused status. And these are traits that are protected under the DC Human Rights Act and actions that violate the Sanctuary Values Act. Mayor Bowser and her administration have escalated the harm occurring in our neighborhoods from this federal intrusion, and people are afraid. They're angry, and they deserve straight answers, not carefully worded press statements and deceit. Yesterday, just yesterday, a federal judge confirmed what many of our residents have already lived. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security has been carrying out warrantless civil immigration arrests in D.C. without meeting even the bare minimum legal requirements. The judge described it as arrest first, ask questions later, and ruled these practices unlawful. The ruling is actually 88 pages long, but its core message is simple and devastating. Federal agents tearing through DC neighborhoods is unlawful. It violates due process and federal law. The mayor and MPD leadership refuse to acknowledge the full extent of what has happened under their watch. And before I continue, I'd like to address a public comment made by one of my colleagues suggesting that some of us on council aren't taking action or aren't offering solutions to keep young people safe. But I have to be honest, those comments land very differently when the same government is not being truthful with the public about MPD's ongoing cooperation with ICE. Because how can anyone take these arguments seriously when on the most basic question, is MPD working with federal immigration agents or not? No clear or truthful answers given even months after. We are asked to trust the executive's judgment on curfews for kids, while at the same time we watch MPD hide details about federal agents shooting at people during traffic stops, all while the mayor insists none of this is happening. Because if the executive can mislead residents about immigration enforcement, something that separates families and traumatizes children, then why should those same residents believe any assurances being given about how a curfew will be implemented, who will be stopped, and which communities will bear the brunt? So no, I won't be going along with the curfew legislation when MPD has lost the trust of the community and the executive refuses to be honest about its cooperation with ICE and won't put an end to it. Finally, I introduced the Vehicular Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act of 2025, which will make special events, open streets, pedestrian zones, and other planned temporary road closures in the district both safer and easier to implement. And thank you for holding a hearing on that today, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, DC's current practice for street closures manages to simultaneously be the most expensive, the least clear, and yes, the least safe. Unlike barriers designed for this purpose, many tools the district uses to close a street are not properly crash rated, are not qualified as anti-terrorism technologies by the Department of Homeland Security either. Our road closure difficulties are one reason why DC continues to lag behind in implementation of open streets and other pedestrian activations compared to peer cities. Council has recently discussed high overtime spending in our agencies, and the staffing that's used for road closures and special events is a significant pressure for overtime spending. As chair of the Public Works and Operations Committee, I've discussed this in depth with DPW, and I know this committee has and will do the same with MPD and our other public safety agencies. For all these reasons, it's critical we adopt standards that will in fact keep residents and visitors safe from vehicular terrorism. And I look forward to hearing from our government witnesses about how we can improve this process. Madam Chair, I don't have specific questions for this panel, although I did, especially my constituents who testified, and thank everyone for sharing and resharing these experiences with. I know it's not easy to live them the first time, so to keep reliving them we thank you for participating in the process and doing that, even though it may come as a personal sacrifice. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you very much, Councilmember Nadeau. Thank you all again. We're going to call our next panel Marawi Jarima, Larissa Costa dos Santos. Thank you. Thanks. Brianne Palmer, Cheryl Smelson, Cheryl Smelson. Okay, great. All right, we will begin with Marawi Jarima, DC Alliance Against Racial and Political Repression.
First thing I want to do is point out the fact that the nature of this hearing today is a bit dubious. MPD has been helping federal agents terrorize Black and brown Washingtonians for about 3 months now, and so far you've refused to hold a hearing, a dedicated hearing about MPD collaboration with the feds. Instead, you're forcing us to bring our concerns about collaboration here to a hearing about public safety generally. This is a classic obstruction technique by politicians meant to deflect accountability because it dilutes focus and gives agencies room to avoid direct scrutiny. We want a dedicated hearing on Pam Smith's Executive Order 2505 because we want you to investigate MPD's collaboration with the feds and do everything in your power to compel MPD Police Chief Pam Smith to rescind that executive order, which mandates MPD collaboration with the feds. You're focused on Black kids while actual armed men are rampaging through our city, literally breaking our laws with the help of MPD, who you have oversight powers over. The perfect example is Philip Brown, who again was shot at by HSI, as his lawyer, E. Page White, just described on the previous panel. She mentioned how MPD Police Chief Pam Smith came in here during one of your hearings and lied in your face when she told you the body camera footage had been released and that no cover-up occurred. She said that it wasn't a supervisor who instructed police officer Jason Sterling to omit the HSI shooting from his police report, but a team lead. She's bending the truth. The point is that the officer was instructed to omit the shooting and he omitted it. And in fact, he checked a box that said no shooting occurred. She lied to you again, saying that they made an amended police report that mentioned the shooting. That police report was never filed in court. It's just sitting on a shelf in MPD to be used in case they were found out, which in this case they were. As Attorney White mentioned, she flat out lied when she said the body camera footage was made available on evidence.com. To this day, it is still on lockdown by MPD. Pam Smith and MPD are covering up this shooting and probably many other things, and by refusing to hold a dedicated hearing on federal collaboration, you're helping them do it. These are not general public safety issues. This is about whether MPD is violating DC laws and council intent. We want a dedicated hearing where MPD can be questioned directly and in depth, where an investigation can be open and internal MPD documents subpoenaed. Your job is to make sure that they comply with the law, and we're not asking you to do anything other than your job. You can't order Pam Smith to rescind the order directly, but you can pass legislation and budgetary restrictions to compel her to do so, and you can publicly demand that the mayor order her to do so. Finally, I'll say I was the person who filmed MPD racially profiling Black youth on Metro. The next day, myself and 3 other organizers were arrested for exposing and protesting against police racial profiling of Black youth in your curfew zones. We do not believe it's a coincidence that we were 4 of the organizers who held the initial press conference which exposed MPD's cover-up of the shooting of Philip Brown. We demand a dedicated hearing and for you to do everything in your power to get it rescinded.
Thank you. Larissa Costa dos Santos, organizer, National Domestic Workers Alliance.
Chairman Pinto and members of the committee, I speak on behalf of National Domestic Workers Alliance, DMV chapter. We represent domestic workers, mostly immigrant women, who clean homes, care for children and for elderly, who sustain the daily life of the city. I will share the voices of our members who live every day with the consequences of the DC government cooperation with federal law enforcement. We want these voices to occupy this space in this building so they can be part of pursuing strategies to solve this issue. We have a member, I will share her name here anonymously, Luisa. She lost her husband after a joint local federal cooperation. He was driving to work with his nephew when they were stopped, detained, and taken to an ICE facility in Chantilly, Virginia. There, they were pressured to sign self-deportation papers and expelled to Tamaulipas, Mexico, wearing only the clothes they had on. Their money and belongings were stolen by officials. They reached their home country, sick and traumatized from the mistreatment while in custody. The impact of the family on the family was devastating. This member of our organization who was pregnant and is still recovering from a workplace injury. As you know, domestic workers are very vulnerable for injuries in their work. And after all of this had happened, she had a miscarriage from this stress. All at once, she lost her partner, her income, and her stability. Her son was pursuing associated degree. He chose to suspend his studies out of fear. The suffering began with a single moment of collaboration between our local police and immigration agents that should never have happened in a sanctuary city. Another member, who is a mother of 2 young children, spends each day worrying about her husband not returning from work. She knows the story of families like Louisa and lives with constant anxiety. The DC Council should use the power under the Sanctuary Values Act to continue to bring light to this horrible collaboration. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Brianne Palmer, Director of Policy Advocacy, Legal Aid DC.
Councilmember Pinto, Chair Mendelson, and members of the committee. My name is Brianne Palmer, and I am Director of Policy Advocacy at Legal Aid DC. And I'm testifying today, like so many of the folks in the room, about the ongoing collaboration between the Metropolitan Police Department and federal immigration enforcement agencies housed within the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Conflicting and contradictory statements from the Executive Office of the Mayor, MPD leadership, and DHS spokespeople about the nature, duration, and details of MPD's collaboration with DHS agencies like ICE and HSI demonstrate the urgent need for immediate transparency and clarity. Legal Aid represents DC residents living in poverty and those living in low-income households, the majority of whom are people of color and thus are susceptible to racial profiling by police and federal agents. Our clients' experiences demonstrate that MPD's collaboration with agencies like ICE is making DC less safe by suppressing the reporting of crimes. One of our main immigration practice areas is assisting survivors of human trafficking, sexual assault, and other violent crimes with obtaining T and U visas. These visas require cooperation with law enforcement. However, MPD's collaboration with DHS agencies means that immigrant survivors or witnesses to crimes are reluctant or unwilling to cooperate with local police. For many, being exposed to immigration officers or facing immigration consequences is too great a risk to seek justice and accountability for themselves or for their neighbors. One of our clients is a survivor who was sexually assaulted as a child and previously reported the incident to police. Despite being able to identify their rapist, our client has stopped cooperating with the police out of fear of immigration enforcement. This trend undermines the public safety of entire communities as people become hesitant to report crimes or cooperate with investigations. The consistent lack of clarity from the executive about MPD's collaboration with agencies like ICE, and especially whether MPD is sharing information with them, is exacerbating this growing problem. We also regularly meet with clients and applicants for our legal services who are afraid to report to work, especially if they work in industries like construction or hospitality. Our clients have reduced their working hours, missed shifts, or quit employment entirely because they are terrified they'll encounter MPD and ICE or HSI on their way to work. Their loss of income destabilizes their families and entire communities, relying on people who can't work at their full capacity during this collaboration. As long as MPD facilitates DHS agents' unlawful operations in the district, MPD should be held accountable for the harm inflicted on DC residents. We call on the council to first urge MPD to officially end any collaboration or joint operations with all federal immigration agencies and demand a full accounting of all information sharing and related practices which occurred during the collaboration. Our client community of DC residents deserve to understand exactly when and how MPD has supported, facilitated, or cooperated with federal enforcement agents targeting our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl Smelson, Washington Interfaith Network.
Thank you. My name is Cheryl Smelson, and I live in Ward 6 on Capitol Hill. I'm a member of St. Mark's Episcopal Church and the Washington Interfaith Network. I'm testifying today because I believe the council should fight against the federal invasion of our city and reassert its authority under home rule to responsibly protect public safety. I believe President Trump was not acting in good faith when he claimed there was a crime emergency in DC and sent in the National Guard last August. Prior to the federal invasion, DC was on track to have the lowest number of homicides in almost a decade, thanks to the cooperation between city officials and neighborhood organizations. I believe the mayor was wrong to sign Executive Order 2590, which established a joint task force between the MPD and federal agents and extended the deployment of the National Guard. I understand she is fearful that Republican members of Congress are threatening to overturn home rule, and I am fully aware that DC is not a state and lacks representation in Congress. But as a moral matter, it is wrong for the city to collaborate with ICE as they violate due process through racial profiling, stopping and detaining workers, and terrorizing school children. I live near Lincoln Park on Capitol Hill, which has 2 popular playgrounds for young children. My neighbors tell me that their kids were afraid to play in the park this summer because the scary National Guard patrols were there with their long rifles. I perceive the National Guard as a form of intimidation and a power flex by the president, not as a force for good to protect me from crime. A federal judge recently ruled that the ongoing deployment by the Trump administration is unlawful. Our church prayed for Sarah Beckstrom, the Guard member who was killed last week. But I believe the Guard should never have been in DC to begin with. It is time for the mayor and the council to stop being afraid and to reassert our rights, limited as they may be, under home rule. It's time for the National Guard to go home and for MPD to stop cooperating with ICE. DC should reclaim its status as a sanctuary city that values all human beings. It's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all of our witnesses today and for all you're doing to protect our community. Appreciate it. We're going to call our next witness panel, Edna Boone. Elizabeth Falcon. Should I hear?
Elizabeth is joining online.
Okay, thank you. Frankie Sebron. James Stroud. Alex Samuels. Nithya Nathan Pinu. All right, we will begin with Edna Boone, Washington Interfaith Network. Hi.
Okay, excuse me. Good morning, and thank you for having this hearing. To quote MLK, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. My name is Edna Boone. I live in Ward 6 on Capitol Hill. I'm a member of St. Mark's Episcopal Church and the Washington Interfaith Network. Recently, my son retired after 20 years in the Air Force. This is the first time in my life that I have not had a family member serving in the armed forces. I have pride and affinity for the military, but the horrible death of Sarah Beckstrom really hit hard. I didn't sleep on Thanksgiving. I found myself thinking about her family, what it means for our city, and how preventable her death was. There is no excuse for violence, but I believe the militarization of our city is breeding it. I understand that you can't necessarily stop the federal occupation, but you have a duty to stop and resist every step of the way. For almost a year, our unhoused community, migrant and refugee neighbors, Black youth have endured harassment, disappearance, unaccountable federal shootings, unmarked vehicles, unidentified agents, and economic hardship under this occupation. I have seen unmarked vans at the back of the Capitol, and I have witnessed unmarked men in black flak jackets with guns and headgear on 3rd and Pennsylvania Southeast. Fear and anxiety do not lead to peace and prosperity. What parent wants to have their child playing in the shadow of an M16? What tourist wants to come and spend their money and time in the city with these images? We are better than this. As soon as a federal judge ruled that the ongoing deployment of the Trump administration was unlawful, our mayor and our council needed to act. DC residents and our city council have a history of showing compassion. I believe we are a welcoming city. We are not putting our best face forward. As a community, we're called to stand up at this moment. As a moral matter, it is wrong for our city to collaborate with ICE and to violate due process through racial profiling, stopping and detaining workers, arresting migrants at court hearings, and terrifying school children. My faith calls me to stand for justice and equity for all members of our community, especially those that have the least resources. As our elected officials, I believe you are entrusted to enact our values. And you must do all you can to protect all DC residents and visitors. I ask for no Metropolitan Police Department collaboration with ICE and no collaboration with federal agencies on matters regarding immigration. I ask that you require our federal agents to be marked. I ask for the council to work with the mayor to resend Order 25090. I ask DC to reclaim its status as a sanctuary city and address public issues at the root cause level. Appreciate your time and consideration, and I ask for your immediate action.
Thank you. Frankie Sebron, Harriet's Wildest Dreams.
Good morning. My name is Frankie Sebron. I'm the program director at Harriet's Wildest Dreams, 3rd generation Washingtonian. Been before this committee and this council several times this year. I want to first start by stating, Brooke Pinto, when the roundtable happened in October, you nor your staff were present here. So I come with some of the very same critiques and information that I shared about a month ago. But now it has been 115 days since the occupation, and today MPD is still in cahoots with federal agents. The council has been our last line of defense against a fascist and racist administration, and yet you have used your power to do nothing but aid in the oppression of DC residents and target youth. Slapping the label of public safety on a piece of legislation does not actualize it in practice. So my time here is truly just to put you on notice. How can we expect you to fight for us in Congress if you cannot fight for us while you're on this council? How are the constituents of DC to trust you and to trust that you won't bend to the will of the Republicans when you yourself have in fact brushed shoulders at Mar-a-Lago with the very same administration that has wreaked havoc on our communities? So as I stated in October, I need you to be clear of your complicity. Secure DC, Peace DC, youth curfew extensions, noise ordinances have all paved the road to fascism. You may not call it that, but that is what's actualized. What's actualized today is that Black youth, migrants, are the people who are continuously being attacked. And I know wholeheartedly, if the people who are being snatched off of the street were white, well-off, middle-class people, y'all would have a sense of urgency. There is no sense of urgency. And so it's clear who is disposable when you do nothing. And there are things that y'all can do. At this point, all we can ask for is a semblance of accountability of law enforcement. Bring them to the table and have them answer to us. Why are local police now serving as bodyguards to the National Guard? Why have the very people who have taken an oath to serve executed 3 DC residents in cold blood within the last 2 weeks? Why are DC police still cooperating with federal agencies beyond the scale and scope of their job duties? We will not tolerate police going on a killing spree, and we will not actively bow down. We have demands. We want an independent investigation into all officer-involved killings killings this year. We want you to release the officers' names. We want the release of the body cam footage per the family's request. The termination of all officers involved in the Safe and Beautiful Task Force. Release all the stop data, including information about federal agencies. The council has to do something more than just provide lip service. So let me tell you what is within your purview. You can propose and enact legislation that mandates MPD to report all federal agencies and agents in the official police report. And
Thank you, Ms. Sebron. Thank you.
public should know when MPD is colluding and in cooperation. We are tired of our people being taken.
Thank you, Ms. Sebron. Thank you. James Stroud, DC Monday Jail Support.
My name is James Stroud, and I've lived in DC for almost 4 years. I've worked with DC Monday Jail Support for over a year. Every Monday, we go out to Moultrie Courthouse to help people who are released from Central Cell Block. These are people who have been arrested and held in a cockroach-infested cage with minimal food and questionable water for at least a day. They're then released without a phone or wallet and have to navigate to the precinct they were arrested in to retrieve their belongings and then go home. We stay outside the courthouse all day until the court closes, giving people free snacks, water, bus directions, and clothes for cold weather. We also let people use our phones to call a friend or family member to pick them up. I'm here today to tell you what we've been seeing as a result of MPD's collaboration with ICE and other federal agencies, as well as alarming public safety risks in Central Cell Block in general. Before the federal occupation in DC, we would typically see 60 to 80 people released from Central Cell Block, and everyone would be released by about 7 p.m. Since the federal occupation, we've routinely seen over 100 people released on Mondays, sometimes even 130, and it usually takes until 9 p.m. to release everyone, sometimes until 1 a.m. When talking with people being released, we've seen a notable number of people being taken in for incredibly petty reasons like public drinking, which we've never seen before the federal occupation. This makes us think the spike in arrests is just cruelty and a desperate attempt to make it look like the federal forces are actually doing something of value. We often hear horror stories about the conditions in Central Cell Block. I've heard multiple people call it a roach farm. One releasee said the roaches were so bad in his cell that he couldn't sleep his entire time there. A common strategy we hear about is for people to use the bologna sandwich they're given as bait to keep the roaches away from them. This is absolutely disgusting, and I feel like I shouldn't even have to say this, but people shouldn't have to choose between having food for the day or avoid being swarmed with roaches. The inhumane treatment doesn't stop when people are released from their cages. After being released, people need to go to the precinct they were arrested in to retrieve their wallet, phone, and shoelaces. How do you get to an address that's all the way across the city without a phone to get directions with or to call a ride and with no money to take public transportation? Great question. The court has vans that can take people to one location within DC, but they run incredibly infrequently and barely take any people. For example, on this Monday, they only took 2 people. The previous Monday, the van didn't show up at all. Releasees are given a blue wristband to claim their property, and employees at the court will tell releasees they can use the metro if they show their wristband. This is false, and we've seen plenty of releasees being brought right back to the courthouse by Metro Police for fare evasion. How are people being released from Central Cell Block after 5 p.m. expected to go home when there's no van to pick them up, they have no legal way of accessing public transportation, no phone to call a loved one, and no shoelaces on their shoes to walk home? Stranding people outside the courthouse with no way of getting home in freezing temperatures is a huge public safety risk, not fare evasion. The easiest solution that wouldn't cost a dime would be to actually have WMATA allow people with blue wristbands to use public transportation for free. In addition to that, storing people's belongings in Moultrie Courthouse would prevent the need for them to go on a scavenger hunt for them. And while we're improving people's lives, let's stop MPD's collaboration with all federal agencies and especially ICE.
Thank you, Mr. Stroud. Nithya Nathan Pinu, public witness.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and council members.
My name is Nithya Nathan Pinot. I'm a Ward 5 resident, a parent of a DCPS second grader and a toddler. I'm also an immigration attorney with over 15 years of experience, and I've worked with immigrant communities in DC for over a decade. I'm here testifying in my personal capacity today. My work is focused on people who are directly impacted by the entanglement of the criminal legal system and the immigration system. And I'm here today to talk about the dire situation facing our immigrant community under the federal occupation. The federal government declared an emergency in DC, and as we all know, the federal government was not serious about addressing the safety and well-being of our communities. Instead, their intention was to flood our city with armed law enforcement agents. Their intention was to further criminalize our unhoused neighbors, our youth, and our immigrant neighbors. We witnessed the way that law enforcement forcibly cleared encampments across the city without a plan for the safety and well-being of the people who were displaced. We witnessed Black and brown young people being harassed and detained throughout the city. We witnessed kidnapping after kidnapping of immigrant community members across the city. And shockingly, we saw MPD officers participating in this brutal immigration enforcement. This last piece is particularly jarring because DC is a sanctuary city. We are a proud sanctuary city. I work with communities across the country who are interested in developing sanctuary policies like ours. These policies are rooted in the understanding that local communities should decide how local resources are directed, and our resources should not be co-opted to serve the political agenda of the federal government. DC's Sanctuary Values Amendment Act is the result of a long history of cross-movement collaboration, and DC's sanctuary policy is still a point of pride because it's an expression of love and solidarity with our immigrant community. Throughout the occupation of our city, MPD has undermined the Sanctuary Values Amendment Act, or SVA. The collusion between MPD and federal law enforcement has caused lasting damage, and it's based on a clearly erroneous interpretation of the law. We know that MPD has been patrolling, conducting traffic stops, arresting people, and transporting immigrants in collaboration with ICE, and they've been sharing information with ICE. These are all clear violations of DC's Sanctuary Values Amendment Act. In order to address these violations of the SVA, I call for the council to immediately call for the chief of police to rescind Order 25-005, which permits data investigation for ICE, transporting ICE agents, and transporting individuals for release to ICE. It's an urgent matter of public safety that MPD immediately halt all collaboration with ICE. Just this week, a federal judge issued a preliminary injunction requiring the federal government to stop the rampant warrantless arrests across our city. Our city resources should not be funneled towards this unlawful immigration enforcement endorsed by the federal government. I'm also here to request the committee.
Cut you off, you're a bit over time.
Okay.
If you can make sure you submit your testimony.
Submit it in writing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all very much. I do not have any questions for this panel. Thank you all. We're gonna call our next panel, Bill Mefford, Samantha Davis, Olivia DiNucci, Madhvi Bal, is Bill Mefford here? Okay. Olivia DiNucci? Okay, great. Madhvi Bal? Okay, Donna Breslin? Okay, Amy Gado? Amy Gado? Thank you. Are you Amy Gado? Okay, great. Okay. Okay, Fran Tatu? Great. Okay, we will begin with Samantha Davis.
Good afternoon, everyone. David Warren Childs, Demetrius Alston, Kevin Booker, all killed by MPD in the Metro Transit Police Department. Justin Brian Nelson and Philip Brown, shot at by HSI agents. Hundreds of Black and Brown people, including children, have been stopped, harassed, and arrested by MPD officers, together with federal agents in recent months. One judge called one of these incidents, without a doubt, the most illegal search I've seen in my life. And thousands of our immigrant neighbors have been kidnapped and disappeared in DC just this year. This is the context in which I testify today. I am Samantha Davis, Ward 8 resident and organizer with Free DC. While Free DC aims to protect DC home rule, to us, that includes DC's right to administer a local police department free from federal interference. That means calling on our local electeds to honor the dignity of DC residents by listening to them and wielding every tool you do have to protect us from this violence. Since the start of this year, especially since August, 3 things have happened. More federal agents are policing DC now than we've ever seen in a lifetime. Federal agents are openly ignoring the law and violating people's constitutional rights. And MPD have been emboldened and are an active contributor to the violence Black and Brown communities have faced in these past few months. They are learning from these federal agents in unprecedented ways, and we see it absorbing into their own culture and practices. This cooperation is the most serious threat to public safety that DC currently faces. While we cannot control the creation of Trump's DC Safe and Beautiful Task Force, we can control whether or not our local police participate in it. Just this week, a federal judge ruled ICE warrantless arrest as unconstitutional. In her ruling, the judge described the people directing ICE's operation as ignorant or incompetent, or both. These are the people leading this task force. And we know that MPD seems to be transferring people to immigration enforcement despite the mayor's continued assurance that immigration enforcement is not what MPD does. For 3 months, you and other members of city leadership have given license to this violence, to murderers with badges roaming our streets, for our neighbors to be kidnapped, for our young people to be treated like cattle. And while you saw fit to put forth emergency legislation after emergency legislation to police and criminalize our young people, the most you have done to address the true public safety emergency is hold a loosely worded hearing on public safety, give a laundry list of things you can't do, and still no legislation to actually account for this. Your inaction, your silence makes you complicit. There is more to my testimony that I will submit in writing, but thank you for the time here.
Thank you. Olivia DiNucci, public witness.
This is Olivia, resident, deeply involved in local to global initiatives and work for Code Pink. The first few times I was in this room, we were urging the council to push for a ceasefire resolution to end the brutal US-backed genocide of the Palestinian people. Many Palestinian family members live and work in the district, and yet the local and global outcry did not budge this council or mayor to pass even a symbolic resolution, despite it passing in large cities like San Francisco and small ones like Fargo, North Dakota. The violence we unleashed abroad comes back to haunt us here at home. The target, Black, Brown, and poor people. The military occupation and the ongoing militarization of police that we are seeing on the streets of Washington, D.C. is a symptom of imperial violence this country has perpetuated in countries across the world. The very countries so many of our immigrant communities' families have fled from the chaos of US policies in their countries that help create and force them to seek refuge here. I live in Adams Morgan, and early in the morning, late at night, in broad daylight, I have recorded countless kidnappings of my neighbors, yelling and screaming to alert others that masked armed monsters are among us. My dear friend is still recovering from the trauma of police violence that bulldozed her to the ground in Navy Yard when she was there protecting Black youth to tell them their rights. I have been part of mutual aid efforts to raise funds for families, including one whose primary income holder has been ripped out of his car with his kids watching, leaving them without parents in Mount Pleasant. These violent abductions, deportations, use of youth curfew here at home, and travel bans, further warmongering and genocide abroad are all with our tax dollars. Our $1 trillion Department of War budget that will pass this week, which doesn't include $30 billion to Israel, the hundreds of billions that have already passed for ICE. And because we have so many police departments in DC, I couldn't even figure out the accurate total of those budgets. Budgets are moral documents. More policing, more militarization will not and does not make us safe. It only creates more fear and more violence. MPD must stop collaborating with federal agents, yes, but we also need resources and money for housing, after-school programs, green spaces, the arts, vocational job training, livable wages, climate justice infrastructure, fresh food programs, and accessible health care. The demands of MPD not collaborating with ICE and holding them accountable have been discussed by others here today, but I want to finish by saying we do not need to look far for the solutions. Look around this room. These are the people who represent initiatives, who keep each other and community members safe. Black Swan Academy, Harriet's Wildest Dreams, Ward 1 through 8 mutual aid initiatives, Spaces in Action, Jobs for Justice, DC for Palestine, the Interfaith Coalition who rallied this morning, the youth workers who will rally later today. We should have the support of our elected officials, the council, the mayor. This city needs to come to terms with the times and act on behalf of us.
Thank you. Amy Gato, Movimiento Migrante DC.
My name is Amy. I'm an organizer and proud resident of Ward 4. I come to you today at a loss. I'm unsure what I could possibly say to make you care for your constituents that have been trying repeatedly to share with you the terror of living in DC as a Black and brown person. We are tired of Black kids needing to be escorted from the metro stations to school every morning. We are tired of immigrant-owned businesses like La Morazan closing after decades of service. And we are tired of police killing Black neighbors. MPD Chief's Order 25005 is having a disastrous impact on DC's immigrant population, where families are being torn apart by masked agents performing racially motivated jump outs on brown individuals simply based on the color of their skin. The mayor claims that MPD is no longer collaborating with ICE. Why then do we have evidence to ICE ERO agents regularly parking in and using MPD stations? The last example that I personally witnessed myself was on November 19th when ICE agents parked and entered 4D station. One crew stayed about 18 minutes, another for an hour and 35 minutes, and another for even longer. And what about the ICE agents that were staging in an alley behind the 4D substation last week? But okay, let's pretend that ICE ERO and MPD are no longer collaborating. Let me remind you that HSI agents that patrol our neighborhood and make joint arrests with MPD on a nearly daily basis are part of ICE. I have photo evidence of HSI assisting MPD in putting handcuffs on a man arrested for expired tags and photos of HSI agents in the backseat of MPD cruisers on November 1st. And let me remind you that under this administration, all federal law enforcement agencies are deputized for immigration enforcement. But okay, let's pretend that MPD is not assisting CBP, FBI, HSI with immigration enforcement on their daily patrols. Nevertheless, this extreme level of policing and surveillance is an act of state violence that is terrorizing Black and brown Washingtonians. On November 4th, I witnessed 20 federal agents accompany MPD officers as they pulled over a local security guard, a Black man, in my neighborhood for tinted windows. I watched as they illegally searched his car. On November 23rd, I watched MPD shut down an entire block by Petworth Metro Station for a suspected open container. Seeing a Black woman drinking out of a sippy cup was enough to call 12 federal agents before letting her go. And on November 24th, I watched 7 DEA agents with duct-taped license plates arrest an 18-year-old Hispanic boy for a traffic violation alongside MPD. We demand transparency about MPD's collaboration, including requests for information from federal agencies and the release of all video footage. Councilmember Pinto, perhaps you've been hesitant to exert your influence over MPD to end the collaboration in fear of Trump revoking home rule. But I assure you, we may still have home rule in name, but local government is no longer controlling this city. Frankly, someone who is not willing to listen to their constituents on local issues is not fit to represent us nationally. So again, I beg you, end MPD's collaboration and participation in Safe and Beautiful Task Force, rescind MPD Chief Order 25005, put pressure on the mayor to rescind Executive Order 090. We cannot wait until officers shoot and kill another Black man. I also have a letter from 58 organizations in DC outlining our demands. Do I have permission to approach after my
Thank you.
colleague
If you
finishes?
can, please bring it to Akima on my team and
Okay,
she'll make
thank
sure we
you.
get it. Thank you. Fran Tatu, public witness.
Good morning. I'm here today as a mother, a DC-born native, Ward 4 resident, and a former outreach lead for the unhoused with Austin Mutual Aid. Thus, I'm here today to be a voice for the marginalized and the vulnerable, our youth, the unhoused, immigrants, and our Black and brown neighbors. Bless you. Our youth. In August, I was witness to a colleague being pepper sprayed for doing nothing more than exercising her First Amendment rights and being there to protect the youth. This was at the beginning of the curfew. I strongly am against these curfews for the youth. They're thinly veiled reasons for all law enforcement to harass our youth. I've been out on multiple patrols, and all the youth I've met are kids like my kids, out to have a good time. I feel that your comments, your references to these gangs of kids with weapons, inflammatory and exacerbating the situation. In my dealings with leaders here in DC, there are numerous agencies, nonprofits, volunteers who are willing to go out in these instances to de-escalate. Anytime you put a law enforcement officer in groups like this, you're going to have, as we've seen, killings on both sides, senseless killings. There are many families this holiday season who are grieving. And this is unnecessary, and this has been brought on by our city leaders bowing to the racist and fascist policies put out by the White House, by Stephen Miller, Trump. Why are we doing this? Let's be leaders. Let's show our country that we're better than this. I'd further like to just speak about some of my personal experiences with the immigrants. In my neighborhood, there was a man who was pulled over with a toddler in the back and taken away. If not for our rapid responders there, I don't know if the law enforcement officers would have stayed. We've heard about the traumatization for children, for all youth. Imagine that child having their father taken away. He was later found to be a legal resident. So unconscionable. I'm devastated with what's going on in my community here, my hometown of nearly 70 years, and I am asking for an investigation into the what some 80% of unnecessary arrests. We would demand investigation, accountability from Pam Smith. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I want to turn to my colleague, Chairman Mendelson, if you have any questions for this panel.
I do not have questions, but thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Nadeau.
Also, no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I have a question for you, Ms. Davis. May. And I appreciate the video footage that we've been able to see for some of these instances, because it really helps in our efforts with follow-up to these agencies. We don't always get a response from the federal agencies. We usually do not, but from our local agencies, it helps us track exactly where the incident happened. And so I appreciate that. And we'll remind all folks, if there are issues that you've seen, whether you've recorded them or gotten sent them, it is very helpful to our team to have them. And that's part of the daily oversight and follow-up that we do with MPD, and is also part of today's hearing that we are having, as has been called upon for us to have, which I'm happy we're having today. And they'll be with us later today. As you think about kind of next steps as we are in December and head into the holiday season, are there other protections or strategies that you think would be most effective to deploy to protect against this immigration overreach and federal presence overreach?
Yep, I have a list. I will start to name that there's a responsibility of this city to do deep investments into our communities, to support all of the work that's already happening, because we know that we're the ones that keep ourselves safe. And so when it comes to
violence that's happening in our communities. We need to be preventative. We need to address root causes. We need to have safe spaces created, particularly for our young people. We're also naming, and I named in the testimony, that we should stop cooperating and participating in the task force, that we need to have more transparency, and particularly when it comes to youth stops, that all youth stops need to be reported. And writing the body camera footage is not enough, but we need to know who, as other people have mentioned, we need to know who is there. We need to know why they are stopping young people. We need to know what the outcome is. We also know that law enforcement presence when they're interacting with young people causes further harm. And what we've been seeing with the curfew is that officers are just stopping Black in the video. One of the videos you're referring to, officers are just stopping Black children specifically and telling them they can't come up the metro. That actually creates more of an unsafe environment. I have kids of my own. If they were on their way home, or if they were on their way to any destination and they were told that they could not use this metro, that they cannot get off here, what does that mean for a young person? That means they now had to come up with another plan on how they need to get to their destination, likely have to walk, maybe touch the metro to another location that they might not be as safe in. And they're doing all of this because they're not welcome in Navy Yard, they're not welcome in U Street, what have you. So what are the resources? How are we providing transportation? How are we providing resources for caring adults to be there to intervene, to de-escalate? Those types of things would be helpful. And then just the overall collaboration needs to stop, particularly with ICE and federal agents, limiting how many people can be at a stop. A lot of these things we've been saying for years. I was also on the Police Reform Commission, right? And so most of those recommendations still hold true today. And so we encourage you all to review those recommendations and to put some of those things in place more immediately, potentially on an emergency basis.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that and appreciate all the testimony and all you all have been doing in this terrifying moment for the city. And as we continue those investments, I hope that you all will come testify at hopeful future hearings on my Prosper DC plan, which does many of these things like establish teen centers and create a youth connection app and all these opportunities that I've heard about that we need to be exploring further. So I hope I can count on your support for that as well. Thank you all for being here. We're going to call our next panel, Alex Ortiz, Patrick Joseph Tayman, Patricia Stamper, Caroline Pryor. Great. We will begin with Alex Ortiz, public witness.
Hi, Chair Pinto, and hi, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Alex Ortiz, and I'm the proud grandchild of immigrants. My maternal grandfather came here from the Philippines in search of opportunity, and my paternal grandfather came here from Costa Rica to serve as a public health official. As long as I can remember, I remember the feeling of my feet in the grass on the mountain where my grandfather lived in Costa Rica, and I remember the sound of the bamboo rustling in the wind. I was thankful to have a place to be and a place to exist. And now I find myself here in this city where we are facing attacks on all fronts, with its politicians unable to stick up for the very residents that they claim to protect. We are a proud city of immigrants, of generational working class Black families, and of friends. We are all here because we are a family. That feeling of walking down 14th Street in Columbia Heights and smelling fresh platanos, of walking down U Street and hearing the screams of joy of our Black youth, or walking down Georgia Avenue and hearing that loud go-go music, we are reminded that there is a home for everybody in this city, regardless of where you were born. And yet all of these things are at risk in the name of public safety. All of us in this room have faced some level of adversity, whether you're the federal worker who lost their job earlier this year, whether you're a resident who watched their neighbor be kidnapped by ICE just because of where they were born, or whether you're one of the 33 students who were brutally arrested at the GW encampment last year, people who were fighting for equal rights, people who were denied humanity just because of where they were born. When an injustice occurs, we can all choose to look away. It is easy to look away, to say, I don't have any money when you're passing the unhoused person on the street, to not speak up and pull your camera out when ICE or HSI is detaining somebody just because of where they were born. Or when we stay quiet about an ongoing genocide in Gaza, where every single person in this room is paying for with their tax dollars. And to be clear, Ward 2 residents are paying $17 million a year for this genocide. It is much harder to look, but we have the power to look. We have the money, we have all the people, and the only thing we don't have yet is the political will. I think it's obvious why so many of our elected leaders are stepping aside. It's because they know change is coming. You know change is coming. We have the power, and it is finally time for all of us in this room to exercise that power. I think about the mountain in Costa Rica all the time, my feet in the grass, the sound of the trees rustling. I still feel that feeling here, yet in different ways. I choose to live here in Washington, D.C. because of my immigrant neighbors, because of the joyful Black youth on U Street, and because of the kindness and warmth in the Palestinian community. My story is not unique. I am just one story in the broader story of us. But we are all choosing to look, to see the humanity in every single one of us and to act. And I ask that you both choose to look as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick Joseph Taman, public witness.
Good morning, Councilmember Pinto, and good morning, Councilmember Chairman Phil Mendelson and Breon Nadeau, and all other council members. I just want to say, what are we doing? We see about $2 billion have not come to DC. Where is it at? It's not here for our youth. It's not here for the people. So what are we doing? Faith leaders, our hard work is trying to help the next person. What color blood do we have in our bodies? I believe that's red. Where's the money? We've seen many and many of people getting locked up and every which way but loose. We've seen over 1,600 people pardoned for crime that they committed to the Capitol 4 years ago. I say it's time is now. We need to say enough is enough. Councilmember Pinto, I hate to say it, but I think what really need to be done is we need to stand for focus and we need to stand in force. For they say, unto us the city is born. But what is really mattering, we as faith leaders, both bishops, doctor, ministers, and various other religions, we've got to come together. I call on the council and I call on everyone together. We need to meet on a Saturday where we can sit down and talk about things, how to make this city better for all people, including our youth, because they need a basketball during summer league in the summer. We need to see more things, but where's the so-called youth, big boys and big sister programs at? They're not there no more. I've seen what's going on in the city in my time that I've been here, but where do we see what's going on? We can do it. I've mentored youth. I've nurtured them in the right direction. We have to work together. We have to be about the people of this city, regardless of race, color, or creed, or whatever the case may be. It's time for the people to get up and start doing what they're supposed to take and do, and stop telling the people that sit up there in that White House to say, guess what? You think you can take and do what you want to do to the people of this city, but guess what? We will fight and we will stand together with you. All you got to take and say is, are you ready? Are you ready for getting things done? The answer is yes, we can do it. I've seen it done in over the last 4 months where the military people have come in here and try to tell people of Washington, D.C., guess what? You can't be out here. You can't go to these various places of business. The Moroccan restaurant right there on 7th Street, Ms. Pinto, it seemed like it had gone down. The business on October 3rd was 12 people. They had to employ those people. When are we going to say enough is enough? It's time for all of us to come together in one accord. So we hope that we can get a Saturday session where we can sit around the table and get things done.
Thank you. Patricia Stamper, public witness.
for you that I'm gonna give you real quick. I'm gonna just hand it to you. I mean, all this. So I'm gonna start my testimony. Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Patricia Stamper. I'm an ANC commissioner.
Your microphone is on because the
My bad.
audio can't.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, friends, Brooke Pinto, how you doing? My name is Commissioner Patricia Anduja Stamper. I'm also a committee woman for the Ward 7 Democrats, and I live east of the river. So, Chair Pinto, members of the committee, thank you for your opportunity to testify. I'm here today specifically because I was a little irritated what came out of the Committee of Facilities yesterday about Bill 26112. It's not just a recreation bill. This is a public safety bill. Ward 7 does not have enough recreation centers, enough fields, or enough reliable indoor space to meet the needs of our youth. And in my community, the absence of safe spaces shows up in public safety outcomes every single day. Little Davy, who was killed by Metropolitan Police Department on Sheriff Road, I educated that man and explained to him the idea and the concept of ranked choice voting approximately 72 to 96 hours before he was killed, and he understood it. Now, if I can educate little Davy and all the young men that hang out on Sheriff Road, I could also educate the prostitutes and the sex workers on Eastern Avenue, and they can participate in the civic process of voting. Also, we need to fund places like the Washington Literacy Center. They have lost a lot of money and they address adult literacy, especially in places like East of the River and throughout the city. East of the River has some of the lowest adult literacy rates in the entire city. As a special education teacher, I teach kids as young as 2.5 and as high as adults. I've worked with adults, anybody in the SPED, I've worked with them here in this city. Our young people lose their stabilizing infrastructure, and when youth lose their structure, public safety suffers. Deanwood is a community that has experienced tremendous loss, as I referenced about Little Dave. Safe spaces save lives. Safe spaces prevent violence. Safe spaces put and build trust in the government. Bill 26112 must guarantee priority access for Ward 7 and 8 youth programs, transparent and reliable and willing permitting, an immediate structural investment in the Deanwood Recreation Center. About 2 years ago, when the mayor had her little symposium and all the people came, the ANC commissioners, to ask questions, I pointed out to the chief of the fire department all the cracks in the side wall in the Deanwood Recreation Center. They still haven't been fixed. From my understanding, there's a bullet hole still in the side of the Deanwood Public Library on the Quarrel Street side. That shouldn't be there. Y'all need to fix it. Find money to fix it. Because we deserve safe spaces and equitable amenities as well. With my last 9 seconds in closing, please invest in our recreation infrastructure and fund ranked choice voting education in Ward 7 and 8 so our families can fully participate in democracy. Also on Minnesota Avenue, MPD came up and we had a very safe, inviting thing with Free DC. And I almost got hit by a police car when they came up to break up everything. It was HSI, U.S. Marshals, DEA, Secret Service. We was just out there grilling hot dogs and feeding the community. Come on, Brooke, we can't have that. That's not cool. And I told and addressed this directly with him. The officer in the white shirt, he gonna tell me it didn't happen. I have footage on my Instagram. So I implore you, go to Stamper for DC on Instagram or simply _Stamper and look up the film footage for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner Stamper. I will, and thank you also for testifying on my bill yesterday that opens up schools on nights and weekends so that our kids and families can use these community assets for safe activities. Really appreciate your partnership there. Next, we will turn to Caroline Pryor, Director of Policy and Power Building at Empower Ed.
Thank you. Always very hard to follow up, Patricia. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto and Chairman Mendelson. My name is Caroline Pryor, and I'm the Director of Policy and Power Building at Empower Ed. Since the inauguration, I've worked closely with teachers and families across the city who are terrorized by the president's and the city's definitions of law and order. For schools and students, this version of law and order looks like high absenteeism and traumatized families and teachers, because parents are unable to avoid ICE agents loitering near school grounds or pulling them over on the way to drop off. Parents reach out for help, fearful of how their children will move through the city after they spot MPD, ICE, and ATF stopping every Black man at the Minnesota Ave bus stop on a Saturday night, the IRS boarding buses demanding IDs from passengers. Teachers reach out for mental health specialists who can address the trauma a child faces once a parent is wrongfully detained or incarcerated. Communities lose trust in schools and leaders who are unable to meet the moment so long as the chancellor tells them to proceed with business as usual. National Guard stages in school parking lots and harasses children in Union Station. It goes without saying that these aren't the extreme cases. You've definitely heard more extreme cases today. These are the new normal, or at least that's what MPD and local law enforcement wish us to think. The public can't tell the extent of voluntary versus mandatory collaboration with federal agencies, which is intentional, or how often these ride-alongs are just at the discretion of local officers. And I've heard repeatedly that council feels their hands are tied regarding federal occupiers, but you do have oversight of local agencies, and that oversight is stunted. With every public witness, it becomes more and more clear that what Chief Smith and Mayor Bowser are saying is at direct odds with what our neighbors are experiencing. These are lies without justification. And when residents try to stand in the gap, it's disgusting that they are then told filming the police is justification for retaliation, brutality, and eager overcompliance. What does this have to do with youth curfew? Any expansion of police authority, any willingness to put our youth into greater contact with MPD and other local law enforcement is a willingness to put our youth into contact with agencies that have, in some cases, joyfully ripped apart families. Rather than reducing law enforcement contact with youth, the curfew actually increases it by requiring law enforcement to engage with youth who are socializing in specific areas and at specific times. When we heard youth testify about the actual violence they met with during curfews just a month ago, we fell back on the statements of Chief Smith and Deputy Mayor Pia that setting these boundaries, quote, shows love. We greenlit not only the historical and contiguous racial harm our youth face from police, but its ready expansion. And we have the chance to do better. Implement the Black Youth Agenda, expand the Youth Advisory Council to meaningfully engage youth on all policies which affect them. We appreciate your willingness to look expansively at safety on the newest youth platform. Now we ask you to amend those bills based on feedback and thought leadership from youth and the MPDI's collaboration, including any and all data sharing requirements. And direct DCPS to equip school communities with genuine guidance. These are minimum choices. These are moral choices. Black, brown, and immigrant children bear the brunt of our failure to stand for choices that are more brave, more radical, and more loving. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor. Ms. Stamper, can you elaborate a little bit more on the incident that you talked about where federal agents broke up a cookout and MPD said it didn't happen?
With glee. So on a Friday evening, Commissioner Ruff, ANC 7F02, and myself, 7C06, we combined and put on a cookout in collaboration with Free DC. We had food. She cooked all the food. I just brought the table and the foil. But we offered free food to the people that like to stand outside the smoke shop, tobacco shop right there near Norma's. I remember you did your public safety walk around there. They came, like I noticed them, they were going up and down the street. And I'm like, what are they doing? So I immediately pulled out my phone and started recording because I knew what was about to happen. They then marshaled in and pulled into the gas station across the street, and they detained this dude. And we're like, why are you arresting him? Come to find out later, this man was scared out of his life. He had just been arrested, just got out maybe a few weeks prior, and this man was scared that he was just going to be taken and thrown back in jail and nobody would see him again. And luckily, because we were there and filming, that we were be able to get this man out. He wasn't out that same day, but he was out maybe a day later. But if we weren't there, that could have turned differently. It was Homeland Security, DEA, U.S. Marshals. They were from different states. I talked to them. I told them, hey, it's a great restaurant called The Strand. You should go there, stop on your break, promoting East of the River businesses. They were just I'm like, why are you here? They were like, yeah, we just drove from Florida. We just drove from South Carolina to come. We're just supporting the president's agenda. I'm like, for what? We have a Metropolitan Police Department. We have Metro Transit. It's like 30 plus agencies, police agency. It's DC Public School Police. So I'm like, Why are you here? For what purpose? We can police, our own communities. Like, we know what's going on in our community. We know who out there selling, doing whatever. We know, we're aware of it as commissioners. So I didn't understand the purpose of breaking it up. Maybe they felt intimidated by community joy and us actually celebrating out on a Friday night, and they felt threatened by that. They tried to insinuate that a young man had an open bottle of liquor, and that was a reason to come up to us the way they did. And I said, well, he's over 21 and he's walking to his car with his bottle in his paper bag. Like, I don't understand why we're even having this conversation. And it's over policing, over militarizing on Minnesota Avenue. Like, to me, I've seen DC government round up unhoused people and drop them off over there on Minnesota Ave in the middle of the night. Like, a young man just was killed by police some kind of way. I guess he got ran over by a car or something in front of Minnesota Avenue Metro. So to me, real public safety is making sure that man has somewhere to live. He's housed. If we actually got all the unhoused people off the street and gave them housing, fed them, put them in a workforce development program, that would solve a lot of our issues in Ward 7. Like, it just blows my mind that we don't use the government dollars we have in the right way. I've put forward several legislations to my council member, to you guys, to Chairman Mendelson, the mayor's office, the at-larges, and I've gotten no response about them. To me, food justice it just blows my mind that we're wasting all this money. Then you don't pay teachers. There's paraprofessionals and teachers literally spending their own money to educate these kids. I literally just got let go from my job because I'm following the rules. I was told that that's not ethical. Do as I say. I said, this is unethical. You cannot remove a child from their least restrictive environment without an assessment, without an evaluation and parental consent. But the principal of that Ward A school wanted me to not follow the law, and I got fired for it. To me, that's not public safety. I'm a homeowner, a commissioner, a committee woman in Ward 7, and I got fired for doing my job the right way. That's not real public safety. Now I have to go rely on the system. I got food stamp. Thank you, DHS. I got my unemployment. Thank you, DOES. And I'm here advocating for our community. Thank you, Ward 7. So please, Brooke, help. Like, there's great people with great ideas in Ward 7, and I want to work with you. I've seen you. I know you mean well. But please listen to us when we say that curfew thing ain't in it.
Well, thank you very much, and I'd be happy to continue our conversation as well, especially about your firing, to understand that. Okay. Chairman Mendelson, do you have any questions for this panel?
I do not have questions, but thank you, each of you, for your testimony.
Thank you. Councilmember Nadeau?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Oh, and today's my 40th birthday.
Happy birthday.
All right. Happy birthday, Commissioner Stamper. Okay, we're going to call our next panel, Javarius Rogers, Angie Perko, Kai Conway, Naike Savain,
Perko is trans.
All right, thank you all. We will begin with Javarius Rogers, public witness.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Javarius Rogers, and I'm a resident of Ward 5, also a student at UDC Law. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today against the Juvenile Curfew Amendment Act of 2025. I appreciate the council's intent to create a fairer, more effective curfew policy, but I am testifying today because I believe the proposed curfew times do not reflect the real lives of young people in the district. A more appropriate and equitable curfew would be 11 p.m., not these 8 p.m. curfew zones that still require police interaction to verify if they're coming from work or not. An 11 p.m. curfew respects the schedules of students who work, participate in after-school activities, or rely on public transportation to get home safely. It also ensures children get adequate sleep before school the next morning while still having time for breakfast preparations and a healthy morning routine. The 8 p.m. curfew fails to account for the reality that many young people, especially in Black and brown communities, do not go straight home after school. They may be participating in after-school programs, staying late for tutoring, or simply waiting at a friend's house until a parent finishes work. An early curfew creates unnecessary and harmful police interaction for youth who are doing absolutely nothing wrong. It turns normal everyday situations into potential law enforcement encounters. My perspective on this issue comes from my own upbringing in Monroe, Louisiana, where curfews were often rigidly enforced without regard for real community circumstances. When I moved to DC, I saw similar patterns. Young people of color are disproportionately affected by curfew enforcements and often face interactions that do nothing to improve safety. At 8 p.m., an 8 p.m. curfew will repeat the same mistakes I witnessed growing up, placing the burden of public safety on the backs of youth who are simply trying to navigate school, jobs, and family responsibilities and safe transportation. An 11 p.m. curfew strikes the right balance. It allows young people to complete after-school activities, get home from work, or travel to a friend's house without fear of being stopped by police. It gives them time to complete homework and still get meaningful rest before the next day of school. And most importantly, it reduces unnecessary police encounters that disproportionately impact Black and brown youth. The goal of the curfew policy should be to support young people, not criminalize them. I urge the council to consider an 11 p.m. curfew as a more realistic, humane, and equitable approach that reflects the needs of our communities and the lived experiences of the youth we are trying to protect. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Agni Perko, public witness. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
It's Ange.
Ange Perko.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Ange Perko. I'm an educator and community member from Ward 4 and a fellow with Empower Ed. My pronouns are they, them, and I would appreciate being referred to as just Perko instead of Miss or Mr. Perko, as I identify as a trans non-binary person. I'm here today to speak on the Juvenile Curfew Amendment Act of 2025, which I can only describe as an attempt to once again treat the youth of our city as future criminals as opposed to what they are, children. I've worked with kids of all ages for almost 15 years now, but primarily my work is with teenagers. And the past few years, my focus has been with historically underserved populations, which are the kids that this bill brings the most risk to. My kids work jobs that had them out past midnight and waking up at 4 a.m. to get to school on time. My kids have every moment of their school day laid out minute by minute with barely any opportunity to breathe. The spare moments of fun they have are with their friends during the brief lunch break and the walk to and from school in the morning. And my kids have had their third spaces between home and school where they can be people and not just students in a grade book taken away from them. A loss of free spaces where they can be with their friends and establish community outside of the demands made on them. And that's not even discussing the many of them who don't have homes that are safe for them to be in, and some of them that don't even have homes at all. Let me now tie in this curfew bill. Congress has been making movements on a national level to criminalize DC's youth by lowering minimum age restrictions. Breaking curfew taken to an extent can be considered a misdemeanor at present. So now take this one step further, and it makes me wonder what will happen to routine offenders in future. And by that I mean it fills me with terror. If breaking curfew is considered a crime and our age limitations for severity of crime are lowering, add the two together. A youth population struggling under the demands we make of them and stripped of opportunities, treated more and more like budding violent offenders. A Congress pushing against DC home rule and enforcing antiquated laws that push punitive measures we know have an adverse effect on our kids' developing psychology. And a police force paired with a National Guard and unnecessary military presence in our city. So now the question, what's going to happen to our children? We have seen what a slippery slope we are on already right now. The National Guard and the MPD are teamed up and armed at this point, and we're giving them greater power over our kids. We can't fight back on a national level as much as we might want to on how our city's kids are treated, so we have to use every weapon at our disposal. And that means we fight cruelty with compassion. If you treat kids like criminals, they will act like criminals. Those kids running the streets aren't malicious, they're desperate. They need support, not judgment, mental health and community initiatives to build space for them, not punitive crackdowns that cast the adults as the enemy in their mind. And now this is not easy for no one, not for teachers or for parents or law enforcement or support groups or anyone who interacts with kids on the regular. But children are not easy. They're not supposed to be. Taking care of kids and meeting them where they're at is responsibility for the adults in the room. And just because it's hard doesn't mean it's not worthwhile. Treat children like humans. The point of teaching is to include and nurture, not shame and shun. Discipline is supposed to teach, not control. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ange. Kai Conway, public witness.
Good afternoon, council members, especially you, Pinto. I don't know if you remember me, but we spoke at a coffee shop a few months ago. Today, I'm testifying officially to oppose the Juvenile Curfew Amendment 26-0461, but I'll get to that in a minute. Right now, I want to go back to that conversation in the coffee shop. On October 30th, you said you, quote, carry out the oversight when it comes to shutting down the corroboration between police and federal agents and holding violent offenders accountable. The efforts I've seen since then have been slim to none. I told you that the people would appreciate seeing the body cam footage of federal agents shooting at Philip Brown, an unarmed Black man pulled over for a traffic stop that was covered up by federal agents and MPD, and you told us you were, quote, working on it. Since then, 3 more Black men have been killed by police, another injured, and even more wrongfully arrested, and still no footage. So I ask you again, what do you actually plan on doing to combat police violence and federal agent violence in DC, especially with federal conspirators? These laws that we're talking about today only call for harsher and more increased policing. 2 days after we spoke, children were verbally and physically harassed by police at Navy Yard, calling them B-word and N-words, hard ER. And you stood 10 toes down days later on the Emergency Juvenile Curfew Extension Act. Where was the investigation then? When fellow Washingtonians stood outside protecting and escorting those children, because the curfew was in effect not October 31st, but November 1st, and were arrested for violating noise ordinance, are you investigating those arrests? Your laws create a pathway for more arrests. It's written into the legislation. But police are supposed to leave supervised children alone, children in groups of 7 or less alone. You have groups of armed and violent adults bullying Black and brown children, breaking the law and calling themselves public servants. This was caught on video by one of the protesters arrested the next night and by one of the kids who was stopped while his white counterparts walked by. We're watching police revert to racist and bigoted tactics, and you're keeping them paid. MPD is not to collaborate with federal agents in accordance with home rule, but you're keeping these officers on the force. And if you think any of the issues I've discussed are wrong, then I wouldn't know it because it hasn't elicited any kind of reaction out of you. You've stayed right on course with your collaboration in the occupation of DC. Right now, we need an end to all collaboration with federal agents. We need a thorough investigation into the shooting of Philip Brown and the 3 murders that occurred in November. And we need a hearing to call out these federal agents, especially ICE, who keep terrorizing Black and brown communities. Redirect resources to keep people housed and fed, not working with the feds. And we need home rule, yes, but we also need to know who you stand with, MPD and federal agents or the citizens of DC. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Naike Savain, public witness.
Good afternoon. My name is Naike Savain, and I'm the co-executive director of Black Swan Academy, but I'm here testifying in my personal capacity. I'm also a member of the former DC Police Reform Commission. I've lived in the district for 15 years, including 5 out of the 8 wards, and I've been living in Navy Yard since 2023. So I've experienced firsthand the fact that we are all living in occupied territory. As the child of immigrants who grew up under dictatorship, I'm here to tell you that no amount of pleasing our oppressors will win us our freedom. The district has been operating as though we are experiencing Stockholm syndrome. And every policy that has passed out of this committee so far is giving more and more opportunity for them to use tools to oppress us, especially the most vulnerable among us. Here we are, catering to the same DC police union, who I know is testifying today as well, that has consistently turned and run to Congress to overturn the bare minimum of accountability for police here in the district. I sat for months in 2020 and 2021 with 19 other commissioners that this body put together to create a comprehensive list of recommendations to decenter policing and to reinvest in our community to actually improve safety. And the vast majority of those recommendations are gathering dust on a shelf 5 years later. The police that you are serving have fought to keep being able to choke people, to engage in deadly car chases, and most of all, to do everything they do with anonymity and with impunity. And here we are also today talking about a bill to allow them to stay on the force, in addition to fewer and fewer mechanisms for accountability. You're catering to a group of people who have led and supported attacks on your fellow council members, one of whom is watching us right now, and the chairman who just left the room. And I understand that that is a scary proposition, but we are all here demanding the same thing, that you work and serve for us, all 13 of you, not them. I have to highlight the cruel and violent irony of the district treating armed, trained, paid professional enforcers like children, while treating our actual children with distrust and disgust. No matter what is happening, the response has always been more money, more power, and less accountability for police. If only we treated the police with the level of scrutiny that we treat Black youth, we'd be infinitely safer. Police should be treated and held to a higher standard of conduct and accountability than to have the bar lowered 6 feet under. Who is actually deserving of care and understanding and unending investment are our district's youth. Instead of this body jumping on every opportunity to blame and scapegoat and punish, and ultimately avoid doing the real work of community building. Our young people have taken every opportunity you all have provided to speak up and to tell you what they need and what they want. They are doing so again today outside of this building. We invite you all to attend the rally and to reject the permanent curfew expansion.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your testimony. And I think many of the young people that we have heard from have been the initiators of some of this body's best work and best ideas. And it led to many of the bills that I introduced 2 weeks ago that provide those spaces, those teen centers, those opportunities for paid employment. Those ideas came directly from our young people. And so I look forward to hearing from more of them today, certainly. I wanted to ask you, Javarius, about the curfew, because as you talk about the time change, I want to be very clear that 8 p.m. is not the curfew under this emergency for the city. It is for these declared zones. And when we had this in the summer, they were declared 7 times. And so this is something that we'll get into with the chief later today. But as you think about this permanent bill that's being considered, other than the time piece, are there other changes that you would recommend to make this more useful or more productive in your view?
I'm not a DC native, but I think what could happen is you can have a task force that's not in uniform, because the issue that I have with the bill is the police interaction with kids. That's the most negative thing to me. I don't believe a kid should be interacting with a police at all, specifically a Black and brown kid, because it just has a negative connotation when they grow up. So I'm thinking of some type of task force that can enact a policy without it being the police or a uniformed armed person, a community member maybe, or some type of neighborhood police that in the community.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you all very much. We're going to call our next panel William Jordan, Salim Adolfo, April Goggins, Dion Thomas. William Jordan. Okay, great. Moment. Salima Dofa, are you here? Okay, Dion Thomas, are you here? April Gogans. Tanya Golash Boza. Tanya Golash Boza. Okay, thank you. Ben Sturges. Okay. Aryan Daia. Joanna Hardy. Joanna Hardy, are you here? Salvador Sauceda Guzman. Tia Bell. John McCormick. Irene Jacobs. Okay, great. Thank you. All right. We will begin with William Jordan, public witness.
Good afternoon. I urge the mayor and council to trash the Juvenile Curfew Amendment Act of 2025 and repeal all of its antecedents. At best, these bills set up, demonize, and scapegoat our young people for 22 years of government-fueled, racially biased, gentrification-driven housing and economic development policies, which has made the district one of the most inequitable cities in the country. In reality, this bill, the emergencies, when combined with drug-free zones, Residential Tranquility Act, harmonious living, downtown areas, the Rental Act, streeteries, amount to a modern-day equivalent of the reestablishment of Southern Massive Resistant Area Black codes of the 50s and 60s. Today, these modern gentrification Black codes are designed to create large gentrification zones that cater to what I call the new urbanist white privileged elite within our city and region, while excluding our young people and their families and villages which support them. Following the lead of government, many local retailers have posted their businesses to exclude 18 and under, not just those who engage in poor behavior or crime, but an entire class of residents, all enforced by MPD, the National Guard, private security, with the goal to resegregate our young people out of the development spoils in our city. This past Halloween, when the young people were attacked and demonized for organizing and protesting against our city regime of gentrification Black codes, the scene was reminiscent of 1963 Birmingham. I urge our young people not to give up, to continue to fight. The only problem with Halloween is that myself and other adults weren't there to join them. What we saw was the equivalent of putting fire hoses on our youth. And that's what we have in this city. We have a city where we have created, with the redevelopment, we create 1 bedrooms and efficiencies instead of 3 bedrooms. Well, who do you think is being left out? Our young people, when you don't build family housing. If you look at new communities, down Navy Yard used to be new community, Hope 6, and now we're excluding young people from the very areas that we developed in their name using public subsidy. So what we've done with the wharf, these zones, we've invested millions and millions of district subsidy. Now we don't want our young people to participate. We don't want them there because all we want to do is get new investment with the Rental Act. You cannot separate the atrocity of the Rental Act with the curfews. It's all, and it's evil. And we have to look at it like Birmingham 63, because we have the federal government playing a role with the local role. So I say, let's go study Birmingham. Let's go study the letter from the Birmingham jail, because that was targeted by King at us. And the guard didn't come in until people fought back. So I ended there.
Thank you very much. April Gogans, core organizer, Black Lives Matter, DC.
Good afternoon. There we go. 'Cause I know you've been muting Black women today. Good afternoon. I'm April Goggins, a proud Southeast resident of 19 years and a core organizer with BLM DC. This so-called takeover is a con. It's political theater dressed up as political safety, much like your performance on this committee. Councilmember Pinto, we understand that this is designed to convince people that something new is happening when Black and marginalized people in DC know the truth. We already live in the most police city in the United States. With just over 700,000 people, 32 independent police departments, 8 university police departments, and 5 agencies operating under the Police Coordination Act that patrol our neighborhoods every single day with MPD level powers. None of this is new. What is new is the boldness. Federal agencies and MPD officers acting in near total immunity, encouraged by political leaders who have told them literally, do whatever the hell you want. That message was undeniable when the president pardoned MPD officers Terrence Sutton and Andrew Zabrowski, one convicted of killing Karan Hilton Brown and the other of covering it up, the other convicted of helping conceal the crime. MPD then reinstated them. That is not a mistake. It's the system operating as intended. Because the core of DC violence is not a few bad officers, it's a coordinated network of MPD, the DC Police Union, the US Attorney's Office, and the mayor, and yes, you, Councilmember Pinto. The legislation you champion together, you expand surveillance, criminalization, and control of Black communities. Bills like Secure DC and Peace DC double down on failed punitive strategies. Our communities do not get safer. We get more police abuse, more terror, and more death, and the blood is on your hands. This machine is reinforced by police unions operating as political actors. Today, again, we will have to endure testimony from Greg Pemberton, who is the chair of the DC Police Union, who aligns with far-right interests and supports the president's National Guard deployment to DC. The Office of Disciplinary Counsel alleges he and federal prosecutor Jennifer Kirchhoff Muskins conspired to alter footage from Trump's 2017 inauguration protests in order to hide exculpatory evidence from Project Veritas. Yet he is elevated in the media as a credible voice, questioning MPD's crime data despite his own record of manipulation of information. Let me remind you of this record. On July 21st, 2020, on the Kojo Namdi show, when asked if DC needed federal intervention, he said, I do not. And he warned that those forces were untrained and dangerous. Also on that same show, when asked how he felt about the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Act, he admitted the vast majority of them, meaning the provisions, maybe 12 or 13 of them, the police union actually supports. We do not have objections to a lot of the stuff. We just want to have a conversation about tightening up in terms of how we affect the community. Brooke and members of the council, you already have the answers for real safety. The alternatives and the data you need, the research is already done and exhausted. Your committee holds years of DC specific studies, including the full report of Bill 210360, the NAIR Act, completed by the NAIR Act report completed by this committee in January of 2017. The NAIR Act is what is grounded in decades of comprehensive public health-based research. Stop ignoring it, stop funding things that are exactly the same, and stop allowing the killing of Black people, especially in my neighborhood.
Thank you, Ms. Goggins. Ariane Daia, public witness.
Hello, Councilmember Pinto and other members of the committee. I would have wished Mendelson to be here. My name is Ariane Dahia, and I am a concerned student living and studying in DC. I am testifying today on the Evidence-Based Gun Violence Reduction and Prevention Act of 2025, as well as some concerns that arose with the text of the proposed Bill B20052. These concerns center on how the initiative it contains will operate and how it will impact residents in DC. For the sake of time, I want to focus on one particular aspect of the bill that needs further clarification. How will the district determine which individuals are considered high risk of engaging in gun violence? While the bill outlines an implementation plan in Section 103, it does not include any information on what high risk means, the specific data that will be used, or how bias will be avoided. There's no mandate that the criteria be public research-based, or subject to the input of the DC community at large. And so this bill leaves a consequential classification to a future implementation plan, which will be written months after the bill's passage. The committee should clearly define transparent and evidence-based and publicly reviewable criteria for determining high-risk individuals directly in the legislation before passing such a bill, rather than leaving this critical decision to a later implementation plan. I would also like to speak briefly on other concerns and other ambiguities in the same act. The owner of any given property classified as under criminal blight will face corrective action according to the act, but it does not specify what the corrective action will look like. It does not include an appeal process to contradict the imposed assessments of criminal blight, and there's nothing in the act to ensure subjects or tenants of criminal blight properties are not left displaced as a result of committee-directed corrective action measures. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Irene Jacobs, Policy Manager, Black Swan Academy.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto and committee members. I am Irene Jacobs of the Black Swan Academy, and I'm here today to urge you to consider the systemic barriers affecting public safety. Black Swan cares deeply about our young people. We work with youth and families every day, and we see both their strengths and the challenges they face. We are here to ask the council to support strategies that the research shows really work in order to prevent violence and keep our communities safe. First, strong relationships save lives. Young people are safer when they have trusted adults and positive peers. Programs that match youth with trained mentors and teach conflict resolution skills have been proven to reduce fights and arrests. I ask the council to invest in more mentoring, school-based skill building, and spaces where youth can build healthy friendships. Second, basic needs matter for safety. When families struggle with housing, food, transportation, or income, young people feel that stress. Helping families meet their basic needs and giving teens safe, paid job opportunities reduces violence in communities. Third, recreation is a violence prevention strategy. Research shows that when youth have safe and fun places to go after school, such as recreation centers, gyms, sports leagues, arts programs, and music rooms, violence goes down. Most youth violence, as we know, happens between 3 and 9 p.m. Recreation gives young people a safe place to be and positive activities to enjoy, and caring adults to support them, which is the most important. This is not just extra. Recreation is prevention. Fourth, services should meet youth where they are. Many young people do not have the resources to walk into a clinic on their own. Placing counselors and social workers, as well as violence interrupter teams directly in schools, libraries, and neighborhoods makes support easier to reach for our young people. Mobile teams and culturally responsive services help more youth get the care that they deserve. Finally, we must listen to youth and families. In an atmosphere full of curfew expansions, limited youth access to school sports events, and laws that aim to try young people as adults, our youth are being sent a harmful message that they are unworthy of trust, investment, and belonging. In contrast, efforts to enrich schools and strengthen community life can build confidence and self-esteem in our young people. Investing in quality extracurricular programs, mentorship, creative arts, and safe recreational spaces can show youth that they are deserving of joy, growth, and belonging. When communities choose enrichment over enforcement, they nurture resilience, relationship, and pride, reminding young people that they are not only worthy, but essential to the community's future. Young people know what is happening in their neighborhoods. They know what makes them feel safe. The city should support youth advisory councils, pay youth for their time and expertise, and include families in real decision-making. Safety is strongest when everyone has a voice. In closing, I ask the council to invest in what we know works: strong relationships and centering youth and families in safety. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you so much. And as I've said a few times today, I totally agree with that. And we have almost 24 bills that I just introduced 2 weeks ago. I think 8 or 9 of them are all about youth supports. We can't move forward every piece of legislation in this committee, but it's really important that my colleagues continue to hear from folks to make sure that those bills can get scheduled for hearings. We can move forward and fund them in this year's budget, because I totally agree. It has to be a big piece of our strategy and our vision moving forward as a city. So thank you. And thank you all very much for being here today. I do not have any questions for this panel. We're going to call our next panel of public witnesses.
Because MPD wasn't funded, so that's makes them so Isabel is on the way.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for flagging that. Okay. Nate Zia. Greg Pemberton. Dave Hoagland. Peter Whitford. Okay, we will begin with Nate Zia, founder and leader, Students Against Gun Violence.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto and members of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. I'm Nate Zia, a high school senior from Georgetown Day School who represents the organization Students Against Gun Violence. I'm here to express my support for the Evidence-Based Gun Violence Reduction and Prevention Act. The issue of gun violence is heavily relevant to me simply as a high schooler. 2 years ago, our school community welcomed back a security guard who had been shot while working at Edmund Burke School, just a 5-minute drive from our own. I refuse to sit vulnerably, quite literally, in our classrooms as rates of shootings rise. On policy, we will not accept the Band-Aid solutions to gun violence that emphasize a stronger police presence in the city. Instead, we need to recognize collectively that gun violence stems from a lack of proper mental health resources, education systems, and job opportunities. Bill 2652 is a start for the future of gun violence prevention regulation that our city needs. The proposed strategy and implementation team allows representatives from local organizations with a history of service to support high-risk individuals. These leaders are trusted and respected by communities, which allows them to create lasting impacts. The bill's provision requiring a report on repeat offenders is another important step. This keeps people safe, and more broadly, data on repeat offenders is fundamental to understanding patterns and the underlying factors we must address in legislation. In the summer following my sophomore year, I led a gun violence prevention summit with a grant from DC government. During my summit, I facilitated a panel where we talked to DC youth who have been exposed firsthand to gun violence, and then led a group discussion where we brainstormed ways to address this crisis in our city. The overwhelming response from high schoolers was a need for an interdisciplinary approach to gun violence, one with a significant investment in community-based programs and a focus on the well-being of citizens affected. We see this approach in Bill 2652, specifically in its proposed strategy and implementation team and reporting on repeat offenders. Last year, 148 people were killed in gun-related violence in our city. While DC has woken up to the issue in recent years, we still have a gun death rate 56% higher than the rest of the country. We want a future for DC that is equitable and safe for all its citizens. For that to happen, all communities must be given the same resources, support, and investment. Bill 2652 is not a final solution, and it does not put enough emphasis on building community relationships or providing resources to DC youth. But it is a meaningful start. We urge the council to pass this bill and continue expanding on community-centered, humane approaches that address the real causes of gun violence and make our city safer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Greg Pemberton, Chairman of the DC Police Union.
Good afternoon, members of the committee.
Hey, we are going to treat everybody with respect in this room. Yes, we are. And if that is the rules of this committee, and that is what we expect for all of our public witnesses. Go ahead, Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. As the chairman of the police union, I speak on behalf of approximately 3,000 sworn police officers, detectives, and sergeants who serve this community as members of the Metropolitan Police Department. I've been a DC police officer for more than 20 years, and I take great pride in serving the city. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in the 2025 First Responder Retention Efforts Amendment Act of 2025. Let me begin with the part of the bill that the DC Police Union strongly supports, the elimination of the mandatory retirement age for members of the Metropolitan Police Department. For years, the union has fought to end the practice of forcing experienced officers out of the door simply because they reach a certain birthday. We applaud Councilmember Pinto for taking this step. Eliminating the statutory mandatory retirement age is the right thing to do, and it will help keep seasoned, knowledgeable officers on the job when we need them most. The union can assure the committee that this provision will result in more officers staying on the department past retirement eligibility and will greatly assist in helping to stabilize the staffing crisis that has been plaguing this department for years. Now let me turn to the portion of the bill the DC Police Union cannot support, the proposed expansion of the senior police officer program to include lieutenants. Madam Chair, the MPD does not have a shortage of lieutenants. We have a surplus. In September of 2020, the department had 120 lieutenants supervising 3,619 sworn members. That's a ratio of 30 rank and file members for every lieutenant. As of September 2025, we have 136 lieutenants, but only 2,849 sworn members at the rank of sergeant and below, a ratio of just 20-1. In 5 years, the number of lieutenants has gone up 13%, while the number of rank and file officers they supervise has dropped by 770, a 21% decrease. While the workload on patrol officers and sergeants has exploded, the workload on lieutenants has actually gotten lighter. There is simply no staffing justification for expanding the SPO to this rank, yet the provision of this bill will greatly expand the number of lieutenants with no limit. This program is not only unnecessary, but also ripe for abuse. The department could hire an unlimited number of SPO lieutenants who would have no operational need. Expanding the program to lieutenants will also freeze promotional opportunities for the very officers who are bleeding the fastest. Lieutenants who might otherwise retire will now have financial incentive to retire on paper, collect their pension, come back as an SPO lieutenant with a salary capped at $136,000, nearly double the starting salary of a patrol officer. And that blocks the sergeant promotions to lieutenant, which in turn blocks officer promotions to sergeant. When talented, career-oriented officers see no path upwards, they leave for departments in Maryland and Virginia where promotions still exist. This provision will accelerate the exodus, not slow it. Chair Pinto, members of the committee, please keep the strong provision eliminating the mandatory retirement age, but please remove the expansion of the SPO program to include lieutenants. It will not help retention of rank and file officers. It will hurt it. It will not solve our staffing crisis. It will make it worse. The men and women I represent are exhausted, overworked, and leaving in record numbers. We want to work with this council to pass legislation that actually reverses that trend and helps us build a path toward Mayor Bowser's stated goal of making the district the best big city to be a police officer. Stand ready to assist in any way we can. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Welcome any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you very much. Dave Hoagland, President, District of Columbia Firefighters Association, IAFF Local 36.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and other members of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. Thank you for your continued support of first responder recruitment and retention efforts in the District of Columbia. I want to provide brief feedback regarding the First Responder Retention Amendments Efforts Amendment Act of 2025. We do not think it's necessary to expand the Metropolitan Police Department Senior Officer Program to include Metropolitan Police Department lieutenants. We'd like the council and the executive to be focused on the Deferred Retirement Option Amendment Act of 2025. As you know, this legislation is currently being costed by the CFO. It is a bill aimed at retaining rank and file first responders on the front line to maintain their service with the District of Columbia. As you heard from my counterpart, Greg Pemberton of the Fraternal Order of Police, speak in more detail, but my understanding is that the retention problem with MPD does not lie with supervisory officers like those at the rank of lieutenant. The DROP legislation is a well-designed human resource tool with a fundamentally different way of separating from service that does not present the same issues as these SPO programs. We need to focus our efforts on the DROP so we can keep senior and experienced firefighters and firefighter paramedics working. I feel it's only common sense that every person would hope to be in the care of a well-trained and highly experienced first responder in their time of need. Additionally, these experienced members create a better culture where their knowledge can be learned and emulated by younger members of the department. From a managerial focus, the DROP will predict accurate attrition rates and allow for proper funding to meet the costs associated with forecasted vacancies. Additionally, the accuracy of this forecasting will move us exponentially closer to our goal of cost neutrality in the DROP. I hope you can see how this program has many positive attributes that brings a tremendous amount of stability that benefits us both culturally as well as fiscally. Regarding the other component of this legislation, which removes the mandatory age limit for retirement, it is my understanding that between the Fire and EMS Department and MPD, this age restriction is enforced in a very different manner. Chief Donnelly is not currently enforcing our mandatory retirement age, while in MPD, you are immediately processed for retirement as soon as you can reach the mandatory retirement age of 64. Specific to the removal of the age limit for mandatory retirements in the Fire and EMS Department, we have concerns on the potential added liability that could have an adverse impact on the department. We feel that these decisions should be made on their own individual merits by the head of the agency based on the demands of that position and the members passing our annual physical requirements. We have a very physically demanding job. Industry statistics show a significant rise in serious injuries when members reach the age of 50, where the possibility of a full recovery becomes diminished. Fighting fires and operating on emergency scenes look very different to the 20-year-old rookie versus someone inside a structure fire at age 64. We want to be sure that specific to our department, we are keeping the safety of the individual as well as others operating on the fire ground in mind while we evaluate the age requirement. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, President Hoagland. Peter Whitford, Chief Executive Officer, Meridian Rapid Defense Group.
Chairperson Pinto, good afternoon. I'm here today to testify regarding the Vehicle Terrorism Prevention Act as of 2025. My name is Peter Whitford and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Meridian Rapid Defense Group, LLC. As the CEO and founder of Meridian Defense Group, I've spent the last 20 years building the largest mobile barrier business in the United States. As the market leader in the mobile sector, we have a responsibility to create the gold standard in the industry to keep people, communities, and places safer. I'm here today to explain why a gold standard is necessary for perimeter security, and I'm here to support the affirmative of the Vehicle Terrorism Prevention Act 2025. I'll be detailing the importance of providing a certified solution using the Safety Act as a basis for proving protection for the community when conducting outdoor events of all types. Public safety on streets and roads has become a target for terrorist groups around the world. When people gather for outdoor events, it's easy for terrorists to group together to do harm unless the events are protected by certified vehicle mitigation barrier systems. Preparing to mitigate the risks should be mandatory, no different to what the Department of Transportation, the Federal Highway Association does to prevent workers from getting injured or dying while doing construction work. The national and state guidelines give clear direction on how to set up streets, roads, and highways to give protection to those working where vehicles and people interact. These standards make sure that the best protection is afforded to construction workers. These standards need to apply to all people, whether they're working on roads or enjoying outdoor activities. As cities use streets for outdoor events, they should have a mandated standard to protect people, communities, and places. It's no longer acceptable to allow people to be exposed to intentional vehicle attacks or errant vehicle incidents. This is a global issue. We've seen this through cities around the world, Nice, France, Christmas markets in Munich, New Orleans this year, in Louisiana, Vancouver this year, in the Lapu Lapu Day Festival, and of course, Waukesha in Wisconsin as well. We're here today as the private sector has invested millions of dollars to develop products and technology that are independently tested to ensure they reach the highest standards of certification. These products fall into two categories: in-ground barrier systems and mobile barrier systems. In the United States, the test standards are developed through the ASTM, the American Society of Testing and Materials, specifically the ASTM F2656 section. Mobile surface-mounted barriers are bracketed into the standard as there is no current independent standard for mobile category. With this, what this really means, it includes an incursion zone, and the incursion zone is important because it talks about the impact after a vehicle has hit. Finally, I'd just like to talk about the importance of the gold standard, and the importance of the gold standard refers to the Safety Act. And here, we don't use concrete barriers, we don't use water barriers, and at the same time, they are only used for longitudinal deflection. I will conclude by saying this, and I apologise for the extended. The gold standard does not include police cars. It does not include dump trucks and the like. And so here today, we're here to speak in the affirmative.
Thank you. And please make sure you submit your testimony for the record as well. We'll make sure to read the whole thing. Mr. Hoagland, I totally hear you that the drop retirement is the priority, and I share that view. And we are urging CFO and the retirement actuarial process to move forward as fast as possible. It has been very delayed, as you know all too well. And so hopefully we can get that bill passed as soon as possible so we can have the very common sense reform that members of Fire and EMS and the Metropolitan Police Department can earn their retirement benefits but still stay in the force. But when it comes to the senior program, do you have a sense on if this piece of it were to pass, how many additional firefighters would be able to stay on the force who are now retiring at a certain age or after 60?
So are you asking specific, because the SPO lieutenant program doesn't apply. Are you asking specific to the age requirement or to the?
Yes, to
SPO?
the age
The
requirement.
age requirement, yeah. Okay, so we have the biggest challenge that we face with this, and that's why, we're perfectly okay with us getting rid of the age requirement. We just want to make sure that people's physical status is getting monitored, because there's just, frankly, we don't have a lot of non-operational positions for older members on the job in the fire and EMS department. But we do have a fair number, because previously Fire Chief Rubin under Mayor Fenty got rid of, you used to not be able to become a firefighter if you were older than a certain age. The problem that's created is you have to have a minimum of 25 years in our pension system to be able to retire with, your full benefit. So we have people who are older on the job now coming on who would never make it, who would not make 25 years once they reach age 64. So we've got, it's less so immediately now. We've probably got, it's maybe double digits who are operating in that age group, but we've got a lot of people who've come on older who we would want to be able to take advantage of that retirement, that could be larger numbers. But I can follow up with exact census numbers for you if that's helpful.
Thank you so much. Yeah, no, I would be interested to see that. And similarly for you, Mr. Pemberton, do you have a sense in how many officers would likely stay on if there wasn't a mandatory 60-year-old retirement?
Yeah, I can certainly get you the exact number. We can get that from the seniority report. But what I would say is anyone who is at or approaching that age has absolutely gone past their eligibility for retirement. So it's not like they're hanging around to achieve their full vested pension. They're trying to maximize the number of work years they have.
Right.
So I would think anyone who is approaching that age, probably 100% of them would stay past that, because they're certainly eligible to retire as is. So, but I'm happy to get you the exact number of members who would hit that birthday within this year.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And as we consider all of our tools to bolster and support our local Metropolitan Police Department, I think having a sense on how this specific intervention would shift those numbers will be important. As you may have heard, we've had a lot of testimony today about the increased federal presence in the city and the intervention. And there are a couple of specific examples that have been highlighted, but of course there have been numerous examples over the last couple of months of a dual deployment where we've seen federal agents with MPD agents. And so from your perspective as leading the union, how are you given guidance from the department on what to do when there's a disagreement in the law? So for instance, if we have a vehicular chase policy that says one thing, that a vehicle can't be chased unless there's, exigent risk to life or limb, but a federal agent who is with MPD is engaging in a chase that would be unlawful per our local standards, but is, they're under federal purview. How are you all being advised on what to do in that scenario?
Well, MPD officers are always going to be obligated to follow the general orders. There's not going to be an exemption or carve out for them. So as they're operating, they're going to continue to operate under the policy and laws that exist here in the district. If there is a discrepancy about what needs to be done, the MPD officer should be going to their supervisor, their first line supervisor, or their lieutenant, trying to get clarity on what exactly they should be directed to do in that particular situation.
Okay, so in that case where if there's a chase that begins from a federal agent, but there are MPD officers on the scene, what is the guidance to our local MPD?
Well, the MPD officers would have to get permission to engage in that pursuit from the watch commander of whatever district they're operating in.
Okay, so that guidance, is that consistent that all your officers are receiving, whether that's around use of force or vehicular pursuits or body-worn camera footage? Any of our local laws are still supposed to be applying to all of our local officers?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, yes.
Okay. And what have you seen over the last 4 months in terms of deployment, in terms of crime trends, as we've had this increased federal presence here?
Well, since we've had federal officers and National Guardsmen deployed here in the city, crime has dropped precipitously. So we've seen reductions in homicide, reductions in certainly carjacking, I think is the largest reduction, reductions in robbery and other street crimes. Those reductions are significant, and they've been significant since, I would say, the middle of August. As I think there starts to be a drawdown of some of those federal agents and National Guardsmen, I think what we're seeing is that those trends are going to start to tick back up. And that's kind of our concern here, because ultimately our goal here is not to have federal agents assisting us, not to have National Guardsmen assisting us. We want Metropolitan Police officers doing 100% of this work. But in order to do that, we have to get those staffing numbers up, as I've obviously brought to the council's attention. So our main focus here is trying to get those staffing levels back up to a level in which we don't need any extra assistance.
And have you started to see that drawdown of federal resources in the last couple of weeks?
Yes. Yes. I mean, I can't point to specific numbers, but it does seem like the number of federal agents that are being deployed have been reduced somewhat, and the National Guardsmen as well.
Okay. So when it comes to our sanctuary values law and immigration enforcement from the federal government, how is our local police department being advised on how to handle immigration-related functions that have been deputized by a whole slew of federal agencies?
Through the general orders and the executive orders of the chief of police. That's where the directives are on how we are supposed to or not supposed to engage with federal law enforcement on immigration.
Okay, and have traffic stops stopped that were in partnership with HSI?
I think where most of that activity was happening was on those checkpoints. I'm not aware that those checkpoints are still going on right now, but that's something I would have to look into to get you a firm answer on whether or not those checkpoints still exist.
Okay. And so our law that disallows MPD to share information around immigration status post-release with DOC, to your understanding, is that still the law of the land?
Yes.
Okay. And if there is a violation of that law, the processes are in place locally to hold officers accountable who violate that law.
That's my understanding, yes.
Thank you. Okay, so just to clarify something you said a moment ago, is it your position that best case scenario is that we do not have federal agents here providing this increased presence, and that we should have a fully staffed local Metropolitan Police Department?
Yes, absolutely. And to go to your previous point, obviously some of this enforcement that comes at the hands of federal agents is not welcome from citizens of the district. And if citizens of the district and its elected leadership want to have control over what law enforcement looks like in this jurisdiction, we need to have the right number of police officers so that we're not subject to federal officers coming in here and having National Guardsmen deployed, because obviously we're the seat of the federal government. They're going to have something to say about what we are or are not doing about crime. So our goal from the union's perspective is to get the staffing levels up so that our agency can engage in 100% of the law enforcement that's needed. We do not need federal assistance. And then the guidance as to how that law enforcement is, the policy that guides it is given by its elected officials and its leadership, the city leadership.
Thank you. Thank you very much for clarifying. I want to turn to my colleague, Councilmember Nadeau, if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Whitford, thank you so much for joining us today. I wanted to talk to you about the technology of the barriers, and was wondering if you could say more about how they compare to what the district primarily uses now, which is heavy vehicles, in terms of safety and effectiveness.
Sure. So I think the most important part of that question is what is certified and what is not certified. A police vehicle is not a certified barrier, neither is a fire truck, a dump truck. And so the gold standard for the United States is to make sure it's certified by the Department of Homeland Security under the Safety Act. Our barriers and our equipment, our technology, which we've actually sold to Adams Morgan, is all certified under DHS. So heavy trucks and police vehicles offer more danger to anyone who's an errant driver because they haven't been tested to see whether or not they would qualify for a non-lethal protection. And at the same time, the barriers that we do provide right around the country, they're provided without the need of anyone being there, right? So in the case of having police vehicles, we've got police inside the vehicle. We don't need that with the barrier systems we provide.
Do most cities that use them have some personnel there while they're deployed, also for directing traffic or something like that? I mean, I assume there is still some human need to be there.
Well, when we deploy the barriers, we make sure that they have ADA accessibility. So there's a 4-foot gap between each of the barriers. So there's no requirement for people to be there. If a city requires emergency access points, we have a beam gate and a rapid gate where people can be provided. We train people under a certified training program, which is part of the Department of Homeland Security Safety Act. So we can provide people in the case of emergency access points, correct?
And so what does happen in case of emergency? Let's say, for example, 18th Street, where these barriers have been used, needs an ambulance to get down there. How does that work?
If there is a need, we can move one barrier and open up for an ambulance to get through. If there's a beam gate or rapid gate, will they go in a vertical or horizontal condition to open up for any emergency access that goes through? If it's a police vehicle and there is no one in the vehicle, then there is no ability to get an emergency vehicle inside a particular perimeter. And that's the issue that people are facing.
Which cities currently use these?
Right around the United States?
Let's say United States, yeah.
Well, I think you've got nearly, I could give you a list, but we're in all 50 states and we do a major event right around the country. So that's a very long list, it'd be thousands of cities.
And in the cities and states where it's being used, is that generally not like us where we have like one set? But you are referring to places that use this primarily for road closures, for all of their road closures.
Correct. I mean, we do major parades right throughout the country, whether it be Mardi Gras or whether it be the Rose Parade, for example, in Pasadena. We protect 1.2 million people on that day with 650 barriers over 5.4 miles. So, you know, they are used extensively right around the country.
Is your product the only one in the United States?
Our product is not the only one, but we are the only one that is American-made out of American steel and American steel factories. And so we're the only product in the United States and the only company where all of our products are Safety Act certified, including our technology. And at the same time, we have a dual certification where our products are also certified by the Department of Transportation and the Federal Highway Association for a MASH rating.
Have you ever been asked to help calculate savings that the city would see if we fully deployed these?
We have not, but we can tell you that there are significant savings by using our barriers because they have a lifetime warranty. There's no hydraulics, there's no maintenance, there's no batteries, no nothing. It goes with those completely manual, and the savings would be significant over a period of time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Okay, I just wanted to ask one more question to Mr. Pemberton around the physical test requirements. Like, are there any, what are the physical test requirements after a certain age, if there are any? And do you think that those standards, I'm sorry, I'll blame it on my,
It's okay.
I meant to say Mr. Hoagland. I was looking at you.
No problem.
Are there any differences in those standards that you think we should be considering?
Yes. So I know we've been working with you too on our occupational medical section. So I think the updated NFPA standard, which is the 1500 series, I don't want to give you the wrong standard because the standard numbers are changing. But they provide guidelines based on age and various cardiac risk factors, things like that. We already do regular annual cardiac stress testing to try to identify those. So I think as long as we have the chief committed, and I think he's testifying later, so you can talk to him about just practically how he handles this now, because I think he should know, because he's the one granting the waivers, sort of how many people we have in this situation. But there's really no actual physical fitness requirement besides our entrance exam and getting out of our training academy. And that's why we work hard with our contractors like O2X and things like that to maintain everybody's good, physical and emotional well-being.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all, and thank you for the work that you have done to support students and to make sure that we can do everything we can to prevent gun violence from happening in the first place. Appreciate that big effort. Thank you all. Okay, Idris Abdullah. Idris Abdullah, are you here? Rowena Scott. Tara Martin. Hi. Pastor Delante. Pastor Delante, are you here? Tia Bell. John McCormick. Oh, okay. All right, well, this is the last in-person panel before we get to our students. Hi, Tia, welcome. And John McCormick. Okay, great. Yes, come on up. All right, just making sure we do not have Idris Abdullah or Rowena Scott or Pastor Delante. He left. Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you all very much. We will begin with Tara Martin, Executive Director of Raise One, Teach One, Delaney Martin Foundation.
Good morning. Good evening, everyone. Councilmember Pinto, how you doing? Public service, I feel like public service is making sure Black and brown people are not targeted for court cases. Sometimes you still have to address, sometimes you have to address Philip Brown case sounds so much like Delano Martin case, who was killed by U.S. Park Police. 2 weeks ago, police was on a killing spree. How do we talk about gun violence when police violence is gun violence? It's no accountability for federal officers in the District of Columbia. Their laws are different than MPD laws. How do you think the community will respect police when they don't respect us? Is there a policy in this power trip like Trump who has not respected our youth? Our youth is scared and they should be able to go home, not be called N-words or told to go to waterfront to go home and got to walk back to Navy Yard where they live. Car chases leading to death, that's not okay. I'm one who was arrested making sure that our children got home safe at Navy Yard. Councilmember Pinto, I heard you say 8 o'clock was not the curfew time, but 8 o'clock, 6 o'clock was actually the curfew time that police stopped Black and brown children from going home at Navy Yard. Where's the accountability? You sat silently as the videos flow through DC Council. Where's the accountability of any of you? But you want to go and start running for other offices. If you're not doing it at this level, how we know you're going to do it at that level? Councilmember Pinto, I came to you last year about DC Code 2701 and 2703, and you still sitting silently. You're addressing curfew, but you're not addressing what affects mothers, that the officers are killing our children and we have no rights. So when we talk about gun violence and we talk about more money for the police, put more money into us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. John McCormick. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairperson, Ms. Pinto. My name is John McCormick, and I serve as the Chief Operating Officer for the Trigger Project. We're a public health and youth violence prevention organization serving young people across Washington, D.C. Many of you are familiar with our work. I'm also a former educator and school leader dedicated to dismantling the school-to-prison pipeline, which brings us here today. I'm here in opposition of a bill that increases policing and surveillance of children instead of offering real prevention. Youth violence is not reduced by more law enforcement contact. It's reduced by adults who intervene early with care, mediation, and trauma-informed support. This bill does not provide those solutions. I want to share what we see every day. Recently, 3 young Black men in our program were pushed out of KIPP DC College Prep after a conflict that they did not initiate. The day before the incident, they noticed a group of boys watching them and they felt unsafe. On the day of the conflict, they warned an administrator that something was about to happen. That warning was ignored because the administrator was focused on reprimanding them for having ski masks on their heads. Minutes later, the fight they were trying to prevent happened. Instead of asking why the conflict was occurring or providing mediation or counseling, the boys were immediately suspended and eventually expelled. None were provided academic work, devices to access the work, or learning support. No one checked on their safety, nor cared whether the situation may have spilled outside of the school building. This was not discipline. This was abandonment. So just today, moments before we walked in this door, one of the boys who's now enrolled at Anacostia High School was sent home for a safety concern after staff saw other boys staring at him, a recurrence of the same situation. They removed him from the moment in his safety, but attempted no mediation. The only option offered was transferring him to yet another school. He's now been told to stay home for a week with no instruction and no support. This is the same harm repeated, and it's happening to children across this city. Schools and adults must understand that they play a significant role in youth violence. When schools push students out without mediation, intervention, or academic continuity, they are not solving a problem, they are escalating it. These boys were pushed out during the same period when the federal government sent additional law enforcement into DC, a surge that created more tension and fear in communities. Young people did not create the surge. Policy choices did. In that moment, schools should have been providing care, not pushing children into environments that made even more unstable by the actions of the federal government and by our own local government. If we want to reduce gun violence, we need trauma-informed schools, restorative practices, and real safety transfer pathways for families. We need adults who ask why a conflict is happening instead of sending a child home or into the street. This bill does none of this. It adds more policing to children who are already over-policed and under-supported. I urge the council to reject this bill and any expansion of youth curfew and policing and invest instead into prevention that actually works. Our young people deserve support, connection, and safety, not more surveillance. They deserve schools that care more about why a child is afraid than whether a child meets a compliance expectation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tia Bell.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. My name is Tia Bell. I am a product of Uptown Ward 4, a resident of Ward 7, and the proud founder and CEO of the Trigger Project. Trigger broadly stands for True Reasons I Grabbed the Gun Evolved from Risk and Root Causes. I want to begin by saying clearly that youth are not the problem. Youth are the solution. Young people are not the originators of violence in this city. Violence was created around them through poverty, instability, inequity, and neglect. At Trigger, we teach our youngins not to see the opposition as the person behind the gun, but the disparities and inequities that they face. Gun violence is a predictable result of conditions that adults have failed to address and allowed to grow unchecked. Youth are not driving this crisis. They are having to survive it. And our young people are ready and willing to help us heal these conditions if we invest in them, trust them, and treat them as partners in prevention instead of subjects of policing. If we simply apply what they're saying in the roundtables to the bills you all are putting out. Unfortunately, youth still feel the burdens of these bills like many before us today, because the city has spent years wrongfully framing them as a source of violence rather than uplifting them as a solution. It genuinely hurts that we have to be here again, Chairwoman Pinto. You know me, you hear me. You publicly acknowledge that you listen to our babies and that you publicly acknowledge Trigger for our work, but I see you constantly present council with reactionary and adult-focused bills. The failure is not with our babies, our youth, where youth brain development goes to age 26, for Black men 28. The failure is with the systems that refuse to truly invest in prevention, accountability, implementation, and long-term follow-through. So excuse me for being so franky, but we do not and would not be here today if this city had actually treated gun violence as a public health crisis when it was first labeled in 2017. If you said public health, but you implemented policing. You said prevention, but you funded interruption. You created agency and a policy that claimed to center prevention, yet overwhelmingly focused on short-term response instead of long-term support. We are not watching the consequences of that failure. I'm sorry, we are now watching the consequences of those failures unfold in real time. Our babies that we served that were 3 to 11 years old in 2017 are now 11 to 18 years old. They grew up in a city that had no sustained plan, no year-round programming, no developmental supports, no accountability and a structure for their well-being. Safety was looked at as a defense in protecting property instead of an offense in protecting their growth. Today, we are sitting with more 11-year-olds in DYRS because there was no strategy for them, no ecosystem or opportunity for them, no public health infrastructure for them, and they were overlooked and they were abandoned. I have so much more to say, but you'll see it in my writing. At Trigger Project, we work to believe that gun violence is a disease. Our programming includes Trigger University, providing paid employment, leadership development, and economic opportunity. We partner with the University of Michigan Youth Violence Prevention Center to ground our work in research and evaluation. Thus far, we have proven 87% of our youth have reported better knowledge of how to prevent gun violence. 81 increased their communication skills. 77% increased their connection to healthy adults. We do not wait for a shooting. We build the conditions so shootings never happen. I am not here to simply criticize. I am here to offer solutions. I'm skipping a lot. I'm with you. Help us push the youth demands. They're in writing, they're on social media, they're in your email, they're in your inbox. Help us expand Trigger University as a prevention operations campus year-round. Give us a stable home for our young people, for all young people. Fund economic opportunity, not to extend the 30 years old, but to extend year-round for the already 14 to 24-year-olds that are out there. Our youth do not deserve to be treated as a problem to be managed. They need to be recognized as partners, making the city safer right now. Please vote no on the expansion or extension of youth curfew. I think about our baby Deron, who was running at Trigger University, flirting with a young lady, and the police were patrolling that area, and they chased him because he ran, because he was flirting. And that's what will happen, even though you don't report an arrest in a curfew zone, stuff like that still happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. I really appreciate your testimony and all the work that you all do. I want to just say, I guess, a couple things. In terms of the curfew zone, you are absolutely right that that incident happened after 6 p.m. But that is because we didn't have our council emergency curfew in place. The mayor had issued an emergency curfew at 6 p.m. We have other safeguards in the emergency that the council passed, which is 11 p.m. unless it's a declared zone, which is the 8 p.m. with exceptions for, groups of 7 or less, or if you're coming to or from a job or after school programming. I totally hear you though, that could still lead to other issues. And so I remain very open-minded. This is the mayor's bill that is a permanent version that we're considering today, just like all these bills that we're considering today are from other colleagues' ideas that they have that we're considering. That's what the committee does. One of those ideas is the chairman's evidence-based gun violence bill, which I wanted to ask you about, Ms. Bell, because it does a number of things, but it establishes a group violence intervention initiative and an organizational structure to guide the efforts of that initiative that hires civilian personnel and MPD, has additional investigations. It looks into blighted property to recognize the intersection between blighted property and public safety. And so as we continue to push the city to think more broadly about public safety, is that a bill that you support?
I do not, because simply it falls under public safety. If we were to present this bill under the Committee of Health, I believe that it could be more comprehensive. It could expand to not even include police. The same thing with youth curfew. We had walking bus, we had structures. We've met as Black women-led organizations. If I sat here and named everyone, we would be here all day, but we meet every day, every Friday, to make sure that kids can walk to school without with having to endure the police presence. So I don't support anything prevention, which means before the trigger is pulled. Primary prevention has to live under public health.
Like you don't support any bill that comes through this committee with that, or?
I think that it will structurally be implemented with more violence if it comes from under public safety. Does that make sense? The implementation, because it'll always include police. And I'm rushing, but I tried to give an example of if you take police out of curfew zones and invest in community-based organizations to do it, that will be more public health. If you invest in people closest to the pain, invest in community as solution, those are public health strategies. Public safety is government-based and led, and most times reactionary. And then it focuses on property and place-based initiatives, which the late, great Linda Harley Harper started under the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. It was place-based, it was fixing, cameras, it was fixing speed bumps, potholes, but it feels like a punch in the gut to live on 37th and see that road work is being done to a road that looks just fine, or to adding more sidewalks so we can't maneuver when those millions of dollars could have been invested into people-based violence prevention. And so public safety is we are at a time where we really could be creative. And I would love for you and Councilmember Henderson working together, because I do believe public safety, I don't not believe in the system of public safety. I just believe that it falls under public health. And the reason we've created this youth violence perpetration, victimization, and their exposure, because there's reports that say 564 of the 566 schools have been exposed directly to gun violence in the last 10 years. So when we think about secondhand smoke, you remove a baby from cigarette smoke, but you don't remove you don't remove the conditions that breed gun violence when there's secondhand exposure to it. And so that's where we are. Gun violence is a modeled behavior. It spreads when people see people handle their issues with a gun. And if we looked at it that way, I just truly believe with you're smart. You are smart. I know that you could be more creative and you're research-based. It would be better under public health. Prevention is youth. Prevention is when my mom got shot, it would have been a plan in place for me. And I'm 36 and it's still not a plan in place for my granddaughter who sees her wounds.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And Ms. Martin, I'm sorry, you look like you had something to say earlier. I wanted to come back to you.
No, I just want y'all to understand, police violence is gun violence, and stop separating the two, because I suffer every day along with any other mother and along with the other 3 mothers that have to suffer that their children 2 weeks ago got killed. So MPD violence, Fed violence, it's all gun violence. Stop separating the two and start making bills that put them together.
Last thing, if I will, public health says that violence is a disease. Public safety says violence is a crime. And so that's the difference.
I hear you. Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you all. And Ms. Bell, and really all of you, as I've talked about with some of the other panels, I introduced 2 weeks ago 23 bills. None of them were referred to this committee because they're all about economic opportunity and listening to what our young people need. I think there are 8 of them that are all about youth teen centers and youth advisory committees and getting young people access to paid jobs. And so as we push those other committees to hold hearings on these bills, I hope you all will be partners in that work to get them across the finish line, because I'm the first one to admit and agree. Not everything that we're doing with public safety and with the city should live in this committee, certainly not. And that's why I just introduced 23 different bills that try to get at this. So I'm going to do my part in this committee, but I'm also going to do my part as a member of this council with lots of different topics so that we can keep moving forward in the right direction. Thank you all. Okay, thank you very much, everybody who's testified in person today. We're going to move to our virtual public witnesses now. And I will call them. A few of our in-person witnesses have switched to virtual, so we're going to call those first. We have our shadow representative, Oye Owolewa, Scott Goldstein, Angela Tyler Williams, Elizabeth Falcon, Madri Ball, Bill Mefford, Karen Gall, Natalia Bonulescu Bogdan, Kristen Bonner, John Payne, Sabrina Beatty Romero, and Sabrina Rhodes. And I see Ms. Karen Gall here, the chairwoman of 3D CAC. We will begin with you.
Good afternoon, Councilwoman Pinto and committee members. I'm Karen Gall, Chairwoman and Public Safety Director of 3D CAC, the MPD's 3rd District Citizens Advisory Council. Our information can be found online at 3dcac.org. This is my 3rd testimony within the most recent months on public safety. While this hearing considers multiple public safety bills on juvenile curfew, first responder retention, vehicular terrorism prevention, and child fatality review, and gun violence reduction. Of these, I will mainly focus my testimony on bill number B26-0052, the Evidence-Based Gun Violence Reduction and Prevention Act, because gun violence is now the leading cause of death, and also, as it was just mentioned, as a public health crisis. The death and assaults for DC children and teens and the citizens across all 8 wards have been made crystal clear. We just cannot handle this any longer. The sirens at night, the candles, and the teddy bears by morning, and another hospital visit or a heart-wrenching visuals that's because of gun violence, whether it's through our youth doing it, or if it's done through any of our law enforcement is doing it. This is a nightmare that cannot continue. We all must acknowledge that the reality that we face is that if we stand on our sidewalks and in our alleys and they're stained with the tragedy of blood from all these tragedies, or in our cars where people have gone through a different gun violence issues with gun and assaults in our schools, we can't have that continue to happen. I've counseled families where grief is so heavy and it's silenced the room. We've had residents ducking down in their homes from gunshots. We've met babies and small children who are so shell-shocked from running away from hearing constant gunshots before they can even count or spell their own names. We attend public policy briefings where leaders declare reducing violent crime is a priority. However, yet gun violence is the weapon that's taking DC residents' lives faster than any other means or of interpersonal violence. Gun violence is now the leading cause of death and assault for DC children and teens, and yet it sits at the bottom of the political to-do list. I urge this council to pass bill number B26-0052, the Evidence-Based Gun Violence Reduction and Prevention Act of 2025, with the mandatory funding for evidence-based violence interruption programs, reliable youth programming for ages 14 to 30, stable housing, and a comprehensive investigation into the human trafficking and foster care system connections that fuel the juvenile violence enterprise. What clearly does not work is the law enforcement alone cannot solve this because the revolving unmonitored system for these same individuals perpetrating violence with no intervention does not work. Communities alone cannot solve this, and funding shell games with nonprofits and election year bickering and public safety hype campaigns do not save lives. We need our community members who are caring for our children to help with this problem.
Thank
What
you,
we
Ms.
can do-
Gall. I'm sorry to cut you off for your overtime. If I can ask you to make sure you submit your full testimony for the record.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Scott Goldstein?
Anyways, Tom Pengelly. Hi. Okay, sorry, I'm having to call in from the phone here. Good afternoon. As a former high school teacher who spent a decade educating and caring for my students as whole people, I feel I can say with confidence that the strategies that have been employed in the name of safety, from youth curfews to sports game prohibitions, are not, as some have said, band-aids. These strategies don't stop the flow of blood. They are in fact drawing blood. They aren't temporarily making the situation better, while we also work on long-term solutions. They are in fact making the problem worse. I think the committee and the council have failed to understand how teenagers in particular need a sense of agency and power. It's a stage of life where you are nearing adulthood and searching for independence, and the more adults try to control you, the more you will resist and search for opportunities to claim your power. The more we say you can't to things young people deserve a yes to, like the simple ability to be free in their city with their friends, the less we will like what they choose to do instead. This is a time when so many in our community feel powerless, but community members and organizations are doing everything in our capacity to build power, to give the community a sense of agency to fight back. But the approach towards youth has been to rob them of their power. I know that if we want safety, the approaches that work best will be to invest in programs that give young people a feeling of control over their own destiny, their days, their movement, their fun, their decisions about their future. That's why programs like Black Swan, Critical Exposure, Mikvah Challenge, Young Women's Project, and so many others work. They give young people real power. That's why athletics is so good for young people. They develop identity and they feel part of something. Curfews make young people feel not wanted and not part of our city, and that will always produce less safety. They will, as natural human reaction, respond by trying to claim places as their own and reclaim power. If we want to understand teen takeovers, you have to analyze how to give young people control and power at the age they yearn for it most. It is truly unfathomable to me that at this point, after months of terror inflicted by federal forces on our neighbors, this committee still hasn't held a hearing explicitly on overseeing and holding accountable local agencies for collaborations with this threat. For anyone who believes that this is more adult or rational as a choice to make the situation worse, I'd call on you to reflect on how that strategy has done nothing over the past 6 months to ease the pain of the status quo on neighbors. We hear this administration say that boundaries for young people are an act of love as you clamp down on youth, but refuse to enforce boundaries on our local agencies, acting in direct defiance of DC values and the law. Chairwoman Pinto, I know you are working to propose measures that commute views as proactive ways to keep young people engaged and safe. But we need you and all council member to use your full power and to move proactive strategies developed with young people and not for them, with as much urgency and vigor as you have moved to punish young people for the actions of just a few of them. We need swift movement on universal out-of-school time funding. We need recreation centers in every ward with expanded hours. We need more funding for mentorship programs. And we need you to find ways to break the bureaucratic hurdles to get dollars to community-based organizations, many of whom don't have nonprofit status. And while you do all of that, we need proactive investments in rich experiential learning for young people that keep them engaged in school and expand their sense of the possible. We'll expect that of you in the coming budget. We need you to give young people more power and more agency. And I will repeat again, the solutions that have been proposed so far, in particular the curfew, they are not stopping the flow of blood. They are in fact drawing more blood. They are causing more violence. To not do so is to give more people power and agency. That is what our young people need, and that is where your efforts should be focused. Thank you.
Thank you. Sabrina Beatty Romero.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for the opportunity to testify. My name is Sabrina Beatty Romero, and I'm a teacher in Ward 5. I'm here today in my personal capacity as a concerned resident. I have lived and worked in DC for 11 years, and I have never felt unsafe in my daily life here. That is, until August of this year, when the federal occupation brought psychological terror to our city and its residents. I have been a direct witness of how MPD has worked directly with federal immigration enforcement to rip families apart. I'm here to call on the committee to end this brutal cooperation that has fundamentally traumatized too many people in this city. I'm a mandated reporter, and I'm here to report that in our city every day, masked men from the government are kidnapping our people, terrorizing our youth, and leaving our children vulnerable. As an ally and witness to our immigrant families in DC that have been targeted, it is important for me that you all hear directly from residents that are not able to speak for themselves. I will be sharing 2 stories today that I have anonymized and translated into English. Here's the first one. At the end of August of this year, I was getting ready to leave for church and knew my husband was waiting outside for me by the car. I have 5 small children, and as many parents know, it takes a while to get everyone ready and out the door. When I stepped out of my apartment building, I saw that my husband's car window had been broken, and he was being hauled away by masked men. I had to shield my children from this scene, and they are forever traumatized by this experience. My husband has no criminal record, and he's still in detention 5 months later. We rely on him financially and emotionally, and now my 5 children, who are all U.S. citizens, may be evicted from the only home they know. We are all suffering, and we don't know what to do. Here's the second story. It was October 17th. My husband left for work like every day, and out of nowhere, I surrounded his van and told him to get out. Then they handcuffed him and took him away and practically forced him to sign for his deportation. They didn't give my husband any options and blocked his exits. It's really difficult because ICE agents don't care about anything. My husband told them he has 2 small children. He begged the ICE agents not to deport him, but they said that didn't matter to them. It's very sad. The children keep asking about their father, and I don't know how to explain it to them because they're so little and don't understand what's happening. And now I still don't know what to do. These stories are only 2 of the hundreds of people who have been impacted. What I hope the DC Council takes away from these stories is that you have a direct responsibility to address the harms caused and to stop this trauma from continuing to occur every day. It is a public safety issue when families are being ripped apart and children no longer feel safe. I'm asking, and our neighbors, friends, and families are asking for you to call on the mayor to end MPD collaboration with federal immigration authorities and for the chair to hold an oversight hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for your testimony and for sharing those stories. So we have them on the record at this hearing. That will all be part of the record as we continue to make that clear. Okay, we're going to call our next panel, Eric Heller, Nancy Leon, Shane Sullivan, Abigail McNaughton, Kishan Puta, Vanessa Lopez, Bianca Palmisano, Mary Calhoun. As a reminder, if you can please accept your invitation to join as a panelist. Okay, we will begin with Shane Sullivan, public witness. Shane Sullivan, are you here? Okay, we will turn to Bianca Palmisano.
Hello, Chairperson Pinto and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Bianca Palmisano. I'm a nurse and a Ward 1 resident here to testify about the urgent human rights crisis happening in DC. I want to draw attention to MPD's continued collaboration with federal immigration and customs enforcement and the impact this unsanctioned work is having on my community. I have spent the majority of my career in DC serving people directly threatened by ICE's presence, Latina people and recent immigrants, unhoused people, and people generally at the economic margins. ICE agents are a frequent presence in my home neighborhood of Columbia Heights. They have set up checkpoints on adjacent streets, harassed my patients, and kidnapped my neighbors, all with the support and encouragement of the Metropolitan Police Department. The Bondi order requesting MPD assistance with immigration enforcement expired on September 10th, but Mayor Bowser chose to continue to conduct joint enforcement. My patients and clients are afraid to take their kids to school, to attend doctor's appointments, and to go to the grocery store, knowing that an ICE agent or DC officer may decide that today they look like a target. There's simply no reason for this ongoing collaborative arrangement between ICE and DC agencies. Over 80% of DC residents oppose the presence of federal forces in DC. We know that we are perfectly capable of keeping our own city safe and that our immigrant neighbors are not the problem. I'm calling on you, Chairperson Pinto, and on the committee as a whole to end MPD ICE collaboration, including police joint traffic and street enforcement with federal immigration agents. I also call on you to rescind the Chief of Police's order, that's Executive Order number 25-005, permitting data investigation for ICE, transporting ICE officers, and transporting individuals for release to ICE. We do not need to invite ICE's incursion into our communities. We don't need to be their chauffeurs, their researchers, their rental wardens. We're safer without ICE. And lastly, I cannot stress this enough. I am desperate for this committee to realize that true safety comes from taking care of people's basic needs, not threatening, attacking, and incarcerating them. I charge that if you truly care about keeping DC safe, you would redirect the excessive financial resources we invest in punitive law enforcement towards housing, healthcare coverage, food subsidies, and public transit infrastructure, all critical services that became tough choices during budget cuts. When you invest in these services, when you invest in the services that residents need instead of brutalizing them, you'll see that our community gets safer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Reverend Angela Tyler Williams.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto and the rest of the committee. My name is Reverend Angela Tyler Williams. I'm a resident of Ward 1 in Columbia Heights. I worship at St. Columba's Episcopal Church in Ward 3, and I am a clergy member of Washington Interfaith Network. I'm here testifying on public safety because as a Christian, my faith compels me to love my neighbor as myself. And I have not seen our city loving our neighbors and residents well, particularly from the government and from the police. On Friday, September 5th at 10:30 p.m., I was walking down 14th Street Northwest when I saw 6 cars, 2 MPD, 1 Secret Service, and 3 unmarked cars descend on a small intersection at Fairmont Street Northwest. What in the world was happening to warrant this level of response? I took out my phone to start recording and watched as all of these officers, both uniformed and ununiformed, got out and then got back into their vehicles and tried not to stumble over themselves as they backed out of this tiny intersection without hitting each other, because 6 cars at that intersection is completely absurd. After they sped away, I walked up to my neighbors, a group of Black young adults gathered on the sidewalk, having a cookout. I introduced myself and asked if everyone was okay. And they told me, my neighbors told me that yes, they were fine, but they knew that this group was going to be back in an hour to harass them again. I watched that convoy drive up and down 14th Street. But my neighbors invited me to the cookout and offered me a hot dog. My neighbors loved me as they love themselves. Now, thankfully, this encounter ended without a detention, arrest, or shooting, but we have heard so many other stories today with a tragically different outcome. Loving our neighbors as ourselves means wanting safety, health, and thriving for all residents of this city, not just the wealthy or white ones. I want dignity for our unhoused neighbors, our migrant neighbors, and our Black youth neighbors. If you want to serve the city, you must serve every person, every resident, every neighbor of this city. So I call on this committee and I call on the council to end the collaboration between MPD and ICE. Repeal Chief's Order 25-005. We still have home rule. So I call on the council to use your power to hold a hearing to account for the abuse, law breaking, and behavior of both MPD and federal agencies. I call on the council to address public safety at the root cause level, maybe that public health level, not through permanent curfews that criminalize our Black and brown youth neighbors. We need homes, not handcuffs, communities, not curfews, support, not surveillance, accountability, not anonymity. We need oversight, not impunity. And that is how this city will love all our neighbors as ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend. Catrice Turner.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto, council members and council staff. My name is Catrice Turner. I'm a native Washingtonian, current Ward 5 resident, and I serve as a paid citywide board member. Additionally, I currently serve as the Chief of Family and Community Engagement at Monument Academy Public Charter School in Ward 7. But my favorite title is mom to my 4 sons, TJ and Justin, who are high schoolers at McKinley, and Devin and Carter, who go to Mount Elementary. So today I'm here as a parent deeply committed to the success of DC students. To ensure all of our students can excel, we must ensure that they are safe both physically and mentally. An integral part of ensuring our students' emotional safety is access to school-based mental health supports. Proper school-based mental health support is key to public safety, creating proactive opportunities to identify and address emotional and behavioral needs prior to crisis. When there is intentional intervention, trauma-informed care, and consistent therapeutic supports, students are more likely to develop healthy coping skills to help regulate their emotions and thus can engage more positively with their peers and caregivers and educators. School violence will decrease, incidents of bullying decrease, and a sense of true community increases. It is true that comprehensive mental health support stabilizes communities by diminishing the likelihood of untreated mental health challenges transgressing into substance abuse, community conflict, or run-ins with law enforcement. So investing in school-based mental health support is not just an educational priority, it is a proactive public safety strategy. So as my fellow parent leaders have and will share, due to clinician vacancies, DC's plan to staff every school with a full-time licensed mental health professional was scaled back. Just 158 of 264 campuses currently have at least one licensed clinician. 70 schools have none. 21 positions remain unfilled. The Department of Behavioral Health's comprehensive plan moves away from the goal of having one clinician in each school to 4 different service models, including a cluster-based model, which we're unsure will be beneficial. This would limit access to school-based mental health support for students. My family's experience right now underscores how urgent the need for school-based mental health supports. My 15-year-old son was just diagnosed with a chronic kidney disease. It has been bad, but for him, but it has also been detrimental to his brothers who, because they are not the ill child, because they may not have high-level IEPs or 504s, are not able to access any mental health supports that they desperately need. Unfortunately, access to timely school-based mental health services for them has been extremely challenging. For children like mine coping with serious illness, medical treatments, hospitalizations, emotional stress, and family trauma, having consistent on-site mental health support at school is not optional, it's essential. Our students across the city are under amounts of stress that we cannot fully fathom. And I think our system, when it comes to school-based mental health and public safety, are based upon the Flintstones lifestyle when our children are living in a Jetsons world. Many students across the district noted on recent panorama surveys that their sense of belonging is declining. When they do not feel that they belong, their instinct for survival kicks in. So as we think through how to make our communities the safest they can be, we must think through the role mental health and access plays. And I just applaud you for what you're trying to do. And I think that if we all commit to mental health supports, that will transgress into the public safety that we are all longing for. I thank you for your time, and I will be available to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you so much. Commissioner Kishan Putta.
Chair Pinto, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for fitting me in. Thanks to your for holding the hearing and to your staff for all their work on this. I'm glad we're holding it. I reviewed some of the bills that you have for this for review in this hearing. They largely look pretty good to me personally. I am testifying on my own today, but my family attends Hyde Addison Elementary School on O Street in Georgetown, which I know you know well, Chair Pinto. My son is a second grader there, and we do want more families to live near the school and attend the school. But there was a very unfortunate incident a month ago. What was reported by migrant advocates was that there was a federal raid. DC police didn't say that they didn't know about it. I spoke with them. They didn't have any advance notice, but it was literally about 75 meters from our son's elementary school. It is where other families of Hyde Addison had lived previously. Luckily, they weren't there for this raid, but it was apparently before sunrise, doors knocked down and people taken, people sent for deportation, Venezuelan neighbors of ours. And this is right in the heart of the Georgetown Commercial District and right next to our son's school. And so I'm here because my constituents and fellow parents of the school are were horrified that this would happen so close to school and make everybody nervous in the neighborhood. We want, as to echo the Reverend who just testified, we want DC to stop cooperating with ICE, and we want more investigations and information about things like this that are happening, the terror that's happening in our communities. If you have any information on that incident, Chair Pinto, I know I should have contacted you directly, but please share it with ANC2E, with me, with Hyde Addison. Parents really want to know what happened. Are they still in danger? There was an incident just this morning at the same location, and traffic was snarled up, and people had rumors of a police action there. I've been trying to find out. It's been very hard as commissioners to know what's going on in our own communities. This has never happened to us before. We've been able to find out. I know it's frustrating for you too, but we need your help to keep our community safe and to keep people calm when things like this happen, and the best way to do that is information. We don't have the information. Please help us get the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for raising that. We'll certainly follow up with you and see what more we can try to get from the agencies. Thank you.
Sure.
Shane Sullivan, public witness.
Hi, thank you. Sorry for earlier. I was having issues with my computer, but good afternoon. My name is Shane Sullivan, and I'm a Ward 4 resident, harm reductionist, abolitionist, but most importantly today, a community member testifying in solidarity with my Black and Brown neighbors who have experienced escalated terror under the false flag of public safety since the onset of the ongoing federal occupation led by a fascist administration whose foot soldiers have, according to a Washington Post article published actually today, kidnapped over 1,100 migrant community members in DC since August, 932 of whom the federal government's own data reveals had no pending charges or criminal record whatsoever. And I hesitate to even make that distinction there because criminal records are not my personal litmus test as to whether someone is a good or ethical person, because crime is a social construct whose measurement in DC is largely determined by MPD. And it's just one example. You won't find within MPD statistics the 8 deaths of civilians this year, largely through police seemingly lacking any ability whatsoever to de-escalate a situation without shooting a gun at civilians and murdering them. Given the overwhelming number of victims of MPD's gun violence have been Black, we see again how crime is socially constructed, and the role of policing is to uphold racial capitalism, not to protect and serve. The role of policing in this country originated with slave catching and wealthy business owners convincing the governments of local municipalities to establish a publicly funded police force to intimidate, harass, and often kill labor rights activists during strikes. I testified earlier this year alongside many others, and we had a simple request that, of course, was ignored again. In a fiscal year wherein the council voted for an austerity budget slashing social services citywide, do not increase police funding because we anticipated something like this federal occupation occurring. Rather than hold MPD accountable, as this committee is supposedly tasked to do, Councilmember Pinto, alongside other council members, continue to gaslight the public regarding the continued collaboration with ICE and HSI. And it's not just the council. Why has the mayor been allowed, alongside Chief Smith, to repeatedly lie when faced with video evidence of continued collaboration of MPD with ICE in clear violation of DC's Sanctuary Values Amendment Act? I know that I'm out of time. I live on the perimeter of Fort Worth and Columbia Heights, and I have so many stories that I could speak to regarding the roving agents and their human rights abuses. But I'll just say that we are failing our migrant neighbors, and everyone complicit in this occupation right now are engaging in a politic of white supremacy, and that is beyond shameful. End ICE's illegal occupation with MPD, end this occupation as DC residents have overwhelmingly and repeatedly demanded. Thank you.
Shane. Kristen Barden. Executive Director, Adams Morgan Partnership Bid.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Kristen Barden, and I am the Executive Director of the Adams Morgan Partnership, or the AMP Bid. In my role here for the last 17 years and life in DC since 1994, I've attended and organized more than 40 special events with road closures. I'm here to express support for the Vehicular Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act of 2025. We appreciate the Council's leadership in advancing standardized safety requirements for temporary street closures, an issue that directly impacts our community's ability to host public events safely, confidently, and at a reasonable expense. Why Adams Morgan invested in high standard barriers. In the years following several high-profile vehicle ramming attacks here in DC, in the US, and abroad, the AMP Bid engaged in a hard look at our own vulnerabilities. Adams Morgan is a neighborhood defined by vibrant street life, farmers markets, pedestrian-only activations, festivals, nightlife, and cultural events that bring thousands of people into the public realm. In 2021 and 2022, as MPD and HCMA began advising district stakeholders to consider higher grade protective infrastructure, the Adams Morgan Partnership Bid made the decision to invest in Meridian brand Archer 1200 barriers, a type of mobile vehicle mitigation system capable of stopping hostile or accidental vehicle incursions. And I know Peter Whitford from Meridian testified on this earlier today. We did this for a simple reason. The safety of the public on our streets should not depend on ad hoc solutions or improvised equipment. We were fortunate to receive a Streets for the People grant from the DC Office of Planning, which paid for these barriers and the trailers on which they are transported. These barriers were funded, acquired, and deployed well before any regulatory mandate because our community felt a responsibility to set a standard. The investment has proved essential as the number and scale of public events has grown in Adams Morgan. How the barriers are used today. The AMP Bid currently deploys Meridian barriers during recurring temporary street closures, including the twice annual Adams Morgan Porch Fest music festival with the support of MPD. However, MPD does place police cruisers in front of the barriers, for which reduces the barrier's effectiveness. That behavior should be eliminated for the barriers to function as designed. The barriers are stored, transported, and installed by trained personnel in coordination with MPD and event security teams. Their reliability has become an integral part of our event planning process and our community's trust in public safety management. The Adams Morgan Partnership bid is proud that our meridian barriers already meet or exceed the key testing and certification standards referenced in the bill. These include the ASTM F2656, IWA 14, PAS 68, and the Safety Act designation qualification. These standards are not trivial checkboxes. They are rigorous performance-based tests that evaluate how barriers behave under real-world impact, including vehicle speed, mass, penetration distance, debris behavior, and system stability. Importantly, meridian barriers are engineered for rapid deployment, which
Ms.
is
Barden,
essential.
I'm so sorry to cut you off, but you're over time. If I can ask that you submit your full testimony so we have it in writing.
Sure. Yep, I did yesterday.
Great. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you.
Vanessa Lopez, President, DC Latino Caucus.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Vanessa Lopez, and I'm the current president of the DC Latino Caucus. The caucus serves to get more Latinos involved in the political process here in the district, as well as advocating for Latinos' rights and needs. Today, I'm here to talk about the urgent human rights crisis happening here in DC. Today, as mentioned earlier from one of the people testifying, the Washington Post published an article citing that more than 80% of immigrants arrested in DC this year had no prior criminal record. That was over 1,000 individuals, the article goes on to mention, that were arrested. This means that plenty of these individuals were targeted based on the color of their skin, the language they speak, and the job occupation they have, which is an unjust act of discrimination. This has led to an immense fear in our Latino communities. Families are not going to school, people are leaving the district, or live in constant fear. While a federal judge recently blocked the Trump administration from making immigration arrests without warrants or probable cause, how can we trust that this will happen? How can we, as district residents, be sure the MPD is still not collaborating and cooperating with ICE agents over arrests in the future? Which, by the way, is a direct violation of our Sanctuary Values Act that we should be proud to uphold. I also want to express we as the DC Latino Caucus are frustrated and disappointed over the lack of action from you, Councilmember Pinto, and the council at large over protecting our DC residents who are integral to the backbone and DNA of our community here in DC. Why are you complicit, Councilmember Pinto, in the attack on our community members? The abuses done to our community members in the name of scapegoating from this presidential administration. Our community has been ignored and not cared for, and this federal overreach we are seeing has been frustrating and traumatic on all of us, and we demand accountability. Specifically, the DC Latino Caucus demands you schedule a public hearing with MPD to hold them accountable over their harmful interactions with federal agencies. We also demand that MPD cease their collaboration and cooperation with ICE and other federal agencies attacking our Latino and migrant neighbors. The caucus is thankful that Councilmember Nadeau held a public hearing earlier this year to hear from community members over their frustration over the violation of human rights on our Latino and migrant neighbors. We look forward to the legislation she proposes next week to address DC government's response, and we hope you consider supporting and collaborating with Councilmember Nadeau on this. Thank you for the ability to speak, and our group looks forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Coroy. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Sure. Yeah, Christine Corey. Hi. Sorry, one second. Hello, Chair Pinto and committee members. My name is Christine Corey, and I was born and raised in DC. I recently moved back here and have been living in Ward 5 for the past 2 years. So returning to my hometown at such a tumultuous time in our history, both locally and nationally, has been, quite frankly, heartbreaking. So today I am testifying to stand with DC's immigrant community against ICE and against MPD collaboration with ICE. And I want to be very clear, MPD and ICE are harming our communities through an unlawful collaboration that needs to end. The intimidation and kidnapping faced by our immigrant neighbors amount to nothing short of a human rights crisis. The violence of ICE's actions does not just extend to those whom ICE has harassed or taken directly, but also ripples throughout our communities, causing further damage. I have heard so many stories from neighbors and friends that I perhaps naively never would have thought possible in my city. I spoke with one woman who has had 6 of her family members detained by ICE. I have met so many families who have lost their primary breadwinner due to detentions and are now facing housing insecurity, food insecurity, or both. In this season, when we all want to be spending time with our families, so many of our neighbors are not only missing loved ones around the table, but are not sure where their next meal is coming from. To add insult to injury, I suspect most of us in attendance today have at least seen some fraction of the abundant video evidence showing MPD collusion with federal agents, turning our neighbors over to them, sometimes even as they are begging for help. At a recent ANC meeting, MPD Lieutenant Karen Roberts testified to MPD collaboration with federal partners, including ICE, through something called the DC Safe Initiative. None of this keeps us safe. There is a lot of work that needs to be done, but I will limit myself to 3 actionable demands. 1, end MPD ICE collaboration. 2, make all data that has been shared with ICE and the Federal Task Force public. And 3, while I am very thankful for the opportunity we have been given to testify today, my most urgent demand is that a hearing take place where MPD leadership is present and held accountable and can answer the community's questions around their destructive collaboration with federal agents. Thank you.
Thank you. And as a reminder, MPD will be here soon for today's public hearing. So just want to remind everybody of that, as well as many other government witnesses. Okay. Carla Reed Witt, parent leader from PAVE, Parents Amplifying Voices in Education.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Can you
Go
hear
ahead.
me? Okay,
Yes, I can.
I can't get my camera to work. All right. Hello, Councilmember Pinto and other council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. According to the DC Council website, the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety is responsible for matters related to civil and criminal justice systems, including public safety issues and violence reductions. I assert that school-based mental health is a matter related to civil and criminal justice systems, including public safety issues and violence reduction. Some years ago, I served as an in-school suspension coordinator at an elementary school. The elementary school had their fair share of fights, and kids were sent to me. A lot of the fights occurred when a class was in transition. The teacher was either at the beginning or the end of the line and could not have her eyes on the entire class every moment. The fight would start in a blind spot, for example, on a stairwell landing. After a while, it became clear to me that the root cause for most of the fights was a lack of trust among students. The students did not feel that the adults in the schools would protect them, so they protected themselves. When a student was sent to me, I'd ask, why didn't you tell someone you were having a problem? They'd say, I did. I told my teacher and she didn't do anything. It took me the entire school year to win the students' trust that if they told me there was a problem, I would address it. It might take me a couple of days, but when I came to a class and pulled a student, the other students knew why and that they could trust me to get to the bottom of things. They didn't have to take care of it themselves. What happened with the kids in that elementary school is a micro example of what is happening with kids all over the city. Youth do not trust us to protect them, so they are taking matters into their own hand. Kids are not coming to school because they do not trust us to keep them safe. Kids are carrying weapons because they do not trust us to keep them safe. Students are fighting because they don't trust us to keep them safe. They just act without thought. The lack of feeling safe triggers the emotional areas of the brain, and they don't think or pause long enough to seek support. Research shows that when youth feel unsafe, especially when they have witnessed community violence, they are more likely to carry a weapon for self-defense. By addressing root causes of student trauma and destructive behavior, effective school-based mental health programs reduce school violence and aggression, divert youth from the criminal justice system, and reduces substance abuse. School-based mental health is a protective factor for public safety, and we must make sure that our program is effective. The minimum requirement for school-based mental health programs should be at least one clinician per school. The new DBH Comprehensive Behavioral Health Plan should supplement, not supplant, the system we currently have by providing support to schools for which we have not yet found a clinician. We need at least one clinician in every school and to provide a robust Tier 1 prevention program at every school. That is how we move from increasing public safety for one student to increasing public safety for the community. School-based behavioral health is an integral part of a youth safety program and violence disruption. Clinicians are needed to treat trauma before it escalates to the community. The cost of a full-time clinician in every school is dwarfed by the social and economic cost of untreated mental health conditions. At least one clinician per school is a cost-efficient investment in public safety. School-based behavioral health is the most effective long-term violence reduction strategy for DC. I submitted a longer testimony. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you very much. And it's a very important issue and certainly something I'm working with my colleagues on to make sure that it can be sufficiently funded. I hear you on the intersection with public safety. Certainly, it's not in this committee, unfortunately, but we'll continue to work with our colleagues on that because I agree it's vital. Kiana Lamons, parent leader, PAVE, Parents Amplifying Voices in Education.
Good afternoon, Councilman Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Kiana Lamont, and I'm a paid parent leader and Ward 7 resident. I'm here today to speak about the crucial connection between our children's safety, their learning environment, and their mental health. When thinking about public safety, we must address our student mental and physical safety. Today, you have heard from paid parent leaders about the importance of access to mental health support. This support is essential to ensuring our students can thrive. I think about the positive impact to mental health support will have in my son's clever life as he works to manage his anxiety. A clinician can help play a role in helping my son learn self-regulate, manage his emotion, and get back to a stable state of mind so he can be the best version of himself. If we make it more difficult for our children to access support, we will be missing a crucial piece of the public safety puzzle. For me as an individual, I also want to call attention to the importance of students' physical safety. My commitment to this issue is deeply personal. I am a parent of an 11-year-old special needs child who relies on government-provided transportation managed by Aussie State of Superintendent of Education. This service, which contract companies like Tab B, is supposed to be a safe, reliable lifeline for our most vulnerable students. However, on multiple occasions, the reality has been the opposite. The contracted bus staff from Tag B have dropped my son and other special needs students off at school only to immediately leave them outside in the cold, locked out of the building. My son, due to his special need, is left in an unsafe and highly vulnerable position. When this first occurred, I called the Aussie Parent Call Center to file a formal complaint, expecting immediate action and concern. The response I received was profoundly disturbing and frankly unacceptable. The Aussie staff member stated the school should have had someone outside to receive the students, implying the transportation company had no further responsibility. They further rationalized the driver behavior by citing the bus staff need to use the bathroom and the schools do not allow them inside. This response demonstrates a catastrophic failure of oversight. The Aussie staff members shown absolutely no concern for the unsafe environment they normally leave our special needs children in. This is not about a quick drop off. This is about willfully neglected and leaving vulnerable children locked outside in cold temperature. Even after the conversation, the contractor company Tag B continued the exact same unsafe behavior. How can we expect these children or other students to feel safe enough to engage in learning or benefit from mental health services when the very system responsible for safe passage to and from school repeatedly fails them? The safety failure by contractor Vineyard and lack of concern from RC staff directly undermine all efforts to promote safe-based mental health. I urge the committee to support access to mental health support and to work to ensure that RCDOT is ensuring safety of our children they transport. Thank you for your opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing that story. Nagiri Azua, Erase the Gang Database Coalition.
Chairman Pinto and present members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety,
My name is Ngari Azella, and I'm here on behalf of the Erase the Database DC Coalition, a coalition of community organizations and individuals working to dismantle the DC gang database, a discriminatory surveillance tool used by DC's MPD to target Black and Latina people, youth, and public housing residents in the DMV area. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. DC is in a moment of crisis. Since the federal takeover began, CourtWatch DC has kept track of the massive increase in arrests, arraignments, charges, and pretrial detention. Arrests per day have increased by 21%. Arraignments have increased by 59%. Pretrial detention requests by prosecutors have increased by 70%. And all these harms continue to disproportionately fall on Black and Brown Washingtonians. Black Washingtonians account for a staggering 85% of those arrested, despite representing only 40% of DC. The disproportionate impact on Black Washingtonians is nothing new. MPD stop and frisk data from 2023 to 2024 shows that 71.6% of those those stopped by MPD were Black. When it comes to juveniles, the numbers are even worse. Of the nearly 9,000 juveniles that were stopped that year, 86.2% were Black. Extending the youth curfew only adds fuel to the fire and gives more reason for federal law enforcement to harass our youth. Black youth are disproportionately affected by curfews. Hotspot curfews, such as the ones the council is trying to extend, are especially likely to target Black youth more. Nor are curfews effective in reducing crimes. Comprehensive meta-studies show that curfews on average result in a slight increase in crime. Aggressive policing of low-level offenses and broken windows policies only further harms of youth. Extending the youth curfew is a recipe for more pretextual stops and arrests and further unnecessary contact with law enforcement. The curfew excludes youth from public life through criminalization that puts their lives at risk. We at the EDDC have seen how pervasive the criminalization of youth is. As of September 2021, 19% of DC's gang database was made up of youth, most of whom are Black. 44% of those in the database were under the age of 24. We do not have updated numbers. These had to be clawed out of MPD. Youth are labeled gang members for normal teenage behavior, hanging out with friends, dressing like one another, and giving your group a nickname. Whether or not you are a gang member for these sorts of activities come down to one question: are you poor and Black? The effects of being on the database are tremendous. Youth that are sentenced and are placed on the database may face additional charges or prison time. The Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services may take you away from your community placements due to safety concerns from alleged gang associations. Police contact ramps this up. None of these things actually make our youth safe. The youth curfew does more of the same. Instead of tactics to criminalize, DC ought to implement policies that our youth have called for time and time again, providing access to safe spaces for youth at night and on weekends, providing mental health and housing support citywide, and protecting our sanctuary status so that communities are not ripped apart. As many others have said here, DC does not need more force, it needs more care. That is true for our youth, our immigrant communities, our unhoused neighbors, and all other Washingtonians who are suffering. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Danielle Efrain-Fries, Chair, Public Safety and Health Committee, ANC 5F.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Pinto and members of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Council today. My name is Daniel Ehrenpreis. I am the Chair of ANC 5F's Public Safety and Health Committee. As a career public health professional, I'm testifying in ambivalent and conditional support of B2652, Evidence-Based Gun Violence Reduction and Prevention Act of 2025, and strongly against B26461, Juvenile Curfew Amendment Act of 2025. On January 28, 2024, ANC 5F unanimously passed a resolution letter to DC leaders to address gun violence through coordinated comprehensive strategy. Additionally, ANC 5F has been championing this resolution letter to be passed in other ANCs across the city. As of this hearing, this resolution letter has been passed in 8 ANCs through 5 different wards and is actively being considered in 8 more ANCs. I've submitted this resolution for the record. There are some aspects of B2652 that are well aligned with our resolutions, such as the push to implement a comprehensive and coordinated strategy through the establishment of a group violence intervention initiative. But this bill lacks many of the evidence-based, community-centric public health approaches that have been shown to prevent and reduce gun violence across the nation in cities such as Baltimore, Indianapolis, and St. Louis. Disappointingly, the strategies researched and outlined in the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform's 2022 Gun Violence Reduction Strategic Plan, which was commissioned by DC, are not even fully considered in this bill. Mainly, there's little to no emphasis in this bill to prioritize building community relationships and trust, especially through a fully funded violence interrupter program that is proactively addressing violent crime in our neighborhoods. According to the Center for American Progress, the implementation of violence interruption programs were associated with significant decreases in gun-related incidences in cities that implement this approach, including a 22% decline in non-fatal shootings in Baltimore, a 63% decrease in gun shooting victimization in South Bronx, New York, and a 43% reduction in gun-related deaths and assaults in Richmond, California. I'm urging DC Council to please reconsider portions of this bill, such as MPD hiring civilian investigators, and instead replace these provisions with strategies outlined in the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform in their report, with an emphasis on community-centric and equitable practices that prioritize intentionally involving longstanding community leaders, locally elected officials, civic associations, religious and non-religious organizations, and incarcerated and formerly incarcerated neighbors in every phase of the strategy from planning to evaluation. And I know I'm mainly using my time today to talk about B2652, but I do want to briefly emphasize how opposed I am to the Juvenile Curfew Amendment Act of 2025. I urge you, please stop criminalizing youth through policies disguised as beneficial for the community and diverting our tax dollars toward interventions that are not shown to be effective. Our neighbors are dying. Youth are being blamed for multi-generational systemic failures thrust upon them, and our communities are traumatized by the lack of coordinated action. So we know what works. My question is, why have we not taken action to implement effective strategies backed by evidence to prevent gun violence in our communities? Let's invest in what works, start chipping away at the root cause of crime and gun violence, which we all know is inequity and poverty. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mary Calhoun, public witness.
Hi, sorry, I'm here. I'm also teaching, so I'm stepping out for a second. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on public safety. My name is Mary Calhoun. I live in Ward 4 and teach in Ward 5 at the same school my own children attend. Today, I am here to tell you about a disturbing recent incident I witnessed involving Metropolitan Police officers cooperating with federal agents. One September day after Trump's federal emergency had long ended, school had just finished and I had picked up my own kids from their classes. We were just passing time on the playground when we heard that law enforcement officers were on the other side of the school, likely arresting someone for immigration-related reasons. Out of concern, I approached the scene while video recording. When I arrived, I saw several officers from multiple agencies working together: FBI, HSI, MPD, and some others too far away for me to read their jackets. They and several police cars were surrounding two men who were handcuffed and seated in the street. As I approached from a distance, one MPD officer yelled to me that simply by being present and, quote, distracting him, I was, quote, interfering with the scene. He moved toward me aggressively and demanded that I move to a specific location. Otherwise, he said he would arrest me. Although I knew I was doing nothing unlawful and was within my rights to observe and record a police encounter in a public space, I felt scared for my safety. The officer used his authority to intimidate me and anyone nearby from witnessing the arrest. In that moment, I was scared for my own safety, that of my family, and that of the families of children at my school. We saw MPD officers hand one of the arrested men to a masked federal agent who put the man in an unmarked car. They refused to answer questions of why the men were being arrested or where they were being taken. The fear that we all felt in that moment hasn't left any of us. MPD and local law enforcement are not meeting the requirements of the DC Human Rights Act. DC must revisit and fully enforce sanctuary city status. Local law enforcement cooperation with federal agents must end. No one is safe when our local police help kidnap our community members. Thank you.
Wow. Well, thank you so much. And thank you for making the time in the middle of your teaching day. We would love to follow up with you about that incident. If there's any more kind of details that you'd feel comfortable sharing with us about the date and time, we'll follow up with you so that we can
Yes, I'd love
look into that.
to give more information. Sure.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry about that experience. We are going to turn to Madhvi Bal.
Hi, Chair Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Madhvi Bell, and I'm a core organizer with Migrant Solidarity Mutual Aid, or MISMA. I'm deeply frustrated to be here today giving testimony about MPD's collaboration with federal agents for the second time in 2 months. In fact, parts of my testimony are the same as last time, given that the council has done absolutely nothing to change things since the previous hearing. Since January, MISMA has operated a 24/7 ICE emergency hotline. In August, when the expanded occupation of DC began, overnight, MISMA's hotline became the emergency hotline for all federal law enforcement activity. Since August 11th, our hotline has fielded 5,642 incoming calls from community members. For context, in the preceding 115 days, we received 1,130. Many of these calls are from community members reporting detentions, often involving both federal agents and MPD. In fact, none of this would be possible without MPD's full-throated collaboration. In September alone, community members reported 65 incidents, resulting in 71 detentions where both MPD and federal law enforcement were present. At least 36 of those detentions happened after the emergency ended. Since September, we've received at minimum 50 reports of detentions involving MPD and federal agents a month. The data is clear. It is DC policy and the DC government that are harming our community by allowing this continued collaboration and by abdicating your responsibility to your constituents. The collaboration is not the only role the DC government has played in this increased carcerality. For years, you have enacted policies and passed legislation that have been exploited by MPD and the feds to further harm DC residents. Some recent examples includes the feds capitalizing on youth curfews that you now want to expand to target Black youth, or teaming up with Metro Transit Police to target Black and brown neighbors at metro stations under the guise of fare evasion, or engaging in dangerous high-speed chases that have put multiple people in the hospital. This was all made possible because of bills like Secure DC, passed by this council last year and championed by you, Councilmember Pinto. This is exactly what happens when you expand criminalization and supercharge enforcement, whether it is at the local or at the federal level. Finally, it is easy for y'all to throw up your hands and say it's a federal issue, it's out of our control. I reject that excuse. I am an ordinary resident with a full-time job and no special powers granted to me by the state. Yet my comrades and I built our power through MISMA. And like hundreds of other DC community members, we spend every day fighting for our neighbors' dignity and freedom, using every tool we have available to us and creating new ones when there are no tools available. If we can do this as regular folks in our free time, you can do it as an elected official during your working hours. Council members, the time is now. End the collaboration, stop criminalizing our communities. I urge you to dig deep and find the courage to stand with DC residents fighting for each other rather than cower behind us. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Falcon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. My name is Elizabeth Falcon. I'm the Executive Director of DC Jobs with Justice. DC Jobs with Justice has a long history of fighting for an inclusive and welcoming district, including the passage and protection of the Sanctuary Values Act, the implementation of special purpose driver's license, high quality language access, among many other things. Additionally, we conduct Know Your Rights trainings for district residents to inform people of their rights at work and as tenants. Migrants have always been at higher risk of wage theft or illegal housing conditions, but now they face very real danger of being kidnapped at their workplace and confined indefinitely away from their families. These risks have been exacerbated by ongoing collaboration between local and federal law enforcement agencies. District residents are increasingly afraid to leave their homes, access basic services, and engage with local government to resolve problems because they have seen ICE, HSI, or other federal agencies working in collaboration. Losing come stream often means a family's loss of housing, food, and other necessities. Additionally, I am a Ward 4 resident. My daughter is a student at a school that is overwhelmingly made up of immigrant families, a reflection of my Brightwood neighborhood. My family is personally affected by the fear that pervades our neighborhood. My dear friend Rosa no longer takes her kids to the playground, including a rowdy 4-year-old son. Her husband quit his job because his employer started stealing his wages with perceived immunity. And that doesn't even mention the families in my neighborhood whose parents, often fathers and breadwinners, have been grabbed as they get into their vans on their way to work by ICE and other federal agencies in collaboration with MPD. I see an outpouring of support from my neighbors. They raised thousands of dollars in days for my neighbor Jose and celebrated when, because of the many thousands of dollars in lawyers' fees and support of the community, a federal judge ordered his release back to his family just before Thanksgiving. Their family is one of the few lucky ones. My neighbors walk and drive each other's kids to school and maintain a daily stakeout near the elementary schools. They distribute food and up-to-date information. DC government has done much less than my individual neighbors to create a sense of care and protection for our neighbors. We at DC Jobs with Justice echo the other demands that you've heard to end collaboration in every way possible from DC government with these federal agencies. That includes ending MPD ICE collaboration, including police joint traffic and street enforcements, rescinding the Chief of Police's Order 25-005, permitting data investigation of ICE, transporting ICE agents, and transporting individuals for ICE, request and make public all ICE requests to local agencies for assistance and information, and issue DCPS guidance for supporting students and families. I'd like to reiterate the profound loss of trust this collaboration has created for the at-risk members of our community and for the people that I walk my child to school with every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all of our panelists and for all of the actions that many of you are taking every day to look out for one another in this extremely upsetting time that is very clear how wrong it is what the federal government is doing. I want to turn to Councilmember Nadeau, if you're still here. Okay, and I see my at-large colleague, Councilmember Robert White. If you have any statement or questions for this panel, Councilmember White, please go ahead.
Thanks so much, Councilmember Chair Pinto, and thanks to all the witnesses. I don't have any questions. I thought the testimonies were very helpful and profound, and I will be in person by the time we move to our government witnesses. But thank you all for your testimonies.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilmember White. And thank you all again for sharing these stories. I think it is quite clear and quite moving from the vast majority of witnesses who testified today on interactions that they have had or they have seen, particularly with our federal agents, especially with HSI, that has been extremely traumatic and extremely wrong. And I think makes very clear how important it is that we follow the rule of law in Washington, D.C. and in every place across the United States of America. And we will continue doing everything we can every day to protect all of our neighbors and our immigrant communities right now who are especially in a place of tumultuousness and fear, and it is not right. It is bad for all of our public safety goals, and it is bad for our entire system. And so we will continue to explore everything that we can do to prevent this. We are going to take a brief recess and turn to our government witnesses after. So it's 3:12 now. We'll plan to reconvene at 3:30, where we will begin with our government witnesses. Thank you all. All right. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. The time is now 3:58 p.m. We are reconvening this public hearing of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety on several bills under our consideration today, including the Child Fatality Review Committee, Juvenile Curfew Amendment Act, Evidence-Based Gun Violence Reduction and Prevention Act, First Responder Retention Efforts Amendment Act, Vehicular Terrorism Safety and Prevention Amendment Act, as well as public safety in the district, especially in light of the increased federal presence and surge we've seen here. And we heard from over 100 public witnesses already today, most of whom testified around their experiences and concern that they have had with this increased federal presence, especially around immigration-related activities. And those stories were extremely difficult to hear, and more importantly, very difficult to live for many of our community members. And so as we continue to move forward, what we can do in the district with these bills that we're considering, with oversight over our public safety agencies here, we are all committed to doing everything we can to keep all of our residents safe every single day. And clearly, much more needs to be done. And we hope that the federal government is also listening today to understand the very real human impacts and harms that the immigration enforcement and the way they are carrying it forward is affecting our city and our community. We have many government witnesses here before us today. As I mentioned, we have lots of bills. I am disappointed that Chief Smith can't be here today herself, but I am very pleased that Assistant Chief Andre Wright is here, as well as our Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, Lindsay Appiah, and Katya Seminova from the Public Defender Service to speak on behalf of the government as we move forward on these bills. So as you all know, it's the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. If I can ask you to turn your microphones on and raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Great. Thank you all. I'd now like to invite you to make any opening statement you may have. We are beginning our discussion today with the Juvenile Curfew Amendment Act. I will note, since we don't have any government witnesses for the Child Fatality Review Committee Amendment Act from OCME, will be moving forward that bill with written testimony. So I will begin with Katerina Seminova, Special Counsel, the Public Defender Service. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Katerina Seminova, Special Counsel on Policy and Legislation at the Public Defender Service for the District of Columbia. I'm here to testify before the Council on the Juvenile Curfew Amendment Act of 2025. The stated primary purpose of the Juvenile Curfew Amendment Act of 2025 is to address the potential danger and disruption caused by large groups of young people that have previously gathered in areas such as Navy Yard and U Street. However, the permanent curfew law and the expansion of that law as proposed in the Juvenile Curfew Amendment Act would criminalize all youth under age 18 who are doing nothing illegal and nothing even remotely wrong whenever they are out past 11 p.m. The act will allow and in fact likely encourage the detention of young people by any form of law enforcement that is patrolling the metro system. It will subject more youth to arbitrary enforcement and will give the mayor and chief of police unchecked authority to severely curtail the freedom of young people, despite ample criminal laws that already allow police to arrest youth who are committing crimes alone or in groups. The district's permanent curfew law, the version that will exist when the emergency and temporary legislation expire, is written as a prohibition on young people being outside of their homes before 6 a.m., after 11 p.m. on weekdays, and after midnight on weekends, or after midnight in July and August. It applies to youth who are under age 17. The permanent law frames permissible reasons for young people being outside during curfew hours as defenses. The code states it is a defense to prosecution under this subsection that, for example, the minor was accompanied by their parent, was on an errand at the direction of their parent, was working or going to and from work. Other defenses are if the youth was engaging in an official school activity, or an activity run by a civic organization or similar entity. Oddly, it is a defense to be on a bus engaged in interstate travel. So it is a defense to take the bus to or metro to Maryland or Virginia, but it is not a defense to ride the bus or just walk home within DC. Because the law categorizes the permissible purposes for being outside as defenses, law enforcement is able to stop any youth or anyone who looks like they are of curfew age during curfew hours and then ascertain whether a defense applies. Current law, in fact, requires police questioning of youth before taking any enforcement action. The combination of curfew plus numerous defenses and a requirement of police questioning means that a lot of youth and young-looking people can be stopped by law enforcement. This expansive authority to detain young people does nothing to protect them. It only exposes them to non-consensual encounters with federal and local law enforcement by requiring them to provide their defense to being outside during curfew hours. The Juvenile Curfew Amendment Act would expand this authority to detain and question youth by including everyone under age 18, and would further restrict the hours when youth can be outside. The proposed restrictions on all 17-year-olds make no sense. The District of Columbia is home to nearly 20 colleges and universities. A significant number of first-year college students are 17 years old at the beginning of the school year. Should these students be detained on their campuses and forced to provide a defense for why they are outside of their dorm past 11 o'clock on a Saturday? Will they need to prove to law enforcement that they were at a school-sanctioned event or at a job? Studying at the library is not an official school activity and therefore not a defense to a curfew violation. So will their parents need to travel across the country to collect them from a police station? In addition to the potentially thousands of 17-year-old college students, the district likely has thousands of 17-year-old high school graduates. These high school graduates have jobs and responsibilities and should be able to freely move within the district, including going to sporting events, concerts, movies, without having to persuade law enforcement that their actions meet some defense. Again, the issue is law-abiding 17-year-olds. If young people are breaking the law, if they are fighting, destroying property, or engaging in disorderly conduct, law enforcement already has the tools to stop them and prosecute them for these offenses. If the answer to these questions about detaining curfew-violating students at Georgetown University is simply and obviously that they will never be detained for such violations, then it exposes the precise problem with curfew laws. The Juvenile Curfew Amendment Act would criminalize the conduct of every single 17-year-old who is outside after 11 p.m., but law enforcement will only detain a small subset of the teenagers who break the law. The law will encourage selective enforcement, which data shows may be based on race. Information from other jurisdictions and the district's stop and frisk data shows that the council should have real concerns about bias in enforcement of curfew laws. Curfew data from Denver showed that the law was disproportionately enforced against Hispanic youth. Data from Austin showed disproportionate enforcement against Black and Hispanic youth. National data reported by the Sentencing Project showed that in 2011, African-American youth were 269% more likely to be arrested for violating curfew laws than white youth. In addition to the potential for promoting biased enforcement, curfews are also ineffective tools for decreasing youth crime and keeping young people safe. As explained by Austin's assistant police chief, a city that dropped its curfew, we looked at the evidence and it wasn't making an impact on juvenile victimization. A systematic review of research literature on juvenile curfews came to the same conclusion. Juvenile curfews are ineffective at reducing crime and victimization. If the council seeks to limit large groups of youth congregating and the harm and disturbance caused by that particular activity, then it should focus on that conduct and not further restrict the movement of youth. To address youth conduct, the council may need to find alternative spaces for youth to gather and to use programs such as safe passage and violence interrupters, but it does not need to pass legislation. Disruptive gatherings by young people and others are already criminalized by DC Code 22-1307, the offense of crowding, obstructing, or incommoding, which is a misdemeanor and allows for immediate arrest of individuals engaging in this conduct. Congregating in large groups and engaging in disruptive conduct may also be criminalized as disorderly conduct. Fighting and destruction of property are also criminalized. Existing offenses give law enforcement the tools to deter disruptive group conduct and to enforce the law when a violation occurs. Further, unlike the proposed juvenile curfew law with the extended time periods that begin as early as 8 p.m., law enforcement can enforce violation of incommoding and disorderly conduct statutes at any time. Finally, it has been stated that the Juvenile Curfew Amendment Act is meant to mirror the drug-free zones legislation that was passed as part of Secure DC. but it does not include even those minimal protections and checks on executive authority. Instead, the Juvenile Curfew Amendment Act gives nearly unfettered discretion to the mayor and the chief of police to limit the conduct of youth. DC Code 48-1002 provides the procedures for establishing a drug-free zone. In declaring a drug-free zone, the chief of police must consider various metrics, including whether in the preceding 6 months, the area has had a disproportionately high number of arrests for illegal drugs, police reports of dangerous or violent crimes, homicides, objective and verifiable evidence that drugs are being sold, and other verifiable information from which the chief of police may ascertain that the health and safety of residents in that particular area is being endangered by illegal drugs. In contrast, the Juvenile Curfew Amendment Act allows the mayor and chief of police to extend juvenile curfew hours where the mayor or chief of police simply determine that such an extension is appropriate to protect public safety or public or private property. There's no requirement that the executive rely on objective data or show that other less restrictive measures will be effective. The proposed law contains no guardrails against the abuse of executive authority and no meaningful standards for a court to hold the executive branch accountable. With respect to duration, the drug-free zones legislation provides that the chief of police may declare any public area a drug-free zone for a period not to exceed 120 consecutive hours. It provides that the chief of police may not declare the same area or an overlapping area a drug-free zone for more than 15 consecutive days and for no more than 15 days within a 30-day period. In contrast, after an initial enforcement period of 120 hours, the Juvenile Curfew Amendment Act allows the chief of police to extend that curfew for 30 days by issuing a subsequent notice. There are no limitations on the number of 30-day extensions and no standards regarding when 30-day extensions may be ordered beyond a determination by the chief of police that it is appropriate to protect public safety. With respect to notice, the drug-free zone law requires the chief of police to provide at least 24 hours notice in advance of the declaration to every council member, all licensed medical and social services clinics in the zone, and information to the heads or deputy mayors responsible for 6 district entities or areas, and the Cure the Streets program. The Juvenile Curfew Amendment Act only requires MPD to post the notice on the DC and MPD websites and to post signs in the area. In conclusion, the proposed Juvenile Curfew Amendment Act gives extensive unchecked authority to the mayor and the chief of police to criminalize and prohibit otherwise lawful gatherings by youth. Where behavior by youth or groups of youth breaks the law by incommoding or destroying property or engaging in fighting, existing laws prohibit that conduct. The act also expands the criminalization of youth who are not part of any group and who are moving about in their city by including 17-year-olds in curfew restrictions and further curtailing the hours when youth can be outside. All of these amendments will lead to more police encounters with young people and anyone who looks young, increase the likelihood of bias in enforcement, and decrease public safety and public trust.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Pia.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto, members and staff of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I'm Lindsay Apia. Let me pull this a little closer, sorry. Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice. Thank you for this opportunity to offer testimony in support of the Juvenile Curfew Amendment Act of 2025. I resubmit my testimony from the recent October 20th, 2025 roundtable, as well as a press release issued on October 29th, 2025 by the executive titled Mayor Bowser urges residents to help keep trick-or-treaters safe, invites families to fund free Halloween events. Mayor Bowser's #1 priority remains decreasing crime and violence and increasing safety for all the residents and visitors of the district, while also supporting the businesses that support us and our community. We are deeply encouraged by the progress we've made together. Violent crime in our city is down 53% since 2023. Fewer people are being victimized, and we must remain diligent in addressing crime trends as they emerge. The executive has worked closely with council on common sense policies to rebalance our public safety and justice ecosystem to combat crime across our city, and this issue is no different. And what I shared at the end of October during the public roundtable on extending the juvenile curfew and designated juvenile curfew zones remains true today. When we see patterns of unsafe or unlawful behavior that put young people and the community at risk, we must act. In Chief Smith's testimony, which will be submitted for the record, she notes that just one day after the public roundtable in October, hundreds of youth descended on Navy Yard on Halloween, engaging in disruptive behaviors and in some cases crime. Dozens of positive activities were available to youth all across the city, yet hundreds chose instead to engage in negative behavior. It's true that we need to ensure youth have things to do. But we cannot ignore the realities that even when there are alternatives, there are some young people who will make a negative choice. And as the executive has maintained, it's vital to have tools in place before the activities occur to prevent the young people from harming themselves and others. We cannot engage in either or binary policymaking that renders us flat-footed and without the resources to quickly and nimbly address unsafe, unlawful behavior in the way in which we found ourselves on Halloween. I urge council to continue to support the progress our community has made in driving down crime and not remove tools from our criminal justice system that have helped us to keep our residents, visitors, and youth safe. I urge you to pass this permanent legislation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm now available for questions with Chief Wright. Executive Assistant Chief Wright, excuse me.
Great, thank you. And Chief Wright, do you have any testimony you're going to read or you're going to submit that for the record?
We'll submit it for the record.
Chief's comments she's well outlined her posture, so I don't need to add to Chief Police comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to remind everybody in this chamber and this committee, we treat everybody with respect. So Deputy Mayor, as you noted, we were here on October 20th for a roundtable on this topic of juvenile curfew. And a lot of what we talked about then was the data that we had from over the summer and those 7 zones that were declared.
Correct.
And so since that time and since the reestablishment of the emergency, what trends have you been seeing? How many times have these zones been declared? And how have they been going from your perspective?
Sure. So on November 1st, the mayor issued a mayor's order, right? So there was the gap. We essentially the previous emergency legislation ended. And so the last juvenile curfew zone was August 24th. And so then the next one was put into place following the mayor's order that was issued. And so there were 4 that were put into place that day, that weekend. So November 1st to November 2nd. Following that, the council passed an emergency piece of legislation on November 7th, and there have been 4 total. So 2 in Navy Yard and 2 in U Street. And so the weekends of November 15th to November 16th, there was 1 in Navy Yard and U Street. And then 2 weeks later, November 29th to November 30th, there was 1 in Navy Yard and 1 in U Street. So a total of 8.
Okay. And can you speak to some of the trends or pieces of data that you all were receiving that led you to declare those zones in those neighborhoods?
Yeah, so one of the things that we talked about before is that we do have a fair amount of intelligence, if you will, as to where young people are. They very frequently put out flyers about where they will have these takeovers. And that was certainly the case the weekend of Halloween. We knew that they had put out flyers that week for takeovers in Navy Yard, Union Station, and also U Street. So we had flyers. We attempted, as MPD always will, to reach out to the young people, to take them down, to intercept them beforehand. The other thing that the chief said at the last roundtable is also true. There's that intelligence, which is clear. I mean, the kids put out the flyers and they show up there. But also community members let us know because sometimes their kids will tell them. And we actually do have young people who contact MPD to let us know. So there's the hard intelligence of scouring social media for the posters and the takeover and the dance-offs and all the different ones that we've seen over the past several months and certainly that informed these 2 sets of zones that were put into place.
Thank you. And, sure.
And if I may add, oftentimes when we do receive this intelligence, a lot of the flyer and the information on the flyer is encouraging not just the teen takeovers, but to bring your own alcohol, to bring your own narcotics. And so we think that it was important for us to get out in front of that. And like the DM said, we tried to get in touch with whoever the influencer is to discourage that behavior. Sometimes we're successful, sometimes we're not. But these are some of the things that come into account when the boss talks about bringing up a zone.
Okay. Thank you for adding that context. And I think it's so important as we think about also protecting the young people who are going to these locations before something dangerous can happen. Ms. Seminova, I appreciate the kind of hypotheticals that you raise. I always think that's a helpful way to consider any new legislation for all the different intended and possibly unintended consequences. Since we've had the curfew in place, both for the 90-day period in late summer into early fall, and then for the period that it's been in effect over the last couple of weeks, has your office represented any young people in these cases, or like seen arrests as a result of the curfew that has that should be, included on the record?
I do not believe so. It's hard to track in a lot of ways because we represent youth who are then charged. There's a petition filed in juvenile court, and most of these contacts, if they are just contacts where there is not an offense charged, youth are picked up. The method is that youth are supposed to be picked up from a police station. So it shouldn't, in the normal course, and the mayor's office will have the data, but in the normal course, it should not be a papered case that would result. One thing that sort of, as you consider the hypotheticals, it's not just for this period when the council legislates and creates this broad authority. It's authority that is long lasting and that expands to other actors, right? So it's not just for how it was used this summer, it's how it will continue to be used in the future. And I think that there's a conflation of the curfew zones and then a curfew law in place against every single individual who is outside. So if the concern is that there are groups that are disruptive, then what are the ways to address disruptive groups and then perhaps provide a safe passage for individuals who had been in a disruptive group and the council wants some way for them to get home, then it's safe passage. There's no, the group has been dispersed and they're free to go. But applying a juvenile curfew to every single young person under age 18 who is alone after 11 p.m. is not a part of this problem.
Do you have that same concern for the existing juvenile curfew that's been in place starting at midnight?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's expanding that same curfew to include 17-year-olds and reducing the amount of time that they can be outside. Our position is that there should not be a juvenile curfew. Austin abandoned it, deciding that it did not increase safety of youth. It did not increase safety of the community. And what it does do is lead to a lot of police interaction, because as you saw with the defenses, there are so many defenses that what it does is require a stop of the youth and a time when police can assess whether the defense qualifies for, whether they believe that the defense is sufficient. And, were you at a basketball game that's school sanctioned? Were you playing some other after school sport? It's like, it requires that kind of engagement with police for every time a young person is outside after 11 p.m.
Oh, thank you. And I'm going to come back to you on this, but I want to switch gears for a second because my time is running out. As we heard a lot of testimony earlier today about concerning interactions that community members had with federal law enforcement and certain times where MPD was present, what is the protocol when there's a difference of policy between local law and federal law? So, if there's a officer involved shooting, for instance, that took place by a federal agent, and there may be a different investigatory process than we have, how does our local law enforcement play a role in that?
Just so on that, the officer-involved shootings are investigated by MPD and referred to the U.S. Attorney's Office, and that is regardless of who the actual entity is that is engaged in the shooting. That's always been the case because we have always had federal entities operating in the District of Columbia. Like that's just a reality of where we are. So that does not change. And on that specific question, that if it's by any law enforcement entity, then it will be investigated by the Metropolitan Police Department and referred to the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia.
Okay, thank you for that.
On
And
other policies, just, so you know, if they're patrolling, and I can turn to the chief to speak a little bit about this. MPD is regularly doing training of those officers who are patrolling as part of a collective on our local policies and laws. Because if you're patrolling with us, that is, while we can't force people to operate under our policies, that has been what the expectations have been. So that is what I would say. And so there's regular roll call training for those because there's cycling regularly in and out of different federal officers.
how often is that training taking place?
Daily. So it's right, it's roll call training. So as the federal partners come into either the districts or we meet at Park Police with the leaders. So a few things happen. The leaders meet. When I say the leaders, the team leaders, those that can make the call. We have a discussion about protocols, progress, things that we need to evaluate. So that happens at least on a weekly basis. And then the team leaders also meet to discuss what we need to do in reference to pushing either the narcotic investigation, gun investigations, those kinds of things. And then we meet in roll calls, the actual officers, because like the DM said, some of the federal agencies are coming in every 2 weeks, sometimes a little, so they don't necessarily know the lay of the land. And so it's our job, MPD's job, to educate them, not just on the lay of the land, but on our protocols, and to certainly let them know that the only thing that the MPD will be enforcing is MPD protocols according to the code. That is what we do. We do not enforce any other regulatory statutes done by other federal agencies. That's within their purview, but we enforce what we're supposed to enforce.
Unless, if I'm understanding the deputy mayor correctly, it's a officer involved shooting of any agency. And then in that case, MPD does do the investigation. Okay. And in terms of body worn camera footage, like I can request body worn camera footage and I can review it, but I am not authorized to release it. What is your policy around releasing body worn camera footage when there is either an officer involved shooting or a vehicular pursuit or some other public interest or victim interest in receiving that footage?
It's defined by the law. So our BWC policies are based upon what is in the law for release. So there's some matters of great public interest, which the mayor makes an evaluation, consults with the U.S. Attorney's Office and the Office of the Attorney General, because she cannot just release without those consultations, and determines if she'll release in those instances. Otherwise, it's defined by law as to when BWC is released. And so, as you're aware, in instances of serious uses of force, so long as there's a consent by the victim, or then we will release as a community briefing, kind of as of course. But that's all defined by law.
Thank you. And so we'll follow up on that next round, because what I hear from that is that if there is victim consent in consultation, footage can be released to the public.
That's correct. And as you'll know, because we release the notices even when the victim hasn't consented, that quite frequently the victims have chosen not to consent, which is, people don't always see it in the notice, but they're always asked, will you consent to the release of body worn camera footage? And they can say yes or no. And we act accordingly. We'll still put notice out of a serious use of force.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to turn to my colleagues for rounds of questions. We're going to do 10-minute rounds. We're going to start with Councilmember Nadeau, then Chairman Mendelson, then Councilmember White, and then Councilmember Parker. Please go ahead, Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate all of your hard work today. Chief Smith, after the testimony today, do you stand by the mayor's statement that MPD is not cooperating with ICE?
Chief Smith is not present.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
And we don't comment on the mayor's position or standing by or not on the mayor's position. This is Deputy Mayor Appiah. No.
Deputy Mayor, is MPD cooperating with ICE, yes or no?
MPD is abiding by the laws of the District of Columbia. So if you're asking, are we coordinating with ICE? No, we're acting in accordance with the mayor's order. ICE was not one of the entities that's listed. There's all sorts of questions about what policy MPD is abiding by as well, so let me clarify that. During the emergency, the chief, or the presidentially declared emergency, the chief put out an order to clarify to the Metropolitan Police Department in which way we had been requested by the Fed underneath 740 for the use of MPD services for federal purposes. At the conclusion of the emergency, that order was no longer operative. Since September 11th, the Metropolitan Police Department has been acting in accordance with the policy that existed prior to the emergency, which lists the instances in which the Metropolitan Police Department either provides information or not. In there, it talks about ICE specifically, and that is the policy that the district and the Metropolitan Police Department has been abiding by.
Okay, so MPD is allowed to stand beside federal agents while they are conducting immigration raids?
I don't so that's a very broad thing.
No, it's not. It's very specific.
No, it isn't, because when you say things like conducting immigration raids, there might be warrant execution that's happening. These are colloquials you may be using, but like a hypothetical in that.
Okay, so then if there's a warrant, then is MPD helping ICE execute warrants?
No, MPD does not do federal immigration enforcement.
So are they allowed to be sharing vehicles with ICE or HSI?
Those are two different entities. So if they're executing warrants just like with any other federal entity, if that's the Marshal Service or otherwise, there may be instances where they are sharing.
I'm just asking about ICE or HSI. Are they supposed to be with Homeland Security, HSI, or ICE sharing vehicles or riding in caravan? Because that's what we are seeing with our own eyes.
I have no recollection of MPD officers sharing vehicles with ICE.
What about ICE, HSI being in an MPD vehicle?
It's an MPD vehicle. Yeah, I have no recollection of that. I can follow up, but I
mean, I've seen it. We've seen them get out of the vehicles. We've seen them riding in caravan. Let me ask you this. Is the 4th District substation being used by the feds for anything right now?
I don't know when you say being used by anything. We have joint patrol in which regularly at the start of shifts, those who are patrolling get together for roll call. So when you say are the feds using it for anything, I don't.
Well, last weekend I passed by the
Metropolitan Police Department and those who are a member of the task force are using the 4th District substation and others for roll call.
For roll call. Okay. So last weekend I passed by the 4th District substation and I saw a black Escalade with Virginia plates with the tags actually covered over by black plastic being loaded in with tactical gear with MPD assisting. What would that have been?
I don't know. I mean,
that just seems, we don't.
That's not MPD
license plates.
That's not MPD policy. We don't cover our license plate. We don't cover our faces. We don't cover our badges. So I'm not.
So why are we working with people when they are?
I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I can follow up to get you an answer.
Please do, because that's right there in Ward 1. Okay, so the chief's order indicated that MPD could share information about subjects that were not under arrest, correct? With ICE.
If that's what it's like, so in what context are you?
In the order. That's what it says.
If that's what the order says, then yes.
So why are we doing that?
I didn't say that we were doing that. You're talking about an order which I said was operative during the emergency. There are certain.
It's still operative. She's not rescinded it. When is she going to rescind it?
That actually isn't the case. Actually, on September 11th, it was very clear, and the chief and the Metropolitan Police Department officers have been operating under the previous order that was in place prior to the emergency, that was put in place in order to give clarity to the officers who generally don't operate in this way, what was allowed. The portions of that order that were different than actually the policy that's been in place longstanding was the number 1 and 2 at the top, which gave clarity of additional things that then MPD could do with ICE that previously they could not.
Like share information about people who aren't under arrest.
Those two things, one is that we can transport. And the second thing is after we're finished an investigatory traffic stop, then, and as we leave, if ICE decides that they also want to make a stop or they want to do whatever's within their purview, we're gone, we're done with it. Then they can do that. Those were the two things that are in order.
The rest of the portions, quite frankly, are things which are currently in MPD policy and in accordance with the law. I think that this has been some of the confusion, quite frankly, around the Sanctuary Value Amendment Act of what actually is in that act and what it says.
Yeah, I'm going to stop you because I think I know where you're going. And I think the answer is that we just need to change that law. Because if you're telling me that everything MPD is doing right now is within the law, then clearly our law is not strong
What I'm
enough.
stating is that the things that you're referring to, it sounds like, because Chief Wright just listed what the two portions of the particular chief's order that became operative during the emergency only. The rest of that, the rest of the provisions below, because I can see it in my head, below the order are ones that are longstanding MPD policy.
I hear you. I heard you say that. Deputy Mayor, I have some questions for Director Osborne too. So I'm sorry, but you're not. Okay.
Director Osborne's in another round. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to,
okay.
they'll be
sorry
coming up after. Just sorry.
Okay. I apologize. Being virtual is challenging.
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate what you're saying. And my conclusion remains that I think we need to change the law. So thank you for your answers today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. And sorry about that. We're going kind of one bill at a time. So the vehicular terrorism conversation will be later at this point, probably later this evening. But we'd be happy to send you all a note when we get to that bill and Director Osborne has joined us. Okay, Chairman Mendelson.
Thank you, Chair Pinto. I wasn't going to ask any questions, but that last exchange kind of, I think, confused things a bit. So, Chief Wright, are MPD officers cooperating with ICE or with HSI? Yes, microphone, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes or no, I think. Are they cooperating with ICE or HSI?
No.
Not at all.
Now, when you say cooperate, what do you mean?
Well, I would think the answer is yes, because if they have a judicial warrant, they may want MPD to help them.
So
I would think the answer is yes.
That's why.
And then I was going to ask how. So let's start again. Are MPD officers cooperating with ICE or HSI?
I think in the instance that I think you're bringing up there's a judicial warrant signed by a judge, criminal judicial warrant, and there's an ask for an assist to apprehend the individual for that judicial warrant signed by a judge. Then I think in that instance, we certainly could assist.
Now, if there isn't a judicial warrant, let's use a warrantless example. If there is no warrant, are MPD officers supposed to be cooperating with ICE or HSI?
No.
So why are we hearing testimony that there is such cooperation? Chief?
I didn't hear the testimony, but and I can review the testimony, but to my knowledge, and I'm over patrol operations, we're not, other than the instance that we just talked about, we're not in ICE operations. We're not in the business of immigration, none of that. We enforce the laws of the Metropolitan Police Department. That's what we do.
So, but there has been a lot of testimony, and in fact, there's been a lot of public statements outside of this hearing that there are instances where MPD officers are cooperating with and working with either ICE or HSI. And I'm saying ICE or HSI, I don't know if there are any other divisions within the Federal Homeland Security, but my question means all of them. Customs, Border Patrol, CBP. Surely you've heard some of those public comments. Chief? Chief? Ma'am, you please. Chief, yeah, you certainly have heard some.
I've definitely heard.
Okay.
I've heard it said that MPD, but what I can tell you is I've never witnessed that myself. I've never had direct knowledge of anything, and it's never been reported up to me that we are doing so.
Now, would it be because you are patrol? What about, would SOD be different?
No,
Chief?
SOD would not be different.
Okay. What about the incident at DC Bilingual in the end of September? You must be familiar with that.
We're familiar with the incident at DC Bilingual.
Yeah.
40.
There were 3 complaints filed with the Office of
Mm.
Police Complaints, as well as a whole lot of publicity. So how did that come to happen? Because that clearly was, because I've seen the video, clearly was MPD officers working with Homeland Security enforcement.
I would have to refresh my memory on that.
All right, Deputy Mayor, can you speak to that?
So number one, it's being investigated. We've talked about this one quite frequently. MPD executed a traffic stop. There were I believe CBP or one of the entities in the area at the end of the traffic stop. The individual was apprehended. That's what happened. There's investigations by
You left out
OPC.
a detail. I believe MPD handcuffed the individual and then unhandcuffed him and handed them over to an ICE or HSI or CBP, who then proceeded to handcuff.
If that's how you're stating that the incident happened, what is the question, Chairman? Because this is one where,
My
again,
question was, how did that come to be if there's no cooperation?
you mentioned that this is currently subject of investigation, 3 investigations in OPC, investigations at the Metropolitan Police Department to determine if there was any violations of the laws or policies of the district. And so we have to let that actually occur, which is what the processes that you've put in
Okay,
place
so
with the
then
OPC or otherwise
is
is
it the
for.
position of the administration that, given all of this public discussion about cooperation between MPD officers, which may be happening without any official authorization to do so, but is the position of the executives that, in light of all of that discussion, that the administration is doing nothing until these investigations are completed?
No, that isn't the position of the administration. We've
So
made
what is the
clear.
position of the
The
administration?
position of the administration is this, is that there's a mayor's order that guides what agencies the Metropolitan Police Department is to work with. In the manner, listen, we didn't ask for the infusion of federal officers to the district. But what we did
Deputy
say
Mayor,
is that there
you
should be
can't
order.
use up all my time here.
So there's a mayor's order, and then there's also the policies and procedures of the Metropolitan Police Department. It's our expectation
seem to
that
be-
officers abide by that, and that if they do not, that there's process for notification to leadership and to Office of Police Complaints so that we can investigate those specific instances. But it's our expectation that our officers will abide by the law,
Okay, but-
policies, rules, and regulations of the
Deputy Mayor,
district.
not to interrupt, but I only have so much time.
Sure.
There's a lot of testimony of a lot of incidents where that position is not being followed. And what I'm hearing from you is that the executive's response is, well, we'll just investigate each one. Now, DC Bilingual happened in September.
That's correct.
So it's been a full 2 months. Apparently, it's still being investigated. So
Correct.
nothing's happening as far as I can tell. There's incident after incident
I don't
after
agree.
incident. Surely you've heard the testimony, and surely you've read the papers, and surely you've seen in social media lots of incidents. And the position is, well, in light of maybe all of, I'll say, widespread disregard for what the official position is, we're simply going to wait for each.
No, I won't say that, because that indicts our officers and says that somehow our officers are not abiding in a lawful manner, because you say there's many instances. What we have repeatedly heard, specific instances, is actually quite few. In light of the fact that on a daily basis, we have, I think, upwards of 2,000 calls in the District of Columbia, and more than, I can pull up the number, hundreds of thousands over the course of the period in which the federal surge began. So we have heard the DC bilingual incident specifically, and then we hear anecdotal. We will look. I'm not going to say, and I think it behooves all of us as responsible leaders to not indict all of our police department
I
and
don't think
people
I
who.
indicted any.
You said
of those.
widespread unlawful, essentially, behavior by our
said
officers, and
there-
I will not actually say that
Deputy
that is
Mayor,
what is the case
Deputy
based
Mayor,
on social media.
presumably you've listened to the testimony today, but roughly 4 hours of testimony. Actually, the hearing began at 9. It's now 4
She was
o'clock.
at the funeral of Specialist Beckstrom for much of the morning, to be honest with you.
All right, so then you heard none of the testimony.
No, I didn't hear none of the testimony, but again,
Are
we
you
were
aware of the
invested in
testimony
looking at
before?
specific incidents
Are
to
you
investigate.
Are you aware of the testimony before Councilmember Nadeau's committee a few weeks ago?
I am.
Okay, lots of complaints there about this cooperation. I said there've been widespread complaints. Based on the complaints, there would appear to be a lot of incidents where this is happening. And well, let me, I don't want to keep going back and forth, but my takeaway here is that the executive's position is that even though there are a lot of complaints, we, meaning the executive, all we're going to do is investigate individual specific complaints when we hear them and take no other step.
No, if
Now,
we
and the
believe
only
that there's
reason why I'm
systemic issues
pushing
we
this-
address systemically, if we believe that that officers, because of the number of complaints, which specific complaints, like that is what allows us to investigate versus things on social media that may or may
Okay,
not
well,
have accuracy.
we've
If
used
there are
up-
systemic issues, we will do
No.
training and roll call or otherwise.
We've used up 9 minutes of our time, and you've finally gotten to the point of saying that, well, if there's a systemic issue, there does appear to be something more widespread than the single complaint of DC bilingual. And I'm not hearing that the executive is doing anything in response to the widespread complaints of numerous incidents in Ward 4. There's been another one over by DC bilingual, at least another incident. We hear about it school after school. We hear about it in Ward 1 and neighborhood after neighborhood. But let me ask this, because my time is almost out. I didn't understand your answer to Councilmember Nadeau with regard to the roll calls at the 4th District substation. Who is participating in those roll calls?
It's the various federal entities, primarily if you were to go to roll call as we have, it's MPD. But if there are other federal
Well, who?
officers, it's ATF, FBI, Secret Service, Park Police, Metro Transit, and Housing Police, and HSI. There are some HSI officers who participate in patrol, yes.
Okay. And why is HSI participating in the roll call?
Because they're a part of the federal task force, right? That under the supervision of the United States Marshal, that is deployed to the District of Columbia pursuant to the president's executive order that established the DC Safe and Beautiful Task Force, I believe, in March.
And so the task force is at these roll calls? Because that's not what I would have thought. I would have thought the task force is its own entity that's meeting. You're on the task force, aren't you?
No, I don't.
I thought you were. So the task force is just at any roll call. It's like just,
No. The mayor has laid out a mayor's order that has laid out how the District of Columbia will operate with this federal task force that, quite frankly, was here whether we asked for them or not, in order to not have pandemonium that we saw when we were not actually helping to direct some of these resources in a way that would allow us to do things like drive down crime, which we talk a lot about public safety, and we seem to have neglected to talk about the fact that we have driven down homicide, carjackings, and victimization in our city. I do not, under any circumstances, denigrate or minimize what has happened. None of us asked for it, and we have worked to figure out how to mitigate the impact on our residents, right? And so, no, we don't throw our hands at widespread, but we also do figure out and have tried to figure out a way to have these resources that have been placed in our city and to embed them in a way in investigations and in ways that we generally work with them so that we can drive down crime. That's what we've tried to do. And so, yes, at roll call, there will be a mix of federal and local so that we are able to use those resources in a way that drives down crime.
And let me also clarify, there are patrol roll calls that happen 3 times a day. It's only patrol, right? It's run out of the districts, the 7 districts that fall under directive of the 7 district commanders. These roll calls that the deputy mayor is talking about are the task force roll calls where all of the agents come together and agencies come together. And that happens 2 or 3 different times a day. So there are different roll calls.
And at the substation as opposed to at the district?
No, some are at the substations and at the districts.
All right, I'm over my time. Thank you. That was, Chief, thank you. That was helpful, that clarification.
Thank you, Chairman. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chair Pinto. Thank you to our government witnesses. Deputy Mayor, a recent article on migrantinsider.com and change.org describes an October 24th incident in which residents in a building at Wisconsin Avenue Northwest and O Street Northwest were abruptly woken up when a multi-agency team forced its way inside, zip-tied residents, and removed 10 to 12 people. The residents said no warrant was presented and the operation took place at 3:30 a.m. Eyewitnesses say the operation targeted Latino tenants. Officers overturned their beds and tore apart their belongings while leaving other units untouched. Are you aware of this incident?
It's not an MPD incident, but I did see the article you're referring to.
Okay. And so MPD was not present?
Not that,
No, sir, not that I'm aware.
Thank you. Was this search and raid legal?
I can't speak on an incident that's not ours. So I don't know.
So
The legality of it would have to be determined by the courts. Like, I don't, but I can't speak to the incident beyond what you read in the article, as it wasn't our.
What's unclear about the legality? They determined.
I don't know if it was warrant I don't know any of those things. The only details I have are the same ones that you listed from the article. So as an attorney, speaking to the legality or other without more information would be inappropriate. But to the extent there's a question of its legality, I'm saying that would be a court issue.
Okay. Are the courts taking this up?
I don't know, as this is not an issue or it's not our matter. So the district isn't implicated in.
Help me understand that, because these are DC residents who you and I work for.
Right.
And the response is that it's not our job to determine whether that was legal.
I didn't say it's not our job. It may be that this is an issue for the Office of the Attorney General, the U.S. Attorney, or some other entity that protects the rights of those you're talking about. What I'm saying is that on the executive side, there's been nothing that's been raised to us that we.
So nobody raises it, nobody in the mayor's administration is going to look into it?
Well, I'm not sure what we would be looking into.
Whether or not DC residents had their apartments illegally searched and whether they were targeted for their race. That seems relevant if it's happening to our residents.
I think that the way in which the DC government would be sort of implicated in that is through the funding that comes through access to justice. So to the extent that there's housing or other improprieties, that there's funding for legal services. But other than that, the executive, I'm not sure that there's been a complaint filed or anything that we would kind of, it seems you're talking about federal immigration enforcement, which again.
Well, I don't know. What I'm talking about is racial profiling, people's homes being ransacked, and these people are DC residents, and you and I work for DC residents. So
absolutely correct. I think, yeah.
All right, that's
currently doing an investigation.
I'm asking you because I'm asking the deputy mayor for public safety. It seems like a safety issue.
It may be a safety issue, but I have particular statutory mandates and agencies that do specific things. But I believe that council members, when residents, Ward 2 or otherwise raise issues, that also have.
Yeah, we create agencies to take care of the issues.
Are you saying?
If you don't, but that's all right. You've answered the question. So a father of 3 girls was shot at multiple times in October by federal agents on Benning Road. The agents were reportedly accompanied by MPD. Are you aware of this incident?
I don't know specifically, but what's your question?
Are you aware of the incident?
I can't tell you if I specifically know of the incident of the father of 3 on October 24th. I do see all officer involved shootings, but.
You are not aware of the incident?
What is your question?
Is whether you're aware of the incident.
You have said that you've made me aware of the incident. So yes, I'm aware of the
Okay,
incident.
because I told you, you were not aware of it before I mentioned it.
I can't say specifically that I know the incident you're referring to on October 24th.
Benning Road. Did that many people get shot on Benning Road on October 24th by federal
No,
agents?
unfortunately, there are still far too many people shot in the District of Columbia on Benning Road.
Deputy Mayor,
Sir, what is your question?
is
Like,
whether you're aware of the incident is the first question.
I said to you,
You're
I'm
aware of
aware
the
of the
incident, okay. What is the city investigating this incident?
Yes, if it's an officer-involved shooting, yes, the Metropolitan Police Department investigates all shootings, including officer-involved shootings.
Okay, and so the city is investigating the shooting.
That's what I just said, council member. All officer-involved, and in fact, all shootings are investigated by the Metropolitan Police Department.
Okay, I don't believe the allegation is that MPD did the shooting, so this would have been.
As I said, all officer-involved shootings are investigated by the Metropolitan Police Department.
Okay. What's the timeline? Why has body cam footage been released on this incident?
If it's not an MPD officer-involved shooting, then generally body cam wouldn't be because MPD is not the entity that engaged in the shooting. So
if MPD is present and the incident is captured or should be captured on a body-worn camera, would you release it?
we release in accordance with the law. And so if MPD is the entity that engaged in the serious use of force, then the body-worn camera footage is released in accordance with the law.
Right, but if somebody else perpetrated the incident,
That
then what's the protocol with respect to body-worn camera footage?
the protocol would be in accordance with whatever the entity that is whatever their policy is on release of body-worn camera footage.
If a civilian in DC harmed, God forbid, an officer, and it was caught on that officer's body camera footage, what would you do with that body camera footage? Would you release it or not?
Generally, no. I mean, that's not in accordance with MPD, the normal practices on release.
Okay. Are MPD officers present in stops where federal law enforcement question residents about their immigration status?
I don't, no, like, so if federal entities are stopping people to ask about their immigration status, that's the federal entities.
My question is, are MPD officers present in stops where federal law enforcement questions residents about their immigration status?
I would say generally no, like not.
No.
Yeah. That's what generally no.
If Councilmember, you're asking, and I'm just asking for clarity, for the purpose of immigration, enforcement of immigration, and the stop is made, MPD would not be involved in any way with any kind of protocols and enforcement of immigration. We would not be involved with that.
Has MPD released any arrestees into federal custody? Let's say over the past 3 months.
If they're arrestees, then they're arrested.
Has MPD released any people that MPD has arrested into federal custody?
That's likely the case because there may be a host of reasons that MPD would release people to federal custody.
Okay. What about specific to immigration?
No.
When MPD conducts joint operations with masked or unidentified federal agents, does MPD take any action to document their identity, agency, or purpose?
No.
No. You're talking about known federal law enforcement?
Yes.
Would we document their attire?
Would you document who they are? So if they are masked or otherwise not identified, what agency they're with, would MPD identify who they are, at least for internal purposes?
We would know who they are, Councilman, because as I say, we have roll calls and we work with quite a few of them on at least a 2-week basis or longer, so we would know who the officers are. Do we notate their attire or their protocols. Not that I'm aware of. No.
So if they're at roll call and they don't have identifiable insignia, MPD leaves that alone?
No, there's nothing within our protocols that would require us to notate that.
Okay. So Baltimore has invested in a prevention first strategy to reduce juvenile crime like diversion, summer and after school engagement, and major investments in safe spaces and recreation. As a result, the numbers of juveniles killed in Baltimore in the first half of 2025 fell to 2, which is the lowest in more than a decade. This is a strategy many are interested in DC. But in the fiscal year 26 budget proposal, the proposed cut to the Marion Barry Summer Youth Employment Program was a cut of $413,000, proposed $1.4 million reduction to the youth homelessness services system at DHS, and proposed $3.3 million cut to the school-based behavioral health expansion program. In addition to slash funding for CHAMPS from $1.8 million to $676,000, and a cut for Safe Shores. Why is the city prioritizing expanding enforcement for juveniles, which increases youth law enforcement contact and sets kids up for hostile relationships with our officers, instead of investing in prevention and youth programming?
We're not doing that, right? Like there's, as I said from the start, these binaries of either we do this or that, it is just not the case. The district, I would challenge us, and you all actually do quite a bit of, the budget comes to you. So you have the opportunity to invest where you see. You do know that it was a difficult financial year for the district, and that in order for us to fund a host of priorities, we have to make decisions about utilization. There's nobody who wanted to do this Marion Barry Summer Youth program that I'm aware of that wasn't able to do that. And so we all have to make hard decisions. The budget at the end comes to you all, and you also have to make hard decisions about how do we use our resources in a host of ways that will allow us to get greater impact. So I caution us against going down a path that we went down before that led, quite frankly, to hundreds fewer officers, hundreds more dead Washingtonians, where it's either or. Either we do prevention, which we believe this is prevention. In fact, Ms. Simmons, I'm sorry. I
guess then, Deputy Mayor, the question I'm asking is, why is Baltimore seeing a reduction in juvenile homicides? And we're saying we don't know how to address the issue of young people showing up to spaces.
We didn't say that we don't know how to address the issue. We actually had a solution that worked. And in fact, when you see our curfew violations, they're low in our context with young people. We want them in safe spaces. I would argue that U Street, late at night, and Navy Yard are not those safe spaces, and you've seen many of the same things that we've seen, young people getting harmed. So if the council wants to find a way to invest in more programming, we're all for that, right? But we can't, I don't believe in the binary either or. And in fact, we'll talk later, we've driven down gun violence. We've driven down violence in our city by investing across the spectrum. And so we do know how to do that. But the idea that, oh, we cut these things and the executive is bad, no, the budgets came to you all, and you all have the opportunity to invest as well. We can do both.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Pinto.
Thank you. Councilor Parker?
Thank you. And I will acknowledge I will have to run shortly, so I won't be here for future panels, although I am interested in the bills, namely the one impacting our fire department. And I do have questions about the curfew, but before I get there, Deputy Mayor, you said there is a process of notification for violations. I'm assuming you mean if an officer is found to have been cooperating or there is an allegation of cooperation. Can you walk me through what that process is?
It is why the Office of Police Complaints exists as an independent entity to both investigate where there's also internal affairs, right? So if there's a policy violation or an accusation that comes to the department, they have an internal process for investigating.
So a neighbor would file that complaint?
Yes, but they also can go to OPC, the Office of Police Complaints, which is an independent agency that exists to investigate complaints just like what you're describing.
So they can file the complaint with MPD or OPC.
OPC.
And then what happens? So let's say you get the complaint, and then walk me through what the process is generally to investigate.
If it's in IA, they have an investigatory process or internal affairs, I'm sorry, like the Internal Affairs Bureau. They will pull body-worn camera. They will conduct investigations just as you would imagine for any violation of policy, procedure, law, or otherwise. OPC has a similar process. They actually have both internal investigators and then an external board.
And how long does that process take? So
They
if I'm in,
investigate a lot each year. We met with the board and I mean, they do hundreds every year. And I can't say, I think it depends on how extensive the allegation
I've
is.
shared this story before. I happened to be in Adams Morgan and I witnessed an interaction between officers and some unnamed, meaning they didn't have MPD gear
Yeah.
on, and it alarmed me. I picked up the phone to call the chief.
Yeah.
Now, as a council member, I can call the chief, and he was able to run down what happened.
But they also should reach out to you. Let me just say this too. Reach out to us, reach out to a commander, reach
I
out
guess
to
what I'm
you.
getting at is if I'm a neighbor or if I'm at DC Bilingual, what is the process to get not just to report it? I think people are clear on how do I
Yeah.
file a complaint, but actually how do I get information back from that complaint?
So I think there's formal, right? That's a formal process, but we also informally, this is our community. And so if people bring things to our attention, then investigations are investigations.
So
But
through any of those, sorry, I'm just,
any of those channels, they can come to me, they can come to MPD directly. They should file a complaint so that there's
we don't
formal
have a
process.
timeline for how long that should take.
I can't say how long OPC
Okay.
is.
Since the occupation of the district from the federal authorities, have you substantiated any report of MPD cooperating with ICE, HSI, or some other foreign entity?
I'm only aware of, quite frankly, I met with OPC with one or two complaints in which they were investigating. There may be others. That was a meeting that I had a while ago. And so I'm not aware that there's
I
been.
guess
any
what I'm getting at is
substantiation.
I'm not clear. I'm hearing you and I take you at your word. I want to take you at your word that you are not aware, but I'm also very clear-eyed that I've seen myself behavior that didn't seem appropriate. I'm hearing dozens of stories from residents. I know they're not making this up.
Yeah.
And it's not clear how we're squaring the two.
But can I just say this,
Yeah.
like that like any police department, that we do have to actually do our due diligence and due process. If we see something that requires immediate correction because it appears that there's not an understanding among officers about policy in any time,
Okay.
that is addressed.
Have
But when
any
you're saying
officers been
officers,
disciplined because of
I'm not
cooperation?
aware of any officers being disciplined.
The mayor has talked about before HSI serving on that federal task force, the big, beautiful task force. Any progress on
There's
getting HS off that task force?
we're continue to work on getting
There were
involved with
reports
task force.
that the president would deploy 500 additional National Guard people to the district and that there would be a different level of coordination between MPD and National Guards. Can you give an update on what that might look
Sure.
like?
That was a short term. So in the wake of the shooting, which happened a week ago, MPD, just quite frankly, like they often do in the wake of a shooting after Capitol Jewish Museum, increasing presence around synagogues or otherwise for a short period of time, which I believe that's ended at this point, accompanied the
So
National
residents should
Guardsmen.
not expect to see
That's correct.
National Guards, armed National Guardsmen with MPD officers?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, I want to turn to the curfew in my remaining time. So what we have here is a permanent version of the juvenile curfew. I will say at the outset, I supported a temporary version of this. I have been skeptical and I am skeptical of a permanent version because I don't think it is a long-term solution. And so my question generally is, what is the executive advancing in addition or beyond this curfew?
I mean, so like, let me say this, because you heard me say, I never believe in public safety, there's one solution, right? There's tools. I mean, our hope is honestly like that we get at the root of what this behavior is, because we can put programming in. Let's say we're going to do late night programming, but if the young people who are going to the takeovers are not the ones that are going to the programming, that's not actually addressing it. And I think that that's really the gap where you've heard us talk and say to community, you have to tell us like what's driving that, because we do these solutions where we're like, let's do more late night, whatever. And then you still have kids in Navy Yard because they're like, this is a great location for social media, right? Like,
And here's
things
my
like that.
PSA. So when you
Yeah.
talk about root causes, I'm very proud to say the council just passed the district child tax credit, smile.
Yep.
The mayor has an opportunity to fully fund that and protect it in the budget. What I wrestle with is some of the investments that Councilmember White was mentioning, seeing those cuts at the same time we're advancing more carceral approaches, leaning on a curfew. Now, I was persuaded by the chief saying we need an urgent emergency tool to corral hundreds of teens that are running around the city.
That's correct.
All right, we implemented it. And to my knowledge, and I'm going to ask these questions, but before there were no teens or youth detained.
That's right.
I struggle with having to rely on that for years to come where we're not really doing anything innovative. And so my request would be, and I've said it before, I think the mayor, your team should advance a youth agenda that gets at those root causes. And I know there are many investments, and I know you all are trying to think through this. As council members, many of us have introduced legislation as recent, trying to target some of these things. But outside of that, I find it really hard to support something like this. But let me get to my other questions. In the latest iterations of the curfew, have any youth been detained?
So,
By
fee
MPD?
violation. So MPD, what they do, just, is they transport to YFP
Yes.
and they go to their parents. So are you talking about post mayor's order in the emergency that was passed?
Since the mayor's declared
Yeah,
emergency.
so that first weekend in U Street, there were 14 youth, none in any of the other areas. And then
There were 14 youth detained.
in the U Street corridor, or they were transported to the YSC that first night. Yeah.
No, I mean, and transported to YSC and released
parents
or
were called.
transported and detained?
No, released. No, we don't detain any young people.
Well, I know that's why I'm asking. That was the stat that was given before, that
That's
there had been 0 youth detained.
That's correct.
And so I'm asking, is that still the stat?
That's still the status.
And so outside of that weekend, you had 14 youth that were transported to YSC.
And their parents
And
were
what,
called.
how long were they at YSC?
They weren't there. Like, so their parents, I get a list, we post it, like all of their parents came and picked them up. So we call them that night. So
Okay.
they don't stay, this is not like they're staying at the YSC for nights.
And it seems like you want to jump in.
I wanted to address, you mentioned how it's not sustainable.
I only have 1 more minute.
Okay, we have to get to root causes. There are two separate issues here. So there is a juvenile curfew that applies to every single child under
Yes.
18 under this temporary, and that was under 17 under the permanent law. Those are not children, those are not youth who are gathering in any way. Those are kids who are on their way, doing their thing in the district. So the expansion of the detention authority up to age 18 has nothing to do with kids gathering anywhere. Those are kids who are coming home from a basketball game, coming home from sports, doing whatever they are doing, babysitting, and then getting home. Those are youth who, why has anything to do with gatherings
Got
at
it.
U Street have to do with these kids? So then the separate question is these curfew zones, right? So one, the council can repeal the curfew in its entirety for youth and give youth the respect and the ability not to have these confrontations with law enforcement every time that they leave their house after 11 p.m. That's how you resolve that issue. The second issue are curfew zones, these maximalized kind of
Yes.
spaces and ways to prevent youth in groups from going out. And what I heard the assistant chief say is that they have a lot of intelligence and they have information. There are ways to engage that through violence interrupters, through safe passage, through all of the tools that they have in place to prevent those occurrences, to get in touch with people, to use the resources that we have in place that are non-police resources to prevent that. And then if the law is broken, there are consequences for breaking the law.
Okay. Well, I am out of time. I'm assuming my colleague, Councilmember Fruman, is going to pick up where I left off, but thank you. Again, I would just say I am skeptical. As of today, I'm not supportive of this. I don't think this is what we should be doing as a district. And I think we're in a different place now than where we were when you were asking for an emergency tool. And I really need, and I'm challenging the executive to work with us to come up with solutions to really target the root causes, as you said you're focused on. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Councilor Parker. Councilor Fruman?
Thank you very much. And Councilmember Parker, sorry to disappoint. I'm going to go a little bit of a different direction. Back back on immigration. So during the emergency, there was one set of rules and there were enormous challenges. I hear you about the all different kinds of cooks in the kitchen in a certain sense that made it difficult to operate, and very, very important that we move out of that. And we successfully got ourselves out from the emergency. During the emergency, there was the reference of what you can do with ICE and what you can't do with ICE, and that was different, and then it reverts back. You can see how people would be somewhat confused, but then we come out of the emergency, and the mayor very pointedly, in the list of agencies with whom we would cooperate, did not include ICE. And there was a powerful message, and there was a message of, we do not want MPD to be in the business of immigration enforcement. But there was also a message of collaboration with federal partners is a thing that has always existed and is going to continue to exist. And so other federal partners are in the mix with MPD in various different ways. The challenge I think that we face is, while there was an expression of an intention not to be involved in immigration in any way, the U.S. Marshal, when he deputized the federal partners to do work locally, deputized them to do immigration work. And so it's not just ICE that does immigration work, it's every federal law enforcement under the deputization. And now we're working with every federal partner, and they are all deputized to do immigration work, which likely lands us in very difficult situations. And I guess the DC bilingual thing brings it up. And tell me if you think that I'm not understanding the landscape. I don't think we want to be in this landscape. I think we don't want to be involved in any way in immigration stuff, but we're in a little box, in a little bit of a box on this. At DC bilingual, as I understand it, it's a traffic stop, and MPD completes the traffic stop, and then federal partners say, well, what about, they want to talk to these people about immigration stuff. And so they're there and they do it, and it turns from a traffic stop into something else. And I don't think anybody in the DC government wants that, but it's kind of it's gonna happen given the deputization of the federal partners and our partnership with them. Am I missing something?
No, that's accurate. And I think here's the thing is we needed, from our perspective, we needed to get out of the emergency, right? Like that was a priority for us. And so you've heard the mayor say that a path out was the mayor's order. That was a path that we took. But we're not out of the position of vulnerability that we have in the district that is complicated and difficult and challenging, where we are trying to manage a federal apparatus that is here and is not leaving. We're not Chicago, we're not LA, we're not these other places, because our literal neighbors is the White House, and at the other end is Congress. They're not leaving, and they've made that clear. And so everything we've tried to do on a near weekly basis, at my level, the person who's responsible for managing a White House that is very involved, is reinforce our values, what we don't want to do, what we're asking to draw away from, what we are continuing to request not have happen, while also recognizing that how do we use these federal entities that they are set on having here in a way that allows us to drive down crime. So you described the complexities correctly, right? That we've tried different things. After the emergency, we tried to stop doing traffic stops, and then shooting went up. And like we have, which it did, because we also get a lot of guns, right? Like it's not a simple situation, and I don't sit here and again, like minimize anything that I've heard. It's not a situation we want to be in, and we're doing everything we can to make sure that we're abiding by the laws, the rules, that officers know what to do. And then there's situations that sometimes occur out of our control, and we try and work our way through them. But you do describe aptly the complication of the landscape that we have found ourselves in since the president surged federal entities to the
And-
district.
And I mean, I hear you on that. And the question of how to extricate ourselves from this is a difficult one. And in candor, I spoke with somebody who's in an advocacy organization in the immigrant community and who worried that too precipitative of action to extricate ourselves could feel good, but might bring a hammer down on that very community. So it's hard.
And we've tried to remain in it too, to constantly have the conversation, yes, of not only extricating HSI, but raids. Do raids need to be done? Does this thing need to have, these aren't things people see, but they are. If we act in a different manner that, again, may feel good, the reality is the district's vulnerabilities mean that you can have them act in an incredibly punitive way against communities we want to protect. And we're like, how do we also not have that happen? And mayhem, because you were here, like the post now the shooting of the National Guardsman. Yes, the president is now sending in additional troops. These are things that in the district, because of our unique vulnerabilities, become a reality that we are trying to mitigate all the time. How do we keep as many people safe as possible?
And part of where I am coming from is I really do want you in every possible way to try to extricate our representatives, MPD, which is a valued institution and doesn't want, I hope, to be part of immigration enforcement. What are the things that you can do to incrementally get us out of that space? Because there gets to be a certain amount of semantics about, are we cooperating, are we not cooperating? But it happens. People see it. And what I think is happening is a baton being passed just that arises out of proximity. Federal partners are there when a traffic stop happens, and then they pick up with their project. And the proximity isn't going to go away, but how do we not land where our folks are associated with immigration actions that run counter to the, I don't care about the technical words of the Sanctuary Values Act, that run counter to the values of the residents of the District of Columbia?
I think a lot of it is what we've been doing, which is continuing not only to work at the political level, but at the practical level where they understand where at an operational level, they do understand some of the bounds of what we want to be involved with and how to then do what they're going to do, which without us. And so that continues at that level. And then at the political level, it is a constant discussion. It is a constant negotiation of, can you not do this? Can you not be in these spaces? Please don't be at preschools. Like things that we hear, please stop being around schools, things that we do raise constantly. And, I mean.
Okay, so on that, just want to reiterate, please do that as much as you humanly can. Ms. Semenova, on the curfew, I haven't been here, but I have been listening in 1 minute, so I'll give you a minute. One of the things that you talked about was an alternative to the curfew legislation is the incommoding legislation, and there are tools, enforcement tools, but can you speak to how that would work is a replacement to a curfew?
It's not a replacement to a curfew. What I want to be really clear about is that there are two separate issues. One is just the general curfew that applies to all youth who are walking the streets.
No, I hear you, but yeah, go ahead.
And then there's the enhanced juvenile curfew in these zones that are created. And then the enforcement zones are the 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. You cannot gather in groups of 9 or more. If there is an existing law that prohibits incommoding, it's essentially blocking. I can read it, but it's blocking egress. It is. I found it for you. It's an existing statute that that MPD can use when there are these kind of blocking of public passages by large groups. The conduct cited that there's destruction of property. Destruction of property is against the law. Individuals who engage in destruction of property can be arrested. That there are fights. Fights should be within the definition of simple assault. That can lead to arrest. So there are existing laws that penalize the conduct that MPD wants to prohibit and ensure doesn't happen when youths gather.
The only thing I would say is that we tried that. Like before, at the beginning of the summer, before we had the first emergency, we were trying a fray, all of these different things. And the reality is we don't want to arrest a bunch of kids. Like MPD doesn't want to be chasing kids around Navy Yard, arresting them, because if they're arrested for a fray or otherwise, that's different than a tool where it's like, we need you to move on, like to scatter. Like, so we're talking about once there's been mayhem, once they've trespassed on a private entity. And anyone who's seen these scenes, it literally is hundreds of kids scattering and mayhem, and people get hurt. So when we did the first emergency, we stopped seeing that behavior. When people say we don't want kids in spaces, we're quite frankly talking about kind of two areas. An area Navy Yard or area U Street. There's lots of places for kids to be and to be safe, but these areas, the behavior that we were seeing was resulting in arrests and massive use of police resources as well, right? Like, and people say they don't want federal engagement with our young people. Well, they all saw, like the Navy Yard, what happened on Halloween, all of them descend there. That's what we don't want, is this dissension of National Guardsmen and federal law enforcement to engage with our kids. So we're like, this worked where we didn't have to pick kids up. We didn't have curfew violations. We were like, kids, let's move along. And that was what happened. We could arrest them, and we will if they commit a crime, but is that what we are looking for?
Okay, I am 2 minutes over. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councilor Fruman. Okay, we are going to switch gears to evidence-based. If you have an additional statement you want to provide for the record, and then we will ask a couple more questions. Chief Wright, can you stay for this round for just me and the chairman? And then we will, we're going to say goodbye and then turn to our kids who are here to testify. And then we'll come back to first responders. And do you have any testimony around the evidence-based?
I don't.
Okay. Okay, great.
So I should.
Okay, great. I just had one follow-up for you on the incommoding piece, which is, would that be a criminal offense if you violate the incommoding statute?
It is a misdemeanor offense. What MPD isn't only limited to arresting. MPD could say, if you continue to incommode, you will be arrested. So there's nothing prohibits MPD from giving a warning prior to arrest and stating very clearly, young people, if you do this, you are committing this offense. This is the code violation that you would be committing. Please disperse. It's similar to, I think, contexts that you see in First Amendment situations where if there's an unauthorized blocking with sort of a protest without a permit, it can be used as that statute can be used, but there's nothing that prohibits MPD from giving a warning and creating that same.
I guess just if one of the stated goals is to limit interactions with MPD, it seems like that avenue would lead to more.
A general statement to all youth is very different from the arrest of a single youth.
Yeah.
And then the contact with youth is really the primary way that happens is through the general curfew statute, which has nothing to do with youth gatherings.
Yeah.
And that's
No, I
the
think
one-
that's a helpful distinction and certainly something we should consider for any permanent as well. So thank you.
I would just note one thing about incommoding those, you have to be blocking the public way. If you see what happens in Navy Yard, kids all in that big sort of center where they're doing all of the mayhem and then run, that's not incommoding. Like that's kind of the thing, is like they'd have to be basically blocking the public way. So I'm just pointing out, like, no, there's nothing that we have that's just like, if you're generally meleeing in an area, but
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Seminova. Okay, we're now going to turn to Deputy Mayor Apia for a statement on evidence-based gun violence.
Good afternoon. Again, Chairperson Pinto, council member, staff on Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. I'm still Lindsay Apia, Deputy Mayor for Public Safety. I'm offering executive testimony in opposition to Title I of B260052, Evidence-Based Gun Violence Reduction and Prevention Act of 2025. Continuing to reduce gun violence and drive down crime remains one of the most critical and pressing priorities for us as a government. Through increased accountability and extremely hard work across the whole of government and in partnership with community, we've driven down violent crime in our city 28% this year and 54% since 2023. We've reduced gun violence by 41% this year and 65% since 2023. These reductions are not just numbers. They are people not being victimized in our city. They are the result of making data-driven decisions, investing in our people and in cutting-edge technology, passing common sense legislation, and being laser-focused on executing the agency missions within our public safety and justice ecosystem. Our efforts are working to make our city safer, and now is the time to continue investing in what works, not in creating new initiatives that add bureaucratic and administrative burdens and operational confusion amongst public safety stakeholders. It is for this reason the executive opposes Title I of B260052. As introduced, the bill purports to address gun violence in the district by creating additional layers of bureaucracy and detracting from the beneficial and effective work being done to curb gun violence by creating a governing board to direct law enforcement activities and yet another working group in the strategy and implementation team comprised of the same district and federal agencies who already work together on a host of existing committees, task forces, task group, advisory teams, weekly shooting reviews, and more throughout our ecosystem focused on reducing gun violence and violent crime. Additionally, Title I is unnecessary and redundant, replicating the missions of several existing executive agencies, most notably the Metropolitan Police Department, Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, and the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. Currently, MPD works with law enforcement partners and other public safety stakeholders to implement strategies aimed at reducing crime and violence in the district. Further, this initiative inappropriately interferes in law enforcement activity. Title I states that the strategy and implementation team has the capacity, authority, or expertise to handle the daily operations of the initiative, including making key decisions, developing strategies, securing resources, and continuously monitoring results. The planning and execution of law enforcement activities should vest in those with expertise and experience to make complex policing decisions, the chief and command staff of MPD, not a myriad of non-law enforcement members of a council-created governing board and strategy and implementation team. Successful crime reduction is dependent on clarity of role and chain of command. This bill confuses that and adds needless ambiguity into an already complex public safety and justice ecosystem at a moment in which our collective strategies are in fact working to reduce gun violence. Title I also seems to ignore the existence of ones in its mission to, quote, build partnerships and implement strategies that reduce gun-related violence in the district by coordinating the district's gun violence prevention and intervention initiatives using both public health and public safety tools, and by focusing on and identifying and engaging with those most likely to be involved in gun violence, providing them with an alternative to crime. It's unclear what the distinction is between one's statutorily mandated responsibility to identify, recruit, and engage individuals determined to be at high risk of participating in or being a victim of violence or criminal activity and the proposed initiative. Parallel bodies doing substantially similar work do not lead to beneficial outcomes in our city. Instead, those attempting to do the work end up confused and distracted as to who's responsible, instead of focusing their time and attention on increasing safety and reducing violence. Finally, CJCC already convenes many of the same partners listed in this title to do much the same type of work. Our system is currently taxed by the number of working groups, committees, and commissions that exist to do the same or substantially similar work. Specifically, the Combating Violent Crime Committee within the CJCC exists to, quote unquote, evaluate and enhance the District of Columbia's strategic and systemic efforts to combat violent crimes with a specific emphasis on gun crimes. While we are committed to driving down gun violence in our community, the creation of another task force, task group, initiative, advisory group, or committee is not the means to achieve that end. Instead, the executive urges council to focus on supporting the successful efforts already underway to continue to drive down gun violence in our city and vote against Title I. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm available to answer questions on Title I of the bill. There's testimony from the relevant agencies on the other titles, including MPD on Title II, the Department of Buildings on Title III, and the Department of Healthcare Finance on Title IV, or 5, sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to turn to Chairman Mendelson for questions on his bill.
Thank you. I might be a little more than 10 minutes. I hope you'll forgive me or give me some flexibility. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm a little disappointed with the testimony. And to be frank, I think that the testimony reveals an ignorance about the gun violence, the Group Violence Intervention Initiative, which is a well-proven strategy for reducing crime. As I said in my opening statement today, and I guess you missed it, and I guess you as well missed the testimony of Professor David Kennedy, who's the one who actually sort of initiated this approach some 30 years ago in Boston, that over 7 dozen jurisdictions have implemented this approach, Group Violence Intervention Initiatives. And most of those jurisdictions experienced significant reductions in violent crime as a result. A meta-analysis published in 2018 found that in, quote, in 19 of 24 eligible studies, researchers reported that the implementation of the evaluated program was associated with a statistically significant crime reduction effect on a targeted crime problem. I looked at your statement as well as the attachments. It's nothing but resistance to every part of this bill. And I would say that every part of this bill, with exception possibly, no, every part of this bill could be initiated or implemented by the executive without this legislation, but the executive has chosen not to. So let's go over this quickly. There is the Group Violence Intervention Initiative, that's Title I, which has been proven effective in city after city, in Baltimore and in Philadelphia. But there's Title II. Let me see. Title II says, instead of using sworn officers in every instance of investigation, and let me remind you, we are down about 600, 700 sworn officers, that, well, actually, we could use civilians for all but the, contact interviews that probably require a sworn officer, but like evidence collection, other parts of the research, but no, the executive's position is no. Or with regard to blight, so there's a clear correlation between blighted properties and criminal activity. So what the bill has is just sort of an additional tool in the toolbox for dealing with violent crime by dealing with targeting blighted properties. Actually, we don't need the legislation for you all to do this, but the answer is no. And then there is the, let me see, the Medicaid waiver, which would somehow be a violation of the separation of the executive and the legislative branches, even though this council numerous times over the past 2 decades has adopted Medicaid waiver legislation. So I just read this as complete rejection and no interest in looking at any additional strategies or tools for the toolbox to deal with criminal activity. So let me just, maybe I'll start with this, the obnoxious question that I have, which is, Deputy Mayor, you say in your testimony, you refer to the effective work being done to curb gun violence. So I looked at the homicide rates for different cities. Now, to be sure, we can celebrate the violent crime and homicides are way down in the district. And I'm guessing that we're on track for maybe 140 homicides this year. We're right now at 124. Actually, probably
That's
won't get to
likely less.
140. But with the homicide rate in the district right now is 17.66 per 100,000. What do you think it is in New York City?
I don't know what the homicide
Well, I'll
rate
tell you
in
what
New
it
York
is.
City
It's 3.34. If we had New York City's homicide rate, we would have 23 homicides, 23, as opposed to 124. Okay, New York City might be an exception, although I think most of us think there's a lot of violent crime in New York City. Let's take Los Angeles, big city, lots of issues. What do you think their homicide rate is? I'll tell you.
I don't know, Chairman, but this
7.17.
sounds awfully like.
7.17. If we had Los Angeles's homicide rate, we would have 51 homicides today, not 124. So between us, because if I'm outside, if I'm in another, if I'm testifying before the House, I'll say we're doing pretty well. Violent crime is the lowest it's been in decades. But inside the House, inside here, I would say we got a lot of progress to do, and I would not say that it's effective. And we need to be looking at other tools, including proven strategies like the Group Violence Initiative. So let me ask you this. People of Promise Initiative, April 2022. Mayor launched the People of Promise Initiative, which is supposed to prevent or disrupt violence by prioritizing residents, quote, who have been identified as being at imminent risk of victimization or involvement in violent crime, unquote, for accelerated service delivery and programming opportunities. Sounds a little bit like the group violence intervention, but it's not as focused. How is that program being evaluated?
So we're not doing that now. Like, so in June of 20.
Well,
right,
you're
like,
not
let's-
doing that anymore.
Let me say this to you.
Hold on, no.
No.
So you're not doing that anymore?
No, we are focusing on those who are most at risk of gun violence, but initiative from 2022, no, we're focused on doing the work that ONES is supposed to be doing, which is focusing on those who are at most risk of gun violence. We're not against a group violence initiative. In fact, in the agreement that
Your testimony is all over the place. talking opposed to it.
it's the creation of some external thing when there are already
Well, then
agencies
how
that
come
you
you haven't-
created to do this
Then how
work.
come you haven't initiated the group violence intervention?
We actually have. Like, if you were to actually look at what that is defined, that actually is in fact what violence interruption is. So in the
It is
district, we
not.
currently have both the
It
street
is not. Those are different.
Listen, Chairman, gun violence is down 65% in the district, right? So we can say that a new initiative will accelerate that, or we could invest in the agencies. But when you all reestablished earlier this year, the executive entered into an agreement that we would reevaluate the
So,
model at once. And
let
we
me
just
regain
have,
my
and we've
time.
just done that.
Deputy Mayor, let me
Validated
regain
and
my
otherwise.
time. So
We're not
the
against
People
GBI.
Promise Initiative is the only initiative you
GBI,
have.
though.
The only initiative you have is the violence interruption through the Office of
And
Neighborhood
it's not an
Safety.
initiative, that's literally the work of violence interruption and prevention. So we're not saying we don't believe in group violence intervention. That's
so
like the
what kind of-
work of
so-
prevention, which we believe in.
So if you know the,
That's why we invest tens of millions of dollars in violence interrupters to do group violence intervention. That is what it is. Like you're saying, do an initiative. We're
That-
saying the work of violence interruption that you have an agency for, and also CURE, which just merged with ONES, that's what they do.
So let me
is
move
group
on.
Violence intervention.
Clearly, you don't understand the initiative because violence interrupter is very, very different. It is not focused. It doesn't bring comprehensive services. It isn't accompanied
literally what
with
they do.
the levers that are part of the initiative. So let me ask you about the civilian investigators. In fact, maybe I'll ask the Assistant Chief. To what extent does the Metropolitan Police Department currently utilize civilian investigators? Chief?
Could you repeat the question, sir?
To what extent does the Metropolitan Police Department currently utilize civilian investigators?
We don't use
I don't,
civilian detectives.
yeah, I'm not aware of any civilians doing investigative work.
We have staff that
Why not?
supports like analysts and
We have analysts.
analysts.
We started the investigative rank, then the detective rank, and then of course.
Well, the testimony, the written testimony says that this doesn't align with the wanting to incentivize officers to become detectives. Deputy Mayor, are there a shortage of sworn officers?
Absolutely. We're
How
down
many?
hundreds.
Hundreds, okay.
Yeah.
Would it be easier to hire a civilian than a sworn officer?
No, actually,
Why would it not be easier? Why would it
We
be easier?
tried civilianization, right? Like we tried, and the type of people that you get to do the work, we invested, we did different things. Like it genuinely did not work. And so it
Deputy Mayor, I used to be chair of this committee for 8 years. Civilianization was all good, and there was a lot of effort to increase the number of civilians doing work in the police department because there's a lot of work that doesn't require a sworn officer.
Absolutely.
For real, you're going to look at me and say that civilianization is a bad thing?
No, but we're talking about
Okay,
specific.
you are
types of
able to bring on
civilianization.
15 new officers in each recruit class, maybe 20 if you're lucky.
Correct.
And we're down hundreds.
That's correct.
I would wager it's easier to hire a civilian.
Even if it's easier to hire civilians, like just hiring people who don't work out for positions that don't advance. Listen, Chairman, no one talks more about case closure than you, right? We're at 81%. Like homicide closure. Like we have to have high quality detectives and analysts, which we do hire. We use technology to
And you
help us
can't
deploy.
train a civilian.
Whether he can or not, that what we're saying is that the
So
best,
let me
what
move
we
on.
believe is the
Let
best
let
way
me
to train
move on. I've got
detectives is
15
as
seconds, even though I asked permission to go longer.
Okay.
Crime prevention through environmental design
Yes.
is an
step
effective
ahead.
strategy for deterring crime. For example, a meta-analysis of 16 studies found that crime prevention through environmental design reduced robberies by anywhere from 30 to 84%. That was a meta-analysis. Other studies have found that remediating abandoned buildings or lots decreased gun violence by anywhere from 29 to 39%. What, if any, crime prevention through environmental design initiatives is the district currently implementing?
So when it comes to SEPTED generally, like I would say that our camera rebate program is one. Things like actually being able to see blind spots, installing cameras is actually a SEPTED. But when you're talking about nuisance abatement, which is really what DOB here is saying, that we have tools for nuisance abatement and that proper investigation of those vests with MPD and OAG. The primary issue here is creating new roles and agencies that don't do
Deputy
things
Mayor,
we're saying is not
the
effective.
Department of Buildings is under the Committee of the Whole, which I chair. I'm very familiar with the issue of vacant properties. At the moment in my mind, I have a visual of some houses in Anacostia that have been decrepit and falling apart in historic Anacostia for decades. So my question is, what CPTED, SEPTED is what you're calling it, crime prevention through environmental design initiatives is the department currently implementing? What I see at Department of Buildings, and they're doing a lot better than they used to, but I would hardly call that an initiative, and it's certainly not correlated to crime
So
reduction.
one of the things that we do and we've done for several years is our multi-agency public safety task forces, where we go into areas with Department of Buildings, our licensing and enforcement agencies, our MPD, DPW, and do targeted enforcement in areas like Buena Vista, our homicide reduction areas, look in doing inspections of businesses, improvements, identifying
would you
issues,
submit to
abating
the
them
committee
immediately. So
after
I would say that that is part
Would
of
you
it.
submit to the hearing, submit to the committee after this hearing, the addresses of this year, calendar year 20?
We go Wednesday and Thursdays and we have where we are
I've
every
asked
single
you to
Wednesday and
submit
Thursday.
the addresses, if you would, of those properties related to this crime reduction initiative.
The multi-agency
Look, we
public
just
safety
spoke
task
to.
force. Okay.
You'll submit the addresses.
I'll submit the neighborhoods we go. We have
No, I don't want neighborhoods. I want addresses.
addresses of the,
Most property has an address. You
I
just said that you're doing this. I asked,
we're doing targeted investment. Chairman, to the extent that I have the addresses of buildings that we're addressing specifically, the neighborhoods where we're doing our weekly
I'll look
enforcement,
for
we
the-
will submit it.
I would like to know the list of properties if you're doing this, because that's what the question is about. It's not just simply going into a neighborhood.
I
It's actually
understand.
targeting properties that are vacant and blighted and contribute to criminal activity.
Okay, Chairman.
And you said you're doing that, and so please give us the address.
But you asked what types of SEPTED activities we were doing, and I described that for you. You're now saying going into vacant and blighted properties, but I understand the request.
Thank you. My last question has to do with the Medicaid waiver. A number of jurisdictions such as California, Colorado, Connecticut, Illinois, Maryland, and Oregon have passed legislation allowing Medicaid to reimburse services involved in violence prevention. Why hasn't the executive done anything on this front?
We actually tried. So we worked with healthcare finance. We thought that an area where we could try it is the hospital violence intervention, the HVIPs. But the problem is the hospitals don't want to do this because what's required for the Medicaid waiver, the paperwork and all of that, is beyond what they want. They want the grant and they want the money. And so we did all this work with healthcare finance to say, let's try to do this for HVIPs. And it fizzled because they did not want to. For Medicaid, you know that what you have to record and what you have to actually document, quite frankly, our community-based providers and others don't want to do that. So, I would say that that's why we tried. We really did try. We changed worked with healthcare finance to try and change the plan and did all of that work. And the hospitals were like, no, why would we do all of this additional paperwork? We like the structure that we currently have, and it's not, the juice wasn't worth the squeeze. So that's really what it is creating hyper complicated pathways. We locally fund so much in violence intervention spaces that states that do this do not locally fund at the levels we do. That's the reality of it.
I don't understand
We
that
make
last
some of the
statement.
highest local investments in the space of gun violence prevention and reduction. So
The paperwork is done by healthcare finance. It's a Medicaid waiver that the government submits to Medicaid to CMS.
agreement of what we have with the hospitals and the providers of what they must do or provide does not line up. It just doesn't with what is required from Medicaid in order to actually
So we
access
will
this type
pay
of funding.
local dollars rather than the 80% match we get from the federal government. I'm over my time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm sorry to rush you. I know this is your bill that I'm waiting for a hearing in a while, but I'm trying to be respectful to our many young people who are here who we can't wait to hear from in just a moment. I just have a few kind of more questions to wrap this up from this discussion. So back to the civilianization idea, the community safety ambassadors. Is that what I heard from the last round is that it didn't work and we're not doing it anymore.
It did not. We really tried. The background requirements and it's very different from what you have for sworn. And so the pool of applicants and people that we brought on, there were a lot of challenges. We tried mental health supports. We tried lots of different things that ultimately the purpose was to try to take some of this work from sworn and.
But so now, current to present day, we are not using the community safety.
I don't think
investors.
so, yeah.
Okay, and where did that money go within the department? I think it was $10 million.
No, civilianization was there were a bunch of different civilianization. Community safety ambassadors was one. Then it was civilianizing positions like airline, like the pilots and a number of different positions in that full package. And so some of those positions have been hired, and you see in the testimony, the union doesn't love it. But we did it and move forward. But it was a combination of the community safety ambassadors and then there was a list of 100, I think it was 100 positions that we wanted to for instance, drone pilot.
Yeah.
People like that.
I remember, but
yeah.
Where did that money go if we're no longer?
We're doing those. I would have to check the portion that was community safety ambassadors.
Okay. You're saying you're doing the other pieces of civilianization,
Correct.
but not the ambassadors.
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So from your discussion with the chairman, it seems like a lot of what we're talking about in Criminal Justice Coordinating Council with the new one's office is really aimed at this kind of broader view of violence prevention. And so kind of stepping back from the initial language of this bill, what are some of the new processes in place to handle group-based violence prevention to address the many human needs that are coming up when we have someone who's at high risk of being a shooter?
Yeah, so there's been a lot of work since the summer done on the various pieces that we believe really needed to be strengthened. And I continue to say it because we have great community partners. We have reduced gun violence 65%. That doesn't just happen. That's a lot of hard work by everybody. So I understand we can improve and that's what I'm about to talk about, but I also want to acknowledge that work is being done. So we did a lot of work on looking at studies and data on models, on cities similar to ours, looking at evaluations of our cities and others, including the one done by Hopkins, and really working with a social science researcher on what are the different types of models that the city should employ and what are the fundamental tenets. We came to GVI, it's just a ceasefire model, which is in fact similar to what we're doing, but there was not fidelity. And so we have done a lot of work to define the contours of the model, right? That we will be moving forward with, that then went into the RFA, right? And a lot of work's being done yesterday. The team presented for me deep analysis on hot blocks, on doing a recalibration of what neighborhoods are. Basically, they ranked through a statistical analysis, every neighborhood in the District of Columbia, every block, and looked at really where is shooting occurring, not historically, but we looked at 5 years of data, right? 5 years to make decisions about what priority areas should be, right? Like evidence-based practices. The next step that we're working with the CJCC, who already has done some of, we met actually with David Muhammad. He came in to explain some of how they arrived at, because this has been always the challenge, is the methodology of how we arrived at the initial list, NICJR list of people. And so my team from OCA, ones all met with him to get more information on that. So while we're also doing the data analysis on the locations, we're talking about how we're determining the people that we'll focus on, because it's people and places. And so these are like the processes that are going on to recalibrate and to strengthen the things that we're already doing. That being said, we still have our violence interrupters and community-based organizations that are doing the work, that are out helping us to continue to drive down gun violence while we're really trying to root ourselves in some spaces where we kind of got away from the core tenets of GBI or, other types of models.
Okay, thank you. And I'm glad to hear about that meeting, because it's something we've talked a lot about in previous hearings, of making sure that all of the effort that's gone underway, both within the government and also community groups, have put forward plans about this strategy for gun violence prevention. And so I think it's going to make for an even more effective year that all the players are talking to each other. So that's great. Yeah. Kind of backing up again to the last couple of months and this Safe and Beautiful task force. Who is on the task force?
So the larger Safe and Beautiful task force it's broad. I mean, it's there's a law enforcement piece of it. You heard of the law enforcement entities, like it's basically all of the federal law enforcement entities. But then they have other things like beautification, which has people like the public health, U.S. Public Health Service, Department of HUD, so Housing and Urban Development. There's a roadways piece that has Department of Transportation people, where they're looking at the actual streets and roadways and things that can be done to beautify, like circles and roads.
How often is the group meeting?
There are different subcommittees within that meet basically bi-weekly, and then the larger task force meets, it's basically once a month.
Okay. Bi-weekly being twice a month or twice a week?
Twice a month.
I never know what that word.
Twice a month. It feels like twice a week.
Yeah, but okay. And so in terms of the law enforcement subcommittee, that's meeting twice a month about.
Mm-hmm.
And how many people would you say are on that subcommittee?
It's the same place. Like it's literally the same. Like it's Park Police, Marshal Service, right? Like Metro Transit, MPD. It's a smaller group of law enforcement entities, quite frankly, than all of these different agencies. It really is the ones who work primarily in the district and have.
Is Homeland Security on that?
I don't believe, not CBP or any of those.
Not on
entities.
The public safety subcommittee.
No, the law enforcement subcommittee.
Okay. So when we think about who is being deployed and going out on these daily roll calls, who is making that decision?
That's made by the United States Marshal Service.
Who is the designee to run the public safety component of the Safe and Beautiful Task Force?
That's correct.
Okay. And how often are those decisions updated?
I mean, daily, like.
Yeah. I mean, like
daily.
I said, we meet
Your mic.
Yeah, turn your mic on. It's like daily.
daily based on what we see, where we need to increase, where we need to decrease, where we need to pivot. Those decisions are made daily.
Okay. And are all federal entities deputized to handle immigration enforcement? If, like, let's say FBI is on scene and they run an arrest warrant and they determine that there is unlawful immigration status, can they then carry out an immigration order?
I believe they can.
Okay. So is it fair to say that every federal agency can in practice carry out immigration related?
I believe that's true. I believe that's true.
Okay. And so in your experience over the last couple of months, is the immigration nexus with MPD when there is a different arrest made and someone is searched and then their immigration status becomes available, and then they are, they go through that process?
You repeat that just one more time.
Over the last couple of months, is it the general practice that when someone is going through immigration, it is because they are being arrested for another offense and they are looking up their immigration status, or they're looking up their arrest status and then realizing an immigration piece?
No, I would say, because as I said, ICE performs independent of MPD,
Right.
right? So when we take police action, it is within our jurisdiction, within our protocols and our guidelines. And if we make that arrest, it is because of probable cause that falls within our guidelines. And that's the interaction. That's all we do for MPD. Now, you know, if ICE has already initiated something, again, we don't patrol with them. If they've initiated something and they decide that they're going to make their arrest, whatever the case might be, that's within their purview.
Okay. But if on the daily decisions, someone is determined at roll call that MPD will be deployed that day with ATF or FBI or anyone else, and there's there's patrols going on or a targeted operation, what I'm trying to understand is the discrepancy between MPD's policy, and I hear you that you are handling local law enforcement functions, and the reports that we're receiving from the community of why did I see MPD with these federal agents carrying out an immigration related functions? And so what I'm trying to decipher is it the reality that the partnership of deployment is carrying forward a different violation of local or federal law, and then it is being determined that there is an immigration related issue, and then that person is going through the process?
So our deployment for MPD and the law enforcement agencies that we work with, when we leave, it is never with any emphasis on immigration. That is, there's no orders, there's not a target. We're not about to go to a location in hopes of, none of that exists. When we leave, we have locations that the commanders have said are issues within their districts. And this is the way we've always operated through our CSTs and of course our high visibility patrols. So we leave to go address the areas within the districts that the commanders and community have said they've heard gunplay, they've heard sounds of gunshots, or we've seen an uptick in robberies. That is the focus of MPD. That's the only discussions that we have, and those are the only things that we address.
And this is what he's saying, because I think that's like the largest bulk of what has been happening. If there are interactions, the ones that you've described, I think that what you're describing can be accurate. That where sometimes we saw some of these interactions was, I think, primarily in traffic enforcement, which we scrolled back, to be honest with you, quite a bit to lessen some of these things. So, but what he described to you is kind of how mainly things have operated. So the interactions that have happened can happen the way you described. I think what the chief is trying to get across here is that, like, mainly what people are out doing is like normal crime suppression. So where we saw interactions was generally related to traffic enforcement or traffic stops.
Okay.
And that reality bears out in the numbers, right? MPD is making 90+% of the arrests.
Yeah.
These are the arrests that we were making before, the task force was generated.
Right.
So we continue to do the same work. We just have, obviously, assistance from our federal law enforcement partners. So it's really more of them assisting us. Our CST officers are the experts. They know the lay of the land. We're not following task force folks around doing other operations.
Right. They're coming on your deployment.
Correct.
Do we have any sense on how much longer this task force is going to be meeting?
So I think that a lot of it has to do, I'll just be honest, with America 250. That next year is the 250th, and that there's a lot of concern and attention by the administration on the city as this place that's going to host America 250. So how, it's constant discussions about the drawback, about sustainability, about these various things, because it's a lot on the resources of the Fed. And quite frankly, they've said that, and whether this is true or not, this is where we've really worked, is what can we do to support recruiting at MPD? Because it is a lot of pull on the federal resources, it just is. So we've had discussions around that, like how to accelerate recruiting, because they're like, this does have to transition at some point to back to the local. But I will be sort of that a lot of focus is on America 250.
Okay. Well, thank you. And
Yeah.
to the extent the administration is watching, we'll just remind them that we are a country built on immigrants, and we want to celebrate the amazing country that we have in the 250 years that we've been in existence. And it should be a celebration for everyone. And we want to make sure that our own residents feel safe here and that everybody feels safe coming here. And if there's a fear of being deported or a fear of being pulled over without a warrantless search, that's not gonna help what should be a celebration for everyone. So thank you both very much.
And then
Go ahead.
if I may, 2 cents on the civilian investigators. So I was an investigator. I was a detective. I was a detective sergeant, detective lieutenant, captain of all the detectives in the city from the DDUs, and then finally commander of youth division. What I can tell you that I've known from 31 years of experience is it's what the officers did leading up to that position. It is the academy. It is their experience and time on the street. It is their interactions in court and in trials and with the U.S. Attorney's Office and the OAG. It is being a part of various units, whether it's our BCSD unit, specialized unit, all of these different things. Culmination of experience is by the time they become investigators, that's what they bring to this position. So while you can simply hire some investigators, I think you run the risk of the quality of work because of all of the experience that comes with that position.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you both very much. Really appreciate you being here today and all of your continued efforts for the city. Thank you. Okay, we are turning back to some public witnesses. We have been joined by many young people who we are eager to hear from. We are going to call folks in order. Devon Montgomery. Raphael Miles. Samaya Miles. Bryce Blanding. Hi. If you can sit in the order, which I call you Devon Montgomery. Great, welcome. For first responders. Yeah, he's got it. Are you Raphael Miles? Are you Raphael Miles or Bryce? Oh, would you mind sitting in the 4th chair just so I can go in order? So Raphael Miles, you sit in the 2nd chair. Samaya Miles. Samaya Miles, are you here? Great, welcome. All right, thank you all for being here. Everybody has 3 minutes to present your testimony. We will start with Devon Montgomery, fellow and DC educator from Empower Ed.
Good evening, Chairperson Pinto. My name is Devon Montgomery. I'm the Dean of Students at an elementary school in Ward 5, a Ward 1 community member, and an Empower Ed fellow. I'm here today to ask the council to oppose any legislation imposing a youth curfew in the district. While safety is a priority, DC youth should not be subjected to modern-day black codes. In cities like Chicago and Baltimore, boosted efforts to support social safety nets rather than stepping up police presence or using punitive tactics have drastically reduced crime. The way to curb crime and build safe spaces is by involving youth voices in the discussion concerning the best approach for strengthening their social safety nets. In many circumstances, youth find themselves in public spaces late into the evening due to housing instability, unsafe family environments, or lack of safe communal spaces. Consequently, resolving these concerns requires a deliberate approach to developing safer neighborhoods. Juvenile curfews are remnants of oppressive state-led efforts to criminalize people of color. The restriction of movement in specified zones mirrors the restrictions found in Black codes and slave codes. In her testimony on October 30th, the police chief claimed that curfew zones were developed on a temporary basis, based on intelligence gathered by the police of impending harmful gatherings of juveniles that intended to do harm. How does this knowledge of singular events justify the establishment of an entire zone? Officers can use proactive measures in those areas without banning all juveniles from those zones or exhausting resources. This is evidenced by the laundry list of exemptions to the curfew. If MPD is working closely with community partners in those areas and addressing the root causes as to why young people may not feel safe in their homes or need to gather in large groups with their peers, then why do we need a ban of youth at all? The key thing to consider here is to listen to the youth. I am sure that many of the young people today will or have told you that their experiences in curfew zones included times where they were harassed, traumatized, intimidated, or humiliated by those designated to serve them and protect them. When they do, how can we look them in the face, ignore their lived experience, and tell them that what they underwent made the community safer? Safer for whom? Not them or their peers. We must do better to make the youth feel valued by the community at large. In order to responsibly deal with issues of public safety impacting minors in the district, the council should convene a youth advisory panel to directly inform safety, recreation, and mental health strategies. Prioritize community centers as hubs providing safe spaces and resources for youth. Invest in community school models throughout the district. Invest in mental health supports for youth. Juvenile curfews are analogous to Black codes. They waste MPD forces, fail in strengthening social safety nets for young people, criminalize and profile youth of color unfairly, and are ineffective at lowering crime long term. Instead of punitive limitations, our young people need access to a comprehensive education, safe housing, mental health, resources, leisure and recreational activities, and jobs. I advise the council to resist any legislation mandating a youth curfew in the district. Instead of telling our young people that they are the issue, police should embrace trauma-informed techniques if curfews are not resulting in arrests.
Mr.
Thank you for your time and consideration. Please do give my testimony.
Thank you. Raphael Miles. Turn your microphone on by clicking the button on the bottom. Yep, there you go.
Council members of DC, my name is RJ and I'm a youth leader at Black Swan Academy. I attend McKinney Middle School. I am in 8th grade and live in Ward 5. Today I'm here to talk about the youth curfew. I want to talk about this topic because I feel as though youth curfew is restricting youth and causing them to be overwatched, and that needs to change. Youth curfews are meant to keep teens safe, but sometimes they make situations worse for us. Most of the time, curfews are used to make teens seem like troublemakers. Even when we are just heading home from school, work, or other activities, like what we do in Black Swan, it feels unfair when responsible and well-behaved teens get punished for what others do wrong. Instead of helping DC's situation, strict curfews can make young people feel like they aren't trusted or respected. Everyone deserves respect because we are all human. The rules should be fixed or changed so that they can make sense in the real world we are living in. Curfews can be used only when they are needed or when teens are in danger, not when they are returning home from sports, jobs, school, or events. Police and city leaders should talk and listen to youth in DC before making these rules because we are the ones that know what is really going on in our communities. If curfews are more flexible and based on trust, more teens will follow them. If people can speak out about this issue by speaking up and getting involved, teens can prepare themselves for council meetings and talk to local leaders about how curfews affect them personally. When we work together, we can make our environment safer for everyone instead of limiting our freedom.
Thank you. Samaya Miles.
My name is Samaya Miles. I'm a middle school youth leader with Black Swan Academy. I attend McKinley Middle School. I'm in sixth grade. I live in Ward 5. And today I'm here to talk about the youth curfew because everyone of different ethnicities in DC deserve to be not over-policed and profiled by police in DC. The youth curfew is connected to the youth well-being because it does not stop or prevent the crime in DC. Instead, it causes all ethnicities to be at risk of being wrongfully punished by police and causes more resentment. youth feel like they are being restricted or treated unfairly within the DC community. I do not have a personal experience with this topic, but I have heard on the news from family and friends and I've seen videos on it. And I also talked about it with the BSA, which stands for Black Swan Academy, and United Leaders for Freedom. Now I come to ask you to eliminate the youth curfew due to the fact that the youth curfew doesn't help anything in the DC communities. The curfew actually increases the crime during the curfew times and ignores the root causes and wastes the little resources we already have in DC by punishing the wrong people and wrongfully incriminates youth of different races in DC. Thank you for listening, and now you can see through the eyes of a member of the youth community. Again, thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Bryce Blanding.
Good afternoon. My name is Bryce Blandon. I attend McKinney Technology High School. I'm in the 9th grade. I do sports such as football, basketball, and track. I take pre-AP classes. I am a great student in the classroom, and I want to go to College of Stanford and pursue the career of attorney in criminal law. I am here on behalf of Guns Down Friday. I'm here to talk about the youth curfew and violence in DC. The youth curfew affects me as a student athlete, but my practice normally goes on to 8, and that's normally when the curfew starts. I take public transportation, such as the train, and by the time I get to the station and on the train, it's about 8:45. I get questioned by National Guard, and I was even stopped one time because they thought I was lying. They harassed me. I just froze because there were so many of them. So I had to call my parents, and they clarified I was going home. Youth also feel unsafe in their schools and neighborhoods and communities. This can lead to fear and disengagement in school and at home. Many young people experience the death of a friend or sibling, leading to profound grief, while others live with the constant fear of gunshots or bullets through their windows. I am one of these young people. In the summer of 2021, my cousin Stefan Shreves was shot and killed in front of my eyes, in front of my house, as I watched his friends hold him in their arms, and I was terrified. And I'm scared that this could be me next. And I'm constantly watching my surroundings, and I live in fear. I also live in Anacostia, Southeast. And this is our youth. We should enjoy these moments of our life, not fear them. It is not fair that my childhood has been taken away more and more each day because of gun violence. Critics also argue that curfews have not been shown to lower overall juvenile crime rates and may not be used the most effective use of police sources. So I'm speaking to the council to make a change, an actual change, and not a temporary punishment for youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for being here. Really appreciate your testimony, and I'm sorry it got a little late in the night, but it means a lot to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
We're going to call our next panel, Christina Hansen, Aisha Jackson, Famia Truesdale, Tiona Bratcher. Sure. Is she on the list, Samaya? Oh, okay. Standing in for Famia? Okay, if you could sit in the third chair then. And Tiana Bratcher, are you here? No, Tiana? Huh? Sorry? Tiana Bratcher? Oh, hi. I'm sorry. Would you all mind just sitting in the order? Because it'll just help me keep track. So Christina Hansen, Aisha Jackson. Is Aisha Jackson here? Okay. You're Tiana. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. I'll just take a note of it. What is your name? Samaya. Samaya, what's your last name? Okay, great. Okay, and Athena Culver. Is Athena Culver here? Great, hi. Okay, we will begin with Christina Hansen.
Good evening. My name is Christina Hansen, and I'm a public educator, Ward 7 resident, and the parent of a Black child who crosses this city every single day to get an education. I have to pivot a little bit. First, it is disrespectful to have our youth wait this extended period of time for the questioning that occurred earlier for adults who have the ability to adjust their schedules and then not ask them to stay to listen to our youth. Second, I am sick of MPD blaming our youth for the October 31st incident at Navy Yard, because in what world do they think Halloween on a Friday night wouldn't bring thousands of people out to enjoy the night? The city chose not to plan proactive, safe, late night hype type opportunities for our youth in large open spaces, such as the one at Navy Yard. Now, to my actual testimony, let me be clear. This incident should not be used to criminalize an entire generation. This incident should not be used to justify policies that target Black and brown children by geography, by appearance, and by presence. Curfews do not make our communities safer. They make policing easier and childhood harder. Curfews increase police contact with youth, especially our Black and brown youth. They create stops without cause. They invite harassment without accountability. And they teach young people that their very presence is the public threat. And as an educator, I know what police contact does to children, even when no arrest occurs. It creates fear. It disrupts learning. It leaves trauma that shows up in classrooms, not because our kids are failing, but because the system is failing them. And what makes this even more dangerous is the climate that our children are already living through. At the Ward 8 Faith and Clergy meeting in September, MPD admitted that they are not trusted by youth and said, I quote, "It is what it is." At the ANC 8A meeting in November, MPD stated on record they have worked alongside ICE. And that horrifies me, because now we are telling Black and brown children, be home early or be questioned, be quiet or be profiled, be careful or be afraid. Young people are already reporting being stopped simply for trying to get home from tutoring, sports, or work, harassed even with the documentation. And when a child is cornered by authority with no way out, we shouldn't be surprised if they respond with fight, flight, or freeze, which is not defiance, that's survival. Curfews ignore the reality that home is not safe for every child, and some people find safety in community, safety in numbers, safety outside, because inside isn't always safe. And so instead of investing in late night programs, youth spaces, and transit, we're investing in surveillance. Instead of counselors, funding curfews. Instead of coaches, choosing control. A school year curfew doesn't communicate safety, it communicates rejection. It tells children that they are the risk instead of the future. And so today, I'm calling on council to choose a different path. Fund late night spaces, extend rec hours, expand youth jobs, increase school-based mental health support, and provide safe transportation home. Because with transportation, if this city can fund rides and find partnerships home for adults after Halloween, St. Patrick's Day, and other nights known for excessive alcohol use, then they can absolutely do it for children. And so this city knows how to protect people when it wants to. And so we should absolutely not be punishing our children, and we should be protecting them.
Thank you. Aisha Jackson, I was on here. Samaya Sebron. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Samaya. I'm with Harriet's Wildest Dreams, and I'm a junior at Columbia Heights Education Campus. Oh, okay. Every night, I dread the possibility of waking up. But don't be mistaken, it's not because I wish I could sleep in, or once again, I'm up late doom scrolling through TikTok. But I dread having to live through the literal nightmare DC is turning into. I feel as if I'm going crazy, constantly reminding myself to stay sane in an environment that was created to purposely harm youth and youth like me. And my school is a perpetrator of this harm. Let me walk you through a normal day for me. It was past 9 a.m., school started at 8:45. I'm late a lot, and I know I need to do better, even if it takes me an hour to get to school. I enter the building, and I'm immediately penalized for my appearance. Admin presented me with two options, ISS or go home. I was actually excited to go to school that day, something I haven't felt in years. But at school, the color of your sweater is more important than your education. Conformity is more important than individuality. Uniforms aren't just clothes, but a jumpsuit, a method of surveillance and control, because we aren't people, we're criminals that need to be watched. I can't walk around the station at times without being stopped by Metro Police or without seeing the National Guard, because my uniform isn't just brown khakis and black button-ups, but glasses strapped to the pupils of adults, tinted with orange and black jumpsuits. 2 weeks ago, my school had a meeting open to students about the uniform. A ninth grader asked the same question we were all wondering. Why are we just now enforcing uniform? And according to the school, the uniform is supposed to protect us, specifically the large demographic of Hispanic students, because being identifiable apparently means we're safe. But the reality is DC youth are not safe, and at a time where our country is spiraling into an oligarchy, we need to keep each other close. Wearing uniform makes us more prone to confrontation, especially from ICE. And 600 kids this year were abducted, reaching a new record. And they think a printed top of the box logo will protect us? We are not perfect. We're young, we're messy, we're loud, but we're still learning, which is the beauty of growing up. And despite the way politicians view the youth through their policies as minds that can be trained to follow a facade or imprisoned, I beg from the depths of my heart, please treat DC youth with more compassion. We don't have many spaces to just be teenagers to exist. Whether it's at school, the metro, and for many our homes, we aren't given that luxury. We don't need more uniforms or curfews. We don't need more prying eyes of teachers, administrators, and law enforcement. We need and deserve safe spaces. Spaces like the Congress Heights pool that was just voted down by DC Council. Spaces where we can gather on nights like Halloween, but instead we get confinement, distrust, and more rules. The youth curfew enacted by this very mayor and council is not a solution to safety, but instead paves the way for a prison pipeline. We are not criminals. We are the future of DC, the future of this country. DYRS is overcrowded with teens that look just like me. If more youth curfews, prisons, and criminalization was the solution, it would have already worked. I urge adults who believe in a better future to step up and be a change for us that you claim you want to see. Invest in spaces where we can exist. And what is clear to me is that those places don't exist right now, hang that as a result of the policymakers in this city. The youth deserve a free DC because once again, I wish I could complain about endless doom scrolling or wanting to sleep in on early mornings, but instead I'm stressing about a high school dream so distant I will never be able to experience at the hands of adults. Thank you. Free DC.
Thank you very much. Tiona Bratcher. Tiana, thank you.
Hello, my name is Tiana Bratcher, also known as Zion. I am a youth board member and leader. I go to Thurgood Marshall currently, and I'm a 10th grader. Today, I'm here to talk about DC school safety and community safety due to violence in the community because of Black and brown youth in DC deserve to be safe in schools and communities that they live in. Recent data indicate that children in Washington, D.C. are more susceptible to community violence due to the gun violence, and the youth wanting to show off as if they are tough, sometimes even to be like gang members they seem to idolize, simply because they see them as Black people who are up in the world or they have money, chains, or fame. Sorry. Such as outside of school, a school day, as I've seen in Thurgood Marshall Academy many times this single year and last. A study by the Urban Institute found that a small number of schools were particularly close to a high volume of gunfire, with 54% of schools experiencing at least one burst of gunfire within 1,000 feet. In my personal experience and others, I've witnessed many bouts of violence in my school and outside of it, such as students being jumped, beaten, even some adults being harmed in it, trying to stop the fights. Even hearing gunfire after one of said fights. This was yesterday, and it scared half of us. Even with me, many students tried to provoke me into fighting them, one even taking it far enough to stalk me and my friends to find where I live, simply to fight, and our dean brushing it off my complaint, saying it is nothing when the student tried to wait in my lobby after school of my home after finding it from someone. Fighting even behind my house, entire groups of students scream to beat one person up or another. I've witnessed them have a large brawl with 2 other schools before at a station. I'm not going to name names, but something must change. I've seen it in my community many times, gun violence and physical violence, the loss of family members due to gang violence and safety, laws being broken by youth and adults in said communities due to them feeling as if they have something to prove to people they do not even know, to prove to men or women they seem to idolize as Black youth. So I'm here today to spread awareness on the continuing issues of violence in our schools and communities and to ask for better intervention of violence in Black communities. Thank you for listening to me today. I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you very much. Athena Culver.
Hi, my name is Athena Kova. I am a high school youth leader with Black Swan Academy. I attend HD Woodson and I am in the 10th grade and I live in Ward 8. Thank you for your time. Today I am here to talk about the youth advisory and youth curfew and how it impacts the youth advisory. The youth curfew impacts the youth advisory by not allowing youth to be able to do after school activities or be able to go home without being stopped by the police just because they're out past 6 o'clock or longer. Because they're either going home from going home from school, or they're going home after school programs or activities like sports or tutoring, or from the recreation center just because they're having fun. Things that youth do after school keeps them off the streets and from doing bad things, but even if they do those things, there are other stuff that they do that makes youth feel like they don't belong. And the stuff that happens in this world is not all because of the youth. It's mostly the adults that do these things. And the reason being that the youth are doing drugs or smoking or any violence is because of the adults. The adults are the ones that are giving the youth the drugs, the guns, and the violence. And the reason that youth don't want to go to adults to talk to them about these things that are happening or what they're going through is because a lot of adults like to judge them and yell at them and tell them it's not worth it. Youth, me personally, I don't know why adults and you, the council members, want to always put the blame on the youth and don't want to own up to your mistakes that you've done. All we ask of you is to stop blaming the youth on everything that happens in this world because it's not all our fault. Just take responsibility on your own actions and what you have done. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all for being here today. It's extremely important to hear from you, and I really appreciate it. And I also appreciate your patience. As you know, we've had over 150 public witnesses today and are also considering 5 bills, and a lot of people with childcare needs to pick up. And so we're trying to balance everybody's schedule to fit everything in for the building closes. So I really appreciate your patience as we're trying to hear from you as soon as we can. I also will just thank you for the comments around the additional spaces that are clearly needed. A couple of weeks ago, I introduced a package of bills. It was 23 different new laws called the Prosper DC Plan. And 8 or 9 of those bills were all about youth opportunities. So it creates new teen centers in every quadrant. It creates youth advisory committees so that the programs in each of those teen centers can really be guided by young people of what you want to see in each of those centers. A new app to connect kids with paid job opportunities in a flexible schedule. A new youth villages program to help kids who were justice involved get connected with other mentorship and resources. Access to youth banking accounts. So there's a lot in there that I really hope we can work together on to get across the finish line. Those bills were all referred to other committees. And so I hope that we can see you there once those bills have hearings scheduled, or we can continue the conversation in another forum to make sure that they're really accomplishing a lot of what I'm hearing today and what I've heard from young people all year, which is really consistent with what you're saying, that we need to have more opportunities and spaces for kids to thrive. So I really appreciate you being here and all of your testimony. Thank you. Okay, we're going to call our next panel Atrayu Lee. Atreyu Lee, Mekhi Parks, Makai Parks, Naomi Bonilla, Naomi Red, we will begin with Atreyu Lee.
My name is Atreyu Lee, a 17-year-old born and raised in Ward 8, representing Black Swan Academy, Pathways to Power, and Thurgood Marshall Academy as a student body president. Thank you for having me. Statistics are often shoved in our faces when crimes of any capacity happens. It's been used as leverage to pass curfews that criminalize being outside and treat your age as an inherent pathway to guarantee violence. If you pull numbers that reveal crimes young people commit, you have to pull numbers that reveal your response is inadequate, and in some instances resulting in increasing numbers of crime. Before I pull data that critiques how effective curfews really are, I want to say something in plain English. Curfews are used as a false push to lower crime and a lazy alternative to better solutions. What I'm about to read is an article from 2018 called The Curfew Myth, published by the Marshall Project. A systematic review of research literature on juvenile curfew programs was published in 2016 by the Campbell Collaboration, a nonprofit that synthesizes research studies for policymakers. Campbell examined over 7,000 studies on juvenile curfews and synthesized the 12 most rigorous studies. The report stated that evidence suggests that juvenile curfews are ineffective at reducing crime and victimization. Later in the article, something more specific to DC is reported. A study published in 2015 tested the effect of Washington, D.C.'s juvenile curfew on gun violence using ShotSpotter audio sensor data. The authors found that gunfire incidents were significantly more frequent when a curfew was in effect. Curfews removed bystanders and witnesses from the streets, reducing their deterrent effects on street crime. This study is gathering data from the Juvenile Curfew Act of 1995, but the mechanisms identified are the same. Removal of bystanders creates conditions easier for violence, conditions guaranteed with a curfew. As recent as 2023, cities like Baltimore re-implemented youth curfews, and experts again found no evidence of crime reduction, pointing out that youth violence peaks before curfew hours. According to the Justice Juvenile Information Exchange in Mississippi, gun thefts increases amidst a curfew, yet the local government still approved of another year of the curfew. That was in 2022. And in one instance in Blakely, Georgia, the police chief admits that there is no data that calls curfews effective. He goes on to label it as just another tool in the toolbox. These are just a few things I found researching the effectiveness of curfews, and I'd assume the council has experts to do this kind of research that only took me a few days. So I'm extremely confused at how we've got to this short-sighted conclusion to solving youth crime that's been proven time and time again not to work. The doing something is better than doing nothing narrative isn't the best argument because the something criminalizes young people for being outside as if that's an inherent issue that absolutely leads to violence. What's needed to address the issue of youth violence is an immense investment in mental health services and mentorship institutions to adapt for the broken homes in our communities. What's needed to address the issue of youth violence is a youth advisory council on youth affairs to provide solutions to our own problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Makai Parks.
Hello, council members. My name is Makai Parks. I'm a high school youth leader at Black Swan, and I attend Thurgood Marshall Academy, and I'm in 9th grade. I live in Ward 8. Thank you for your time. Today, I'm here to talk about youth curfew because Black and brown youth DC deserve equal rights. Youth curfews cling to youth well-being because it forces students to stop after-school opportunities because they cannot be out after a certain time. Negative impacts in DC and curfew include a potential increase in gun violence. As studies show, gunfire incidents increase during curfew hours. Other negative impacts are that it can strain law enforcement community relations and also can be selectively enforced and not address the root causes of crime. And it's a form of selective enforcement. There are concerns that the curfew may be enforced selectively, disproportionately affecting the certain groups based on race. I'm asking you to invest in youth deployment programs. Cities can invest in expanded and well-funded after-school programs. They could also have accessible youth centers and establish safe youth-friendly spaces that are not associated with law enforcement that can provide a place for recreation and counseling. Thank you for your listening to my testimony.
Thank you. Naomi Banilla?
Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Naomi, and I'm here today on behalf of DC Girls Coalition and Black Swan Academy. I attend McKinley Technology High School, and as a youth living in this city, I believe that it is important that our voices be included in any decisions that are being made that affect our lives directly every day, mainly when it comes to the policies like the newly permanent youth curfew. The permanent youth curfew was created with the intention of keeping youth people safe, but it often treats us as a problem to be controlled instead of being simply understood. Many youth simply do not feel safe at home, so they rely on a public space that they could go to. Young people know what we experience every day. When youth are shut out of decision-making process, the policies that are being made often cause more harm than good. I'm asking the council to expand youth programming, create safe spaces, increasing mentorship opportunities, and involve youth in every stage of decision-making process instead of restricting us. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Naomi Red?
Dear council members, my name is Naomi Red. I'm a junior in high school at Girls Global Academy Public Charter School. I'm a youth advocate working with Black Swan Academy. I live in Northwest and looking forward to sharing my concerns. Thank you for your time. Today, I would like to talk about how schools aren't hiring teachers who have the students' best interests at heart and are hiring based on who is willing to work. I say this speaking for myself and my peers because as students, we want to make sure we are receiving quality education and are being valued as students and as people. In our schools, we are being mistreated by teachers who don't show enough empathy or compassion for their jobs. For example, when in class, we get told we are lazy and don't want to work, but in reality, the teachers aren't teaching us lessons that, or if they are the same topics that we have been learning since middle school. I feel as though our education is consistently playing a broken record of tired lessons. Another concern is that teachers aren't considering the fact that each student may or may not learn differently. Teachers in our schools now aren't driven enough to go the extra mile to ensure that our students are being taught and fully grasping the concepts of the lessons or curriculums. If teachers aren't supporting youth and building bonds with us, we are prone to misbehave and reflect what we are seeing and how we are being treated. As youth, we spend 8 hours with these adults who are supposed to shape our minds and prepare us for the real world, but instead we are being degraded and mistreated. Now, in regards to the youth curfew, I strongly believe that it should be lifted to allow youth like me to do the right things with their time. For example, I am a youth advocate that meets with my peers every Tuesday starting at 4 p.m. and ends around 7 p.m., working to make change in a better environment for later generations. Not all youth are engaged in criminal or bad activities. We should not be generalized based on our age, and we should not be viewed as criminals. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for your testimony. I really appreciate it. And I want to come back to something that Trey, you talked about around like the curfew not being an effective tool to prevent violence. And I'm in total agreement with all the ideas that we need to invest earlier with our teachers, with mental health supports, with additional programming. And what I'm trying to grapple with is in the limited circumstances, it certainly should not be applied across the city and to every child. In the very limited circumstances where there are a group of young people who are planning to meet up to engage in violence. What do you think the better response is when adults in our community, whether that be the government, your teachers, or police, get word of that plan, if not this tool to say, okay, in this area, young people can't hang out in large groups? Like, how should we be thinking about protecting those young people in those very limited scenarios where there are those plans?
Well, in that case, you said that the police would have been identified and aware of it, of them wanting to meet. So in that instance, why not just go directly to those people instead of having that whole zone be shut off that could potentially affect other young people? I don't see how that's effective.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No, I appreciate that. And I think that sounds fair. I guess I worry we've had a couple instances where there were hundreds of kids who came and were engaged in a fight, and then the only way to disperse it, there were hundreds of officers who came. That I don't think that that's the right response either, ideally.
Hundreds of kids showed up to fight together. I'm having a hard time imagining that. You know, it sounds a bit of a reach. And if you are referring to a real thing, it's not something that happens very frequently. I mean, that's a large number, and yeah.
Okay, I hear you. Well, thank you. And thank you all very much for being here and your testimony. Very important part of the process. Okay. Nevaeh, okay. Thank you, everybody. Nevaeh Williams. Nubia Binyam. Rain Torian. Sinai Miles. Nevaeh. Hi. Nubia, you here? Nubia, okay, great. Rain Torian. Terrain, thank you. Sinai Miles. Sinai, are you here? Okay, great. All right, we will begin with Nevaeh Williams.
Dear council members, my name is Nevaeh Williams. I am a high school youth leader with Black Swan Academy. I attend Anacostia High School. I am in the 10th grade. I live in Ward 7. Thank you for your time. Today I'm here to talk to you about the youth curfew. The youth curfew in Washington, D.C. is widely criticized because it unfairly targets and harms Black and brown youth while failing to make the city safer. Instead of addressing the real causes of violence like poverty, lack of safe spaces, and underinvestment in youth programs, the curfew criminalizes normal behavior such as being outside in the Pacific area with friends or being outside after a program. Instead of restricting access, you could ask the youth, what can we do to make you feel safer? Or what after school or late night programs would we like? In Black Swan, our goal is to create a youth advisory board that amplifies youth voices with the hopes that the council will not make decisions without input from the impacted youth voices. With the hopes that the council will not make, The youth curfew is connected to youth well-being because these laws target Black and brown youth, treating them like criminals for just existing in their neighborhoods. A few friends of mine were out the other day after curfew. They were unaware and decided to go to McDonald's on U Street since that was the only one open at that time. As they walked out, the police detained them instantly and started questioning them. My friends weren't harmed, but it's the principle because instead of announcing it, they were immediately detained without no warning or remorse. I'm asking you to remove the curfew and give youth late night recreational centers and alternative safe spaces. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Nubia Binyam. If you can turn your mic, there you go.
Dear DC Council members, my name is Nubia Binyam and I am a youth organizer with Black Swan Academy. I am an 11th grader and I attend Banneker Academic High School. I want to start off by expressing my gratitude for the DC Council for giving the youth an opportunity to express our personal perspective in our situations. It means a lot that you guys are considering us before making decisions and legislation. I want to offer my personal experiences and views on the curfew. I'm a part of after-school classes, church events, community service, and other school-related after-school programs. And since I'm a junior, I've been trying to expand my resume and explore my interests. The programs that I participate in help me with things like college readiness and learning to advocate for myself through testimonies like these. I'm blessed to be able to participate in these different programs, but it would be unjust for me to be penalized or even jailed for being out late when I'm returning from these programs. While the DC Council may think these curfews help to stop the youth from inflicting harm or getting hurt, a lot of the time these restrictions bring fear,
to the youth and lead them to not be able to participate in programs that are helpful to us. Just because some youth live in areas where these curfews are implemented, they should not be restricted to their households as early as 6 p.m. These curfews largely generalize and villainize the DC youth and make the assumption that all DC youth who are outside are involved in dangerous and self-indulgent activities, which is untrue. Myself and a lot of other youth that I interact with are in after-school programs and sports, and are outside with the intention of bettering ourselves. These assumptions that the DC Council bases their legislation on is detrimental to the DC youth and limits us. We should be allowed autonomy as teenagers. Instead of implementing a curfew, the DC Council should ask youth what would be helpful to them to feel safer in their community and what they need to be successful and happy. Taking youth's voices seriously is important. We can offer alternatives that could be more beneficial to us and widely accepted by the youth.
Thank you. Rain Terrain.
Dear council members, my name is Rain Terrain. I am a high school youth leader with BSA Black Swan Academy. I attend H.D. Woodson High School. I'm in the 9th grade and I live in Ward 8. Thank you for your time. Today I'm here to talk about the youth curfew because Black and brown youth in DC deserve to not be over-policed and profiled by police within DC. The youth curfew is connected to youth well-being because it doesn't actually prevent crime within DC. It causes Black and brown youth to get wrongfully punished, policed, and causes even more resentment within youth due to feeling like they're being treated unfairly or being restricted. My personal experience with this issue is a time when me and two friends of mine went to a late night hike and we were having a mildly decent time. A little bit into the night, police were chasing down youth and pepper spraying them due to being out at such a late hour. Regardless of what other teams were doing, me and my friends weren't doing anything destructive to anyone, but still, one of my friends got pepper sprayed by an officer. I'm asking you to eliminate the youth curfew. I'm asking this due to the reason that the youth curfew doesn't help anything really. In actuality, it increases crime during curfew times, ignores root causes, wastes resources, punishes the wrong people, and wrongly incriminates Black and brown youth in DC. My name is Rain. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you, Rain. Sanai Miles.
Good evening. My name is Sanai Miles, and I'm youth organizer in Black Swan Academy. I am in 11th grade, and I attend Benjamin Banneker Academic High School. Youth affairs is a truly diverse umbrella term that describes any matter concerning youth within the ages of teen years and adulthood. One of the issues I relate to very closely is the lack of representation by youth in spaces that make massive decisions that affect us the most. A greatly relevant example of this is the restrictions of the new youth curfew. I find it disheartening and quite ignorant for people who are not a part of this age group to be making choices for us instead of trying to consider the effect it will have on us. The youth curfew is unnecessarily criminalizing and restricts youth from traveling to and from places that benefit them. It would not allow people the need to go through or get off at the marked spots to do things like get home later from work, extracurriculars, internships, community service, etc. As a junior, I need to go places after school like internships and extracurriculars. These will require me to get home late and stay out past the curfew on some days. These will also be a building block into me adding onto my brag sheet and getting me into desired colleges under my dream major. If I will be wrongly criminalized and persecuted for doing such, then I, like anyone, would not out of fear. This should not happen. Although I understand the reasoning behind the youth curfew, this time period is completely unreasonable and unacceptable. I believe that youth need a voice in creating such major decisions because then they will have been made with consideration and logic from a youth perspective. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. And I do want to clarify that the extended curfew zones are currently in the emergency bill for groups of 9 or more, only in the designated zones. But I want to ask you, Navia and Rain, who you both kind of mentioned these interactions that you had with police. Can you say a little bit more about what happened there, if you don't mind sharing, and what was going on?
It wasn't my personal experience. I say a few friends.
Okay. Do you know any more about what happened in their experience?
Oh, they they were walking out from the McDonald's and the police just detained them. And started questioning them about where they were going, what they were doing, and they took him to a little place, like the place where youth go, like after they get arrested, and then he had to get picked up by a parent.
Youth Services Center, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what time it was?
Like around not in 11 to no 9 to 11 during that little period.
Like in one of the declared zones, curfew zones, do you know, or just in general?
Yeah, U Street, the one on U Street. They were unaware of the curfew.
I see. Okay, thank you so much for sharing that. That's very helpful to know, and I think is like another important reminder of like, we could pass a law here, but how are we going to educate everybody about what it is too? And it's not fair if everyone doesn't know what it is. So thank you. And Rain, what about you? Can you say any more about the interaction you mentioned with the pepper spray?
So what was basically happening, I was with two friends of mine and we had already been like going home. We were on the way home and there was already a lot going on where we were. So like the police had approached, like we were in a group of people, but we weren't with those people. And the police had approached us and they were yelling at us. And my friend, she didn't want to, like she wasn't taking that, so she started yelling back at them. And then she got pepper sprayed. Yeah.
Wow, I'm so sorry to hear that. How's she doing now? Well, thank you. Thank you for sharing those experiences with us. Very important as we consider all of the range of supports that we need to be providing. So I appreciate it. And thank you again for being here today, all of you. Thank you. Stephen Cookout. Okay, Stephen Cook. Taylor Rideout. Tyela Dawson. Sean Dennis. Are you Stephen Cook? Would you mind sitting here? If we can just keep an order, that'll help us keep track. So Stephen Cook, Taylor Rideout, Tyela Dawson. Tyla, thank you. Nice to meet you too. And Sean Dennis. Great. All right, welcome. And we will begin with Stephen Cook. And as a reminder, when you're speaking, if you could turn your microphone on with the big button.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Stephen Cook. I am a high school youth leader at Black Swan Academy. I attend H.D. Wilson High School, and I'm in the ninth grade. I live in Ward 7. Thank you for your time. Today I'm here to talk about the youth curfew because Black and brown youth in DC deserve the right to stroll around after 11 p.m., whether it's to get home or they're just out being themselves. The youth curfew is connected to youth well-being because it may make the youth feel confined, especially knowing it's a federal law that's being ruled by someone who just says he's shutting down his entire branch, and that the law wasn't even talked about to the youth. Their voice was never heard, which is usually what matters about the youth. The youth council didn't have a say in an environmental change that would mostly affect them. I don't know an experience of some. I don't have a personal experience, but an experience of someone I do know was a friend of mine's. They were stopped in Navy Yard where they were out because they were out really late, and it showed them what Trump really put in order. He really meant out of all the other things he put in order, he really canceled really fast. Today I'm asking you to remove the curfew because it may affect some people's ways home. They may get off work late or be coming back from a family member's house, and they're stopped all because they're out past the curfew and now in the wrong places. And now you have an issue in your hands. Thank you for listening to my testimony today.
Great. Thank you. Taylor Rideout.
Hello, council members. My name is Taylor Ridout. I am a high school youth leader with Black Swan Academy. I attend Anacostia High School and I am in the 10th grade. Thank you for your time today. At Black Swan Academy, we are working on a campaign to introduce a youth advisory board to DC's legislative process. Young people make up a huge part of this city, yet our voices are the least represented in the decisions that affect us most. A real-life example of this is seen in the curfew. The curfew impacts our routines, our access to safe spaces, and how we are viewed in our communities. Yet those of us affected most have had no say in this policy. Creating this board would help rebuild our community as well as the trust between DC youth and the systems meant to support us. Many of us feel unheard and misunderstood, especially Black and brown youth. A youth advisory board is exactly what we need to ensure that youth voices are heard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tyler Dawson? And Tyler, if you could put your, there we go.
Hello, council members. My name is Tyler Dawson, and today I am here to talk about the need for more youth resources. Recently, you all have been working to make a final decision about the youth curfew. I want you to understand that if you believe youth are being violent, there is always a deeper reason behind it. Many youth people don't have access to enough social workers or therapists in school, and most can't afford therapy outside of school. Without that support, some youth turn to other activities or stay outside to cope with what they're dealing with, and that becomes even harder during a curfew. I've had personal experiences with violence in my community, and let me be completely clear, violence can happen anytime, any place, around any crowd, curfew or not. Innocent youth still have to walk around Navy Yard, Banneker, the National Harbor, and other places with the fear of being criminalized, and that is not okay. If youth have more mental health resources, they will learn how to manage their emotions and get real support. And if council created more spaces for teens or cat recreation centers opens on weekends, I can almost guarantee you will see youth violence go down without a curfew that criminalizes and traumatizes innocent young people. We should not have to walk around in fear.
Thank you. Sean Dennis?
Hello, council members. My name is Sean Dennis. I attend Youth Build DC Public Charter School, 20 years old. I'm on behalf from Youth Co-op organization. So I just came here to keep it real, tell how I feel about everything, about this curfew. I understand why it came about and everything, but I think it need to be a complete understanding on both ends. You get what I'm saying? So it's like we giving y'all really what y'all we following what's came up about it and everything. So it's like we want what we want in return about with the curfew and everything. So it's like it's kind of like when we not getting what we want, it's like it's gonna continue to be how it is and everything. Cause it's like we not getting that understanding for real. So it's like it's kind of hard with some people. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I just think it just need to get better for real. Cause like it's not really been it's nothing really happening. Like it's nothing really it don't seem like it's nothing really happening. It just seemed like once this curfew thing came about, this takeover thing, it's like they coming at us like we just doing this big crime stuff that they saying we doing. And it's like when really we just trying to have a good time, fun, enjoy these programs, we all in this stuff. And it's like we just really want what we want in return. That's all we asking for. That's it.
Well, thank you so much. And I completely understand and don't want you in any way to feel like this isn't a real opportunity for feedback. What's before us today is the mayor introduced a permanent version of the juvenile curfew. What the council passed was an emergency version, which is in place for a couple of months. And so as we think about longer term interventions, tools, and supports that are clearly needed and opportunities for our young people, that's what today is about. And so you are right on time. We have not passed any sort of permanent bill on this. And that's why your perspectives are so important. And I want to ask, because you mentioned about the youth advisory, and it's certainly something, that we have now in the city with youth leaders. I was just with some the other day, but in one of my bills that I just introduced that establishes teen centers, we also establish youth advisory committees within each teen center to help determine what programming should be offered. And so from your guys' perspective, like what would be most fun and exciting for nights and weekends for activities to be offered?
Many of my peers have expressed that they loved when there was late night hypes. So I feel like that's really a big one. And just like community get-togethers, block parties, people are really interested in that type of stuff. So stuff like that. Oh, and also stuff involving sports. I know a lot of people love sports. So
Have you been to some of the late night hypes?
yes, it was really fun.
Okay. And it was done well. You liked what they did?
Yeah.
Okay. Great to know. Go ahead.
I would just like to use this as an opportunity to talk about the youth advisory board that was already created. Well, what I was thinking about working on in Black Swan was kind of updating it. And I feel like it's good and it's a great idea overall. But I feel like it shouldn't be based specifically off of climate change. And you should be able to advocate for whatever they want to advocate for. So I feel like, maybe just have that in mind. The youth advisory board that you guys have about the climate change is a very good idea, but maybe we could push for it to be more broad and for youth to advocate about whatever they want to advocate about.
Okay. I love that. Will you work on that with me?
Yes, of course. Can we set it up? Maybe you can email me. I have an email. It's tylermonet@gmail.com. And I could most definitely talk to you about it and we could set that up because we were already working on an updated version. It's not too far from the original. The only thing that we really want to change is to make it more broad and, to give youth a voice in all different types of aspects.
Okay, great. And I know you mentioned this as well. So if you can give Akima on my team over there your email address and we'll follow up after the hearing.
Yes, I will most definitely do that. Don't forget.
I won't forget it. Hey, we're on the public record now, so we'll make it happen. Thank you. Thank you all. As you should. Thank you all. All right. Sana Carnegie. Sophia Ware. Sohaila, sorry, thank you. Kennedy Stevens. Is Sine here? No, okay. Sohaila, right? Okay. Kennedy Stevens. Abriel Suber. Is Abriel here? Jay Avery. Alberto Baez. Okay. Yab Balcom. Okay. Christy Matthews. Okay, and then I don't think any of the virtual youth are here either, right? Lola Washington. Okay, yeah, I don't see them on here. Lola Washington, Isabel Pierre, Sydney Ing, and Sia Rosilia Amadou. But as a reminder to you all or those who are working with our young people, there's still time to submit their testimony for the record so that we can include it in the record of today's hearing if they're interested. Okay, we'd be happy to read that as well. Okay, great. Okay, so we will begin with Sohaila Ware.
Hello, my name is Sohaila Ware, and I live in Ward 5. And I go to McKinley Middle School, and I am a Black Swan. I attend Black Swan Academy. The youth curfew is harmful to youth and puts them into danger to be questioned by police. The curfew is an example of abuse of power from the police and other federal agencies. Kids are just trying to get home or get picked up by their parents, and they should not be harassed or questioned as if they are criminals. The youth curfew has affected many youth in DC, and it makes us feel threatened or in danger. I'm here to stand against the youth curfew and for the city leaders of DC to eliminate the youth curfew and think about the safety and well-being of youth DC. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Kennedy Stevens.
Good afternoon. My name is Kennedy Stevens. I attend McKinley Tech Middle School. I am in the 6th grade. I live in Ward 6. I am a youth leader with Black Swan Academy. Today, I'd like to speak on the youth curfew that is affecting Black and brown youth in DC. They are over-policing students and causing them to suffer unnecessary consequences. The curfew is negatively affecting youth in DC. You have to consider and think about how some students have extracurricular activities after school and can't get home until later in the evening. Then imagine youth being racially profiled for no reason and being questioned by police. It's important to think about how this can affect a person's self-esteem or self-worth, leaving them traumatized. It could be one person alone or a whole group of students. The youth curfew can change the way a person thinks about themselves or how they view police. The youth curfew does not prevent violence. In most cases, it causes more conflict, chaos, and influences an increase in youth crime in DC. As part of the youth that lives and goes to school in DC, I can say I've seen students doing various activities to get things off their mind, relieve stress, and keep them out of trouble. The youth curfew takes that away from us and makes us feel deprived. It is easier for youth to get off track, lose focus, and get in trouble more when there are no beneficial programs or extracurriculars they can attend without being scared when it's time to go home. So I'm asking you all to eradicate the youth curfew for the better. I'm asking for this because youth curfew does not resolve or fix anything, and in fact, it doesn't even address the problem or what reasons are behind youth crimes. I'm asking for the youth curfew to be abolished and for everyone to be united, trusted adults who can help youth positively and mutual understanding. We need to work together to solve the root causes in DC. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kennedy. And the Christy Matthews. Welcome. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Christy Matthews Jones, and I'm the director of DC Girls Coalition, which is the youth serving organization that works with young girls of color to do advocacy and organizing work, as well as supporting multiple nonprofits in DC. I'm here today to come out against the curfew. I have a lot of concerns about how we are over-policing our young people, over-policing their bodies, over-policing their mind, over-policing their education, and really setting them up to believe, especially young Black and brown youth, that there's something wrong with them. There's something wrong with when they gather. There's something wrong with how they express joy. There's something wrong with them just simply existing. I think we have to understand and do a deeper dive on how these policies affect young brown and Black people's psyche, how they believe in themselves, and what we're telling them. If we continue to police them and continue to tell them that they're not worthy of simply being on the streets, we're sending a message that they're not worthy of having joy, having freedom. And I think that is a really critical thing. We at DC Girls Coalition often host multiple events. We often have 80 to 100 young people in the space. Yes, we have conflict that happens, but what we have more than anything is young people coming together, supporting each other, being with each other and talking really, really deeply about the issues impacting them. If the goal is really to protect young people, if the goal is really to keep young people safe and address violence and address the things that are affecting their community, then we should have real solutions. We should have solutions to the fact that young people don't have anything to do after schools. We should have solutions to the young people who have no home to go to after school. We should have solutions to the families who are homeless and they don't have anywhere for their people to go. We should have solutions to the people who are working 2 to 3 jobs and can't be home with their kids because they're literally at work trying to keep a roof over their head. If we want to address the actual reason why this violence occurs, those are the things we address. We do not put a Band-Aid on it and say that we're addressing it by implementing a curfew that simply says you don't have a right to be in this space. That is not how you resolve the issue. All that does is create more opportunity for more violence, more trauma, and unfortunately more of our young people to be targeted. And so I just stand with all the young people here today. I really think that it was really critical for them to be here. And I also think to understand it's about, what time is it now? 7:11. Many of these young people are gonna have to go get on the train. Many of them are gonna have to figure out how to get home, and many of them may not get home before the curfew if it was implemented. So we need to think about those things, what we are limiting them to when we put them in this box. Why not create actual policies and actual solutions to things that are affecting why violence occur? Why put a Band-Aid on what we see happening if we have all the real solutions out there at our fingertips? That's what we need to be focusing on. Thank you for your time. And I'll submit my written testimony.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much, Christy, and thank you for being here and all of the work that you do with young people every day. It's extremely important. And thank you both for being here as well and your ideas. I wanted to ask you all as we think about kind of next steps, because I am in certain agreement, kind of regardless of what happens at the tail end of the rules side of things, we have to be investing in more spaces and more fun opportunities for kids. And a couple weeks ago, I introduced 8 different bills all around supporting young people, and want to kind of get your sense on some of these, and if there'd be any that you would be interested in participating in and working on with me. So one establishes new teen centers, one in every quadrant, with a teen or a young person advisory group to lead on what programs and activities go on in those centers. Another one establishes a youth villages grant program, which will get money out the door to youth serving organizations and will be really modeled kind of how we do our senior villages, which work with some of our older neighbors around socialization and programming and a lot of things that we need to be also doing with our young people, I think. Another creates an app, so a young person can go on the app on their phone and have access to a paid job with trusted employers and nonprofits with something that would work for your schedule, whether that's 5 hours a week or 10 hours a week, but to get cash in kids' pockets. Another one is a youth employment program cohort to help support our young people in getting access to these paid jobs and making sure that there's training and apprenticeship opportunities and mentorship. Another creates a pilot program for young parents, whether you're a teen parent or in your early 20s, to make sure that we are incentivizing employers to hire young parents and get folks on a path to prosperity. Another bill allows for youth banking to open a deposit account without parental involvement, to make sure that a young person can open an account, especially who might be in a challenging situation at home, without kind of overdraft or late fees associated with that. And then the last is a new mission to help teach about artificial intelligence in our schools. Because as the world changes around us, I think we need to make sure we're equipping all of our young people with those new tools and kind of interesting industries. And so I know that's kind of a lot there, but curious if any of that is of interest to you or something that you may want to be a part of or have kind of initial instincts or ideas around. Go ahead, you look like you have something to say.
Like, I really don't have nothing to say.
I just threw a lot at you. How about you, Kennedy?
Well, I can't really remember what you said, but I did catch on to the part when you said that there are going to be more teen centers. And that's something that I would want to do, especially after school and after working hard all day.
And I want to do it too, but I think that's the point is I'm not allowed to go. There's spaces just for teens. And that's kind of the point, I think, right? So young people can be in spaces that are really built for you and by you. How about you, Christy? Any thoughts on those bills?
Yeah, I think that it's always important to think about new opportunities for young people. I think teen centers and safe spaces for youth is something that our youth have been organizing and advocating for a significant amount of time. We host a significant amount of safe spaces and safe spaces in the community for young people. So I definitely think those are critical. I think that the critical component is the partnering with community-based organizations that young people trust and ensuring that it's the actual youth-led youth space, because we often sometimes create youth spaces that are not mirrored by what young people want, and it can still feel very controlling, feel not as safe as we want it to be. So I think that for that, it is critical that you consider that and consider how y'all can partner with community groups and make sure that organizations that young people trust and are affiliated with are able to get into that space, use that space, and hold that space in whatever way they feel like is important or needed for the community. I always think it's important to get money into young people's hands. That's something we've also advocated for a significant amount of time. I don't know enough about it to speak on it. The first initial thought that came to my head is, oh, it's an app. What if a young person doesn't have Wi-Fi or doesn't have a working phone or doesn't have a phone? How do they get access? Because they're probably the ones who are going to need the job. We do have young people who share phones with their other siblings. We have young people whose phones only work on Wi-Fi, and we do have young people who do not have phones in 2025. That is the reality. They're not as easy to come across for everyone. And so thinking about how we make sure that the most needed young people are able to still access those jobs is the first thing that came to my mind when we thought about that, when I heard that. And we are also very open to having more young people come and talk more individually about some of those bills if that's something you would like to see happen.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And I remember last winter, the youth summit that you helped organize with Black Swan Academy, and many of these ideas really came from there and came from our young people that talked about needing those spaces and needing access to those dollars. So thank you, and to all the young people who were there and part of us. So look forward to continuing that conversation. Go ahead.
Like, what if somebody doesn't have a phone and they still have access? Like, they need to like go home and they can't be able to contact their parents to let them know where they're going. And like, say if like they get stopped by a cop and they were like, "Where are you going?" and like saying like you can't go anywhere, you don't have a phone. Where's your access? And like that's kind of like relate like stopping like. Yeah, that's what I have to say.
You mean in regard to the curfew zones or just in general that happening?
General.
Do you all have phones?
Yes.
How old were you when you got a phone?
Late fourth grade. Late fourth grade.
12th grade.
Fourth.
Fourth grade. How old were you in fourth grade? 10?
Yeah. 9-ish, 10-ish.
Okay. And what grade are you in now?
I'm in 6th.
Did most of your classmates get a phone around that same time?
Probably. I really don't know.
How about you?
I think I had my first phone around 8. So that was like in the 3rd grade. And most kids didn't have a phone then because I think like most parents were like stricter and they had more like restrictions and stuff.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
And sometimes parents think we don't need phones because like some of the apps that we really don't need, and they just say like first education in school. So I just kept trying hard and to get a phone.
That's what we call aligned incentives. That's great. Okay. Well, thank you very much. We'll certainly continue the conversation, but thank you for being here, especially so late at night. It really means a lot to have you here.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We are going to turn back to our government witnesses. Thank you so much again to all of our young people and our educators and organizers who helped ensure that we heard from our young people. I know it's gotten late at night, so we really appreciate your coordination. Okay, we are now turning to the First Responder Retention Efforts Amendment Act. I see Chief Donnelly here from Fire and EMS, who has been so patient all day. Welcome back, Chief. See Chief Carroll here from the Metropolitan Police Department. Chief Wright's back in the building, but out of the hot seat. Welcome back, gentlemen, and thank you both very much for your patience. We're going to speak first about the first responder retention and then the vehicular terrorism, and then we're out of here. Okay, we're going to swear you in. Thank you for being in a ready position. If I can ask you to turn your mics on, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Thank you both. Chief Carroll, we'll start with you if you have any testimony.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, members of the committee, and residents watching this hearing. My name is Jeff Carroll, and I'm the Executive Assistant Chief of Specialized Operations for the Metropolitan Police Department. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before the committee on the First Responder Retention Efforts Amendment Act of 2025. This bill would help to strengthen experience and leadership in the department with mechanisms to retain long-term members. As background, this committee is very familiar with the department's staffing challenges that began with the retirement bubble in fiscal year 2014 and deepened with the budget cuts of fiscal year 2021. Since fiscal year 2014, separations have outpaced hiring in all but 2 years. The majority of these separations have been retirements after members have served the city for at least 25 years. This means that of our current members, most are relatively young. More than 900 officers, or almost 30% of the force, were hired in 2019 or later. That means they saw little to no service in the city before COVID, January 6th, and the George Floyd riots. While these officers are serving the city well, we believe that maintaining more continuity of leadership would be advantageous for the development of these officers. The First Responders Retention Efforts would address this in 2 ways. First, it would mirror a senior officer program by allowing members who retire at the rank of lieutenant or higher to return at the mid-grade rank of lieutenant as a senior lieutenant. Second, it would eliminate the mandatory retirement age. One of the most critical factors driving retirement decisions is that members may retire, earn their pension, and launch a lucrative second career, thereby immediately increasing their income. Retiring is a sound financial decision for sworn members and their families. Offering an alternative could help to retain our talented and experienced lieutenants to train the next generation of leaders. The amendment is necessary because it allows the members to earn their pension while serving as a senior lieutenant. Without this amendment, they are forced to either delay earning their pension or take their experience that the district has already invested in and use it elsewhere. The second provision in the bill would eliminate the retirement age for members. Currently, members must retire at 60 years old, but they can get a waiver up to 64. Most people do not want to work as a law enforcement officer late into their life. The vast majority of members retire before age 60. In the past decade, 93% of MPD members retire before reaching age 60. 2% retire at age 60, and 5% apply for and receive a waiver to retire after the age of 60. For those that do remain on the force, there are guardrails to ensure that they can still perform the necessary duties. Every 2 years, all members must pass a biannual physical exam that includes vitals, blood work, EKG, and so on. In addition, twice a year, members have to pass a firearms requalification, which includes scenario-based incidents that test for agility in the field. Finally, the district law requires the department to refer members for disability retirement if they are in less than a full duty status for a certain length of time. Neither of these provisions is anticipated to result in a large number of members choosing to stay on the department. This is not a solution to the loss of staff that has resulted in our record low number of sworn members. But some members with leadership experience or specialized expertise may be interested in remaining with the department. These provisions would facilitate their commitment to the department and the city. Thank you for letting me testify on this today, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Chief Carroll.
Yes, ma'am.
Chief Donnelly?
Good evening. I'm John Donnelly, Chief of the District of Columbia Fire and Emergency Medical Services Department. I appreciate the council's continued commitment to supporting our first responders and ensuring the safety and resilience of our city. I'm pleased to testify in support of Bill 26-358, the First Responders Retention Efforts Amendment Act of 2025. This legislation proposes to eliminate the mandatory retirement age of 60 for sworn employees of DC Fire and EMS and the Metropolitan Police Department. It is a critical step forward in modernizing our personnel policies and ensuring we do not prematurely lose highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated public safety professionals. Under current law, uniformed DC Fire and EMS employees must retire at age 60 unless granted a waiver by the mayor. In 2021, the mayor delegated that waiver authority to the fire and EMS chief. However, the waiver process remains limited in scope. From 2020 through early 2025, the department did not seek waivers following guidance from the DC Retirement and Relief Board, which requires a waiver to process retirements beyond age 60. At DCRB's direction, the department has now resumed seeking waivers. We currently have done 5 waivers. Also currently, we have 93 firefighters between the age of 55 and 60 and 16 firefighters over the age of 60. These figures reflect a consistent trend. Most of our members retire before reaching the mandatory retirement age. Yet, there are exceptional individuals who are both willing and capable of continuing to serve beyond 60. The current law does not reflect the realities of today's workforce or the operational needs of the department. We should also note that DC Fire and EMS already has robust systems in place to ensure the health and readiness of our personnel. We have an annual medical and functional fitness assessments, which include measurements of strength and a 12 MET EKG. These are aligned with the national safety standards for annual physical assessments and an important part of our safety standard. We have operational competency drills, and our performance evaluation ensures that only those who meet high standards of leadership and operational effectiveness remain in service. And we also have certification requirements to assure that our people maintain their required licenses and certifications, such as National Registry EMT or paramedic, and through that, their ability to help others. These safeguards ensure that age alone is not a barrier to safe and effective service. Throughout my tenure in the fire service, I have seen the value of experience firsthand countless times. The leadership, mentorship, and calmness under pressure of our veteran employees are irreplaceable assets. They help train the next generation, they stabilize high-stress incidents, and they contribute to a culture of excellence. Retaining such individuals strengthens the department's operational effectiveness and institutional knowledge. It also helps us better manage workforce transitions and avoid the retirement bubble that could otherwise strain our staffing and training pipelines. The department acutely recognizes the toll that age takes on a physical profession like ours. DC Fire and EMS has clear objective framework for evaluating continued service at any age, not just beyond age 60. The standards, nationwide best practices in collaboration with our labor partners have put this in place. We believe that this approach will assure the safety, fairness, and operational readiness of our employees and will assure the best service to our community. Councilmember Pinto, as you noted in introducing this bill, these changes will help DC Fire and EMS retain our most experienced members longer, mitigate retirement bubbles, and anticipate future staffing needs. I fully endorse this vision. Continued support and investment from the council are essential to ensuring the stability of our public safety agencies and empowering our most seasoned professionals to train and mentor the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chief. So I want to start with you, Chief Carroll, around the senior officer program. How does the current senior officer program work, and why would it be helpful for MPD to include lieutenants in that SOP?
Yes, ma'am. So currently we have 110 senior police officers. So those are individuals that were members on the police department, currently any rank, that retired and came back as a senior police officer. What this bill would allow is will allow members that are lieutenants or above to come back as a role as a manager, as a senior lieutenant. Right now, if you were a lieutenant and you retired and you wanted to come back, you'd have to come back as an officer. So obviously the skill set, even though you may have a huge variety of skills and experiences as lieutenant, you are required to fulfill the role of an officer. So there's a lot of untapped talent that's out there that this would actually allow us to take those folks that have the experience, maybe specialized experience in our Special Operations Division or an Investigative Services Bureau, and bring them back into that leadership role as a senior lieutenant, again, to help mentor our younger sergeants, our officers, and new lieutenants as they come through the ranks.
Earlier today, we heard from the chairman of the police union who testified that they're not supportive of expanding this, or not supportive of this piece of the bill that would expand the SOP program to lieutenants. Since in their view, MPD currently has an excess of lieutenants and out of concern that the rank and file members won't then have a meaningful opportunity for promotion. How do you respond to those concerns?
Sure. I mean, again, it's hard to tell without the program being in place exactly how many individuals that this population would really be for senior lieutenants, right? I don't think it would be a huge population. We do have senior police officers, as I mentioned. We have 110 of those. That's of the 3,100 police officers that we have. So even those folks in the senior officer population is relatively small when you compare it to the entire force. So I think there's room for senior lieutenants and still plenty of opportunity for members to get promoted through the ranks from sergeant to lieutenant. And again, it's an opportunity really to help to share information between individuals that have been lieutenants for years or even higher ranks that come back as a lieutenant, and again, to kind of share that information. So I don't think it's going to have an overall impact on that because, again, I don't think the population will be that large, which I kind of touched on in testimony. I don't think it's going to give us that many more folks that will stay, but I think it will help us with a group of dedicated folks that will be able to help our next generation of leaders.
Okay. And in terms of the elimination of the retirement age, given that many officers retire right after 25 years of service, and that might, in many cases, be well below the age of 60, for both departments, like how many people do you really think that this will be most impacted if we remove the retirement age?
Sure. So currently, right now, between the age of 60 and 64, we have 91 members that are kind of in that population, in the current waiver population. Of that, we don't have the exact breakdown of how many are, like, for example, 64 that will turn potentially 65 in the next year. But with that, the number of folks, again, it's not going to be, this isn't the answer to the staffing challenges that we do have, right? But it is the answer to people that have expertise, that are officers. Again, you may have officers that are in patrol, may they be investigators, detectives, may they be individuals that are of other ranks that allow them to stay on as they're physically able to do so. One of the things that we do see when we talk about a recruitment of members is we don't have a mandatory maximum age of when you can join the department. So we do get individuals where joining MPD may be a second career. This would give some of those folks the opportunity to actually reach 25 years of service, because we do have some folks that may, for example, join the department when they're 50 years old. Well, there's no way they're going to get 25 years of service by the time that they're 64, right? So it would allow for them, as long as they're physically able to meet the qualifications, to stay on longer with that. So there is a population of folks that are there. The exact number, I don't have that. But again, I think it would allow that opportunity for folks. So overall, it would be another tool in the toolbox to help us try to retain employees that already have been trained, that already have the experience and the knowledge to just continue on the street.
Right. And for fire and EMS, how many members would be eligible for retirement within the next 5 years, let's say?
So
You could turn your microphone.
red button. There we go. I have 93 people right now between the age of 55 and 60. So that's what your population you're looking at is. Again, it's not a huge number, but there's a lot going on here. I think we are seeing, we just had a retired Marine join one of our recruit classes, and the age thing applies to him in the example that Chief Carroll gave. This is a vestige of an earlier time when we had an age limit coming in and we had a mandatory age going out. There was no basis for either of those. And it's hard to be consistent in your messaging about complying with rules and laws when you have this thing sitting in front of you that really doesn't have a reason. I don't anticipate there's a lot of people, but the ones that do it, I'm sure are with our system are able to do the job. And at the end of the day, that's what matters most. I don't want to do anything that's going to put anybody at risk or put our community at risk, but I don't think this does. And I think that's really the important point. It may only be a few people, but it removes some steps from the process that appear to discriminate against somebody because of their age.
Well, I guess now there's a basis by which that decision is being made in that it's the law, right? Whereas if this was removed,
Yes,
there'd be more subjectivity to those decisions.
So we've been granting waivers at DCR. We have not been asking for waivers and allowing people to work past until recently when they asked us to start asking for it again. Over the course of my career, I can only remember 2 people that were forced to retire at age 64. And they were both chief officers that were, deep in their career and still had a lot to give. So things change a lot. Yes, that's the basis of the law. That doesn't mean that the law is appropriate and right. And I think that's really why we're here.
Right. That's interesting. That's an incredibly low number.
Yeah.
So when we think about physical tests, and this will kind of vary on the department, but I know you talked about, Chief Carroll, in your testimony, the annual review. What do you all think is the appropriate standard, and should that change if we remove this mandatory retirement age? Should that standard change as folks get older?
So we follow the NFPA 1582, which is the physical standard. It's a physical assessment standard. It involves a myriad of physical tests and medical tests, from lung capacity to a very strenuous stress test. The point here is that every employee has to pass that. So they're already doing that. It's the only thing that's graduated in age is as you get older, you have to have them more frequently. So by the time you have 50, you're getting that test every year. So we are already having an annual assessment of our people. And really, if you were 30 years old and didn't pass that test, you'd go through some rehab. And if you still couldn't pass that test, or you developed a problem from that test, you would be retired. So our test isn't about the age. We already have the safety standard in place, and it applies to younger people as well.
Right.
I also think that what we're doing when we put somebody into an immediately dangerous to health and safety environment where they're breathing air, we run them through a rehab when they come out. We take their vital signs. If they're not recovering quickly enough according to the standard, they're referred to the clinic for evaluation. Some of those people have been able to get conditioned so they can continue, and some people have had to be off for a period of time until they could do that. So I think we have the safety things in place that protect our people and allow them to serve.
Interesting. Okay. And at any age, if someone's 30 or 60 and can't meet the physical requirements, are there any opportunities available within the department to shift their function to that is less physically demanding?
No. I mean, they'd have to give up the firefighter position. So in that sense, no. And generally, if that comes up, and it's very few number of people, most of them actually fall a little toward the, say, 45 to 55 range. They develop some sort of atrial fibrillation or some sort of problem in their heart. And that's part of our presumptive bill, right? So there's the heart and lung portion of the presumptive bill that also supports this type of thing.
Okay. How about for MPD?
Yeah, I mean, much the same as what Chief Donnelly said. On the MPD side, we have the test that we talked about, the biophysical and the requalification, and then just the standard professional developing training that we go through every year. You have to pass the certifications with that. Very similar to what Chief Donnelly said. If you don't meet those qualifications, or for some other reason something happens and there's a belief that you need to go for fitness for duty, you go to the police and fire clinic and they'd evaluate you, going through the testing to make sure you can meet the minimum requirements of any police officer, regardless of age. If you don't meet those requirements, much like Chief Donnelly said, you go through rehab, and if you eventually can't meet that, then by law, we're required to send you to the retirement board for review, where the doctors review everything, the board reviews and makes a determination.
One of the, we've had conversations about the clinic over the years. One of the fears of the clinic that causes a lot of the conversations we've had is that if they're not able to meet the standard, they're afraid that the clinic isn't going to, that the clinic's going to notice that and that they're going to be forced into a retirement. I think that's, in some ways, that's evidence that the standard is out there and it's being enforced.
Interesting. Okay. And Chief Carroll, you mentioned this, but I'm curious both of your answers. You said something like that, this isn't going to solve all of our hiring staffing challenges. So we're in December. We're not in the middle of the budget process. Think big. What would solve our hiring and staffing challenges at MPD?
Man, if I had that answer, then we would already solve the problem. In MPD, we're doing so many things. I think we're all familiar with the challenges that are out there, but just different populations going to different places, using recruitment of military members. I mean, there's not an area that Chief hasn't had us go into or look into of ways to try to encourage more people. But there are a lot of challenges. I can't go without mentioning. I mean, there are agencies just here in the city are offering $70,000 just to join MPD. I mean, we offer a 25. Park Police, yeah. I mean, so
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
Park Police is offering $70,000 to join them now. So our competition has fiercely increased. I believe Secret Service offers $50,000 to join them. ICE has their recruitment campaigns, and I know we've talked a lot over the years about the challenges just with so many law enforcement agencies here in the city and the competition. We have lost some people that have left us to go to Park Police because of the increased hiring bonus, some of our newer members. So again, we're always trying to think of new ways. The chief is always trying to think of new ideas, what we can do differently to, again, get members in, but not only get members in, but also retain members, because it's great to get people in, but we got to train them. There's a whole process. And, kind of going back to this bill, this allows us to keep some people, especially that have reached higher ranks, that are already trained, that already have additional leadership training, that have experience in the department, allowing them to stay longer. The same with our senior police officer portion of releasing the age there, allowing people to stay past 64. Again, it won't be hundreds of people, but it will be some people that have passion for the police department, obviously, because they want to stay and work for the city. They'll have to meet the physical requirements, as we kind of discussed. Those safeguards are built in there. So it will be more pool, again, to help train some of our younger officers. Like I said, 30% of the force right now came on after 2019. That's a large portion. And again, there's a bit of a learning curve that goes along with that. So anything we can do to kind of help that out, I think is important. But we are continuing to strive to try to recruit more people.
Thank you. Chief Donnelly, magic wand ideas?
The fire department's in a very lucky space right now. And as far as our hiring employees and getting things done, and I think that's maybe indicative. Obviously, our team has worked extremely hard and we've changed a lot of things. Most of that is all following MPD's lead, right? Hiring the class size you can fill. We followed them in learning, looking at suitability, looking at some things that we changed the things that have been done in the past. I do think that we've had discussions as the public safety cluster about wider recruiting, because there's other agencies in the cluster that need people as well. And I would love for everybody in our community, right? Not just at-risk youth or not just a small group of people, but to believe that serving DC government in public safety, whatever that is a great job. And, you know, our city is growing more diverse. But we're not always pulling all the same people. We're not pulling from everybody in our community yet. And I think we have some work to do in the cluster to make all of this a place people want to work and recognize that serving in public safety, whether it's corrections or OUC or MPD or fire or as a probation officer or as one of the safe passage people, that we're all part of the team that makes our community better and that these are good jobs, and they really are. And I think that's the bottom line. I don't think everybody really understands the reward in serving and actually how good of a career it is.
Absolutely. And let me take this opportunity to thank all of our public servants who work on behalf of public safety for the District of Columbia every single day. We know they are not easy jobs, but they're extremely important jobs, and we're going to continue doing what we can to make sure we get more folks in our great local departments. Chief Donnelly, that is all I have for you this evening. Thank you very much. Chief Carroll, just one more bill. And we're also going to invite Director Clint Osborne. He's the director of HCMA here. Thank you so much, Director, for your patience today. We are going to turn to our final bill on today's agenda, the Vehicular Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act of 2025. Councilmember Nadeau, if you're out there, we have arrived at your bill. And I'm going to, swear you both in. Could you state your name and position for the record as well, please?
I am Justin Brown, Deputy Director of HCMA.
Great, thank you. So Director and Deputy Director, if you can turn your mics on, I'll swear you in, and then I'll invite you to say any testimony you have. Do you swear or affirm under a penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide for the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Great, thank you. Director Osborne, if you have any testimony, please go ahead.
Well, good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, council members present, and the staff, really especially the staff, the Committee of the Judiciary and Public Safety. My name is Clint Osborne, and I'm the Director of the DC Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency, also known as HCMA. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on the Vehicular Terrorism Prevention Act of 2025. We appreciate the council's attention to this matter and welcome collaboration on how we can protect events across the district from vehicular attacks and accidents. We oppose this legislation because, one, it is too narrowly focused on one aspect of event security planning and negates a more holistic and risk-based approach to barriers in pedestrian safety. Two, it would constrain the district's event planning process by codifying the use of specific technology standards and best practices for the use of vehicle barriers, which are still evolving. And three, it establishes HCMA as a rulemaking agency for traffic infrastructure, which is a significant departure from our existing mission and capabilities. To be clear, keeping district residents and visitors safe is our core mission and something that both we and our district partners take very seriously. Every year, HCMA coordinates security measures with MPD and others for hundreds of events, from small festivals to major national special security events, or NSSEs, like the presidential inauguration. Our team is acutely aware of the hazards that vehicles can pose to pedestrians, be it intentional or unintentional. Across the globe, there have been numerous recent instances of fatal vehicular attacks on public events, including the 2025 New Year's Eve celebrations in New Orleans, the 2019 New Year's celebration in Germany, and the 2018 and 2024 Christmas market attacks in France and Germany, respectively. Closer to home, Heather Heyer was murdered during a Charlottesville vehicle ramming incident at the 2017 Unite the Right rally. Many in our community will also recall the horrific 2007 Unifest incident, in which 49 people were injured by a driver in Anacostia after she plowed through a festival crowd while under the influence of drugs. I want to acknowledge that our first responders are also at risk, as they manage and maintain the secure perimeter surrounding events and pedestrian areas. Officer William Billy Evans of the U.S. Capitol Police was killed 4 years ago in a vehicle attack on the Capitol, only a few blocks from where I'm testifying today. We believe that in recent years, our current processes have resulted in consistently safe events, but the threat is always top of mind. Informed by the incidents I referenced and many others, the district takes a holistic approach to event safety, and we're continuously working to improve that approach. We are initiating an effort to collaborate with partner agencies, event organizers, and other stakeholders on a more formal review process of our current policies and legislation, combined with a review of emerging technologies such as portable barriers. We believe that event safety is achieved through a layered adaptive approach, not a single prescriptive solution, and that this bill does not adequately account for the range of methods we currently use or the evolving threat environment. We look forward to speaking more with the Council as we conduct this research and analysis. Appropriately certified manufactured portable barriers can be a useful and effective part of an overall event safety plan. They've been deployed in the district and elsewhere for numerous events, and they should be featured heavily in any published rules, regulations, or guides. Other physical security options should also be featured, including blocking vehicles, strategic gate and ticketing placement, hardened street furniture, landscaping and site layouts, and other traffic calming or mitigation measures. We believe that effective vehicle attack mitigation also includes robust non-physical measures. HCMA works closely with event organizers and other public safety agencies to identify risks, share intelligence, coordinate public education and communications plans, and make sure that the safety and security plan for every event includes robust measures to account for all kinds of natural and man-made threats. Finally, I want to share that HCMA's role in special events goes beyond the issue of vehicle barriers that we're here to discuss with you today. HCMA manages the Mayor's Special Events Task Group, or MSETG, for events that require closure of a district-owned roadway. In those events, MSETG is the first stop for event organizers. And while MSETG is not a permitting authority, it does bring organizers together with all of the relevant agencies needed for permitting to ensure a safe and successful event. Despite the success of MSETG, I do understand that event permitting can seem like a cumbersome process for organizers, and that more could be done to streamline the process while ensuring safety remains at the forefront for traffic, as well as the prevention of other issues, including food handling and safety, venue construction, severe weather planning, heat illnesses, and other essential items at the center of our permitting process. The district's current permitting rules and processes are based on years of successes and some unfortunate failures at events around the world. Lastly, I want to point you to the City Administrator's Order 2025-8, which just established an official task force on vehicular terrorism prevention. This order provides the structure and authority we will use to convene the relevant agencies to implement the enhancements that I've outlined in this testimony. We also believe that the order addresses the spirit of this bill and allows us to incorporate feedback from you, event organizers, and the community. We thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we share the Council's commitment to ensuring the safety of events here in the district. And I look forward to your collaboration on this. My team and I are available to answer any questions that you may have.
Great. Thank you very much, Director. And Chief Carroll, just confirming you don't have testimony on this bill, right? Just here to answer questions?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, great. Okay, Councilmember Nadeau, I'm going to turn to you first for a round.
When gets to 4.
Madeline. Yes, I'm joined by my intern tonight. So thank you for turning to me first.
Can I say
because
something?
she's supposed to be in bed soon.
Can I say something?
You are saying something. Thank you, kiddo. No, Madeline. No, you may not.
What?
Maddie. All right. So sorry, guys. Sometimes solo parenting intersects with council membering.
I feel like we can all feel you deeply in this moment.
Thank you.
Remember Brian.
That's right. That's right. Thank you, Madeline, for the introduction. So thank you very much for your testimony. I think most of my questions are for Director Osborne, and I appreciate you being there as well, Chief. But Director, even if we disagree on the necessity of the legislation, I already appreciate that you and your team have given the issue more attention and are working on solutions. At the end of the day, I'm most interested in the outcome of making closures safer, cheaper, and easier, however we end up getting there. My team is reviewing the city administrator's order issued yesterday, establishing a new vehicular task force on, yes, sweetie, on terrorism prevention. I'll consider the similar name a compliment, so thanks for that. Can you speak to how the task force came about and what you hope it will achieve?
Thanks for the question. We started down this road several months ago, over late spring, early summer, We got a little bit of feedback on a couple of different topics, and I asked Deputy Director Brown to reach out to the agencies and sort of start to form an opinion on the situation and the best approach. More recently, we brought sort of the initial thinking on that to the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, Deputy Mayor Pia. We looked at what we would need to really close the gap that we felt like was really underpinning any challenges we have, which is to get the agencies together and work towards consensus with all of the agencies, both the public safety agencies and the transportation agencies. And we decided that the best approach was to do it through a city administrator's order.
Thank you very much for that. What do you hope the task force will achieve?
So I'm going to cover like the broad brushstrokes, and then I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Director Brown to give a little bit more on like some of the objectives. What you'll notice, what your staff will notice when they finish their review, is that we have a deliberately short timeline to get from where we are to where we'd like to be. We envision using this as a way to bring the agencies together, evaluate what we have in place currently, what we believe our gaps may be. We want to solicit feedback from a number of different sources, council, event organizers, some of our, like, for example, our market managers, and then we want to put together a series of recommendations, and those will vary between sort of like strategic recommendations, such as additional legislation that we think we need to address this going forward, as well as investment justifications for things like infrastructure hardening. And I'll turn it over to Deputy Director Brown to give sort of a look at the more tactical side of that.
Thanks, Director. Councilmember, I think in our conversations with the other agencies, with the partner agencies, both in the public safety cluster and elsewhere, we've identified really three core things that need to happen. Number one is we would like to see citywide standard and guidance for vehicle barriers that can be used for the development of private space, but also as guidelines, but also to be able to look at some small areas that are frequently used for these types of events that you and the community have shared concern about, and to develop small area defensible space plans for those locations. So that would be the second one. And I think the third one is one that HCMA is particularly interested in, which is to see a risk-based strategy, a model, if you will, that organizers and district partners can use to identify the appropriate types and level of security for each event when it's permitted.
And then the only thing I would add to that is through that process, we're obviously going to get a lot of input and a lot of feedback. And I think we envision that through that process, we're going to hear other things from event organizers that may or may not be in the purview of either the task force or the legislation that you've sort of envisioned. But we are going to take those and look for the best way to slot them into a sort of a continuous improvement process going forwd.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay. So the order says that the chairperson of the task force, which I believe is you, Director, can invite participation by the council. Can I request an invite?
Yeah, absolutely. We will, we welcome council input, and I will be reaching out to all the council members' offices to solicit input and participation from any of the council members who have a particular interest in this topic. And we'll also, one of our goals is to make sure that anything we're producing, even when it doesn't involve concurrence on an option or an outcome, that it's clear why each agency feels the way they do about that solution or that option. And so we'll be producing, as we go. We'll also be happy if any of the council members would like to stay informed but not necessarily directly participate. We'll be happy to keep you informed that way as well.
Great, thank you. Would you be open to working together on a version of this bill that would support what you already plan to do?
Would you call it?
I think if you'd work with us, I think what we would prefer is that you give us a quarter. Our deadline is really about 4.5 months out from now. We're already working on getting to where we want to get with this task force. And I think one of the things that we envision is bringing to council any legislative changes that we think we need in place to to close the gaps that we identify. I think if you give us that and then we still have a concern afterwards, I think we can work together on the legislation that will address your concerns and close those gaps.
For that. Okay. So just thinking, I don't want to go into a second round with you, so I'm narrowing this down a little bit. Have you been working with DDOT on implementation of the Plaza Act, and how do you plan to align this task force with that work?
You take that one.
I think, part of the goal of the task force is for DDOT and all of our subject matter experts from each of the agencies to bring any relevant policies, guidelines, or pending changes to the table so that we can figure out what is the best way to incorporate these things and to work together to make sure that this is one cohesive plan.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
That's right, Madeline. Thank you. On is it official policy to have, and Chief Carroll, is it official policy to have MPD vehicles keep their flashers on when they're used as blocking vehicles for an event? And the reason that I ask is because some of the most frequent feedback we get from residents on events like open streets is that all of the vehicles, especially when their lights are on, make it look like a crime scene.
Sure. So obviously the whole purpose of the lights is to provide visibility. So as motorists approach the intersection, they know that the road's blocked or stopped and to provide visibility. So yeah, in general, the lights would be on. So that way people would know that the road is blocked as they approach the closures, the bump outs and closures.
Okay. Is that like a specific directive?
I wouldn't say it's a specific directive, but when you have a roadway that's closed, I mean, there are like federal highway restrictions as far as like amber lights and things like that. When you're driving a car, if you're driving straight down the roadway and there's no lights there, you wouldn't necessarily, some people wouldn't be alerted to the fact that the roadways are closed. It also provides additional visibility. And a lot of times we use these for special events so that way folks know where police officers, we're only talking about, vehicles here, but there are multiple types of threats that are available in special events and first amendment activity. So we talk about the vehicle, but there's other active threats, active shooters, knife attacks, things like that. So we're always, we're talking specifically about vehicles here. But as we deploy our resources in the overall strategic security plan, we're not only thinking about the vehicles, we're also thinking about the bad actor on foot. We're thinking about the person with a gun, suspicious package. So all that's part of kind of the overall visibility of our overall security plan.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to try to squeeze one more question here. Thank you for ignoring the child climbing on my head. You guys are doing a great job with that. Kristen Barden from the Adams Morgan bid noted in her testimony that MPD places cruisers in front of their barriers, which would prevent those barriers from functioning as designed. Is HCMA or the Special Events Task Group aware that this has been happening during those events? And does it concern you that current staffing practices are thwarting the effectiveness of certified barriers?
I'm not aware of anyone flagging that to us. That could be just because no one's flagged it to me. I do think, and again, I think this is why both what Deputy Director Brown and Chief Carroll have talked about is a layered approach. We recognize the potential impact of portable and movable vehicle barriers, but I think there are a number of reasons why MPD makes these decisions, one of which is visibility. A lot of the barriers that we see are for lack of an artful way to say it, large hunks of metal that are designed to stop something moving, but they're not necessarily lit. They're not high visibility. So I take the note, and it's something that our task force can certainly look at as part of the ongoing work that we do.
That would be great. It's very common. We have lots of photo documentation. I'm happy to share it with the task force. Thank you all very much for your testimony tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair, for persevering. Good night, everybody.
Bye, Madeline.
Good night. Thank you very much, Councilmember Nadeau. This has been an interesting discussion and how timely for this task force order of December 3rd. Today's December 4th, right? So we're on schedule here. Chief, as you've backing up a little bit to kind of standard protocol when there is an event, what is MPD's perspective on how you decide if it's a vehicle that goes before a barrier or some other non-vehicular barrier when there's a street closure?
Sure. So obviously, right now, the gold standard for us is a heavy blocking vehicle, usually a dump truck with that. It's part of what we do for, regardless if it's a First Amendment activity with a large footprint like March for Life or March for Our Lives, or if it's a festival, you'll see the heavy blocking vehicles on the areas. Outside of that, and Director Osborne talked about it, is the layered approach. So we do have mentioned the meridian barriers that are up in Adams Morgan. We also have other mobile barriers that we have too. That we found to be useful, especially on sidewalk areas and other areas. Obviously, dump trucks can't necessarily block sidewalks, but there are other areas where a bad actor or an unintentional actor could get around blocking vehicles and things like that. So as we look at how we build out our footprint, we try to use heavy blocking vehicles in all those areas. And there's certain ones that are standard, Pennsylvania Avenue festival footprint. There's a certain number of dump trucks, for example, that we know it takes. DPW and DDOT provide those. We have a way to set those up as part of our Clear Routes initiative. Years ago when I first started in Special Operations Division, we didn't remove all the vehicles that were parked along special events. They would stay parked there. And you can imagine in 2017 when we made the change and we removed all vehicles, there was some concern from the community because of parking and people park in areas, especially with certain special events like the Janie 5K and more residential areas with that. But it's one of the things that we've seen is the tactics that terrorists and others use is to take vehicles, and if they're inside that footprint, the ability to run down pedestrians or others. So again, as things have evolved over time, we at MPD and our partners with HCMA and other law enforcement and district agency partners have evolved how we respond to that. So if you went back 5 years ago, you might not have seen heavy blocking vehicles at every festival. Now you'll see that. You'll see a MPD vehicle uses a blocking gate with the lights on because, again, those big trucks, they may have the yellow amber lights you see on the top, but even with that, if you're driving down Pennsylvania Avenue and you get to 7th Street and all of a sudden there's a wall of trucks, having the police car there, people see the lights, they kind of know what's going on. Or if officers need to get out of those vehicles and help to facilitate directing traffic. We also use what we call bump traffic posts. So there may be a hard closure on Pennsylvania Avenue at 7th Street, but we may bump traffic out with a police car that's a block away to help facilitate traffic. So individuals that might need to get in closer, may it be for residents or parking garage, can get access, but to overall facilitate traffic flow in coordination with DDOT and the traffic control officers, they bump that traffic out. Will that police car stop a bad actor? Not necessarily, but it helps facilitate flow. It also provides early warning. So if there is something that goes past that post to radio or other officers who may be down here, we also implement other tactical officers throughout the footprint that have other abilities, shall we say, other tactical abilities that can then start to respond to those areas. May it be, we've seen lots of things, right? We've seen ramming attacks where individuals ram, they get out of the vehicle, they start to stab, they start to shoot. So we're always thinking about what are the variety of threats that are out there. So even if they get past their first car, they get to a blocking truck and they were to hit it per se. That doesn't mean the threat stopped there. That threat may now be on foot. So as we think about our security plan, the vehicle plan is one aspect of it, but the ability to have other officers respond over, may it be the officer in the car, may it be a tactical officer that has additional capabilities, may it just be additional crowd control officers that now need to move individuals that may be in that First Amendment or that special event farther away to make more areas. So there's a lot of things that go on there. So by using the layered approach, things like the blocking vehicles, meridian barriers, or other types of mobile barriers, bump out traffic posts, even traffic signboards, just warning people. All these are different strategies for kind of a layered approach to address this concern.
Thank you. And, all of those are very alarming and understandable security concerns and perspectives. And I think as we weigh all of the different needs, like the safety needs, the community passerby needs, I am interested in this conversation about the lights because, even last night, it wasn't a road closure, but I was driving home late at night and there were 3 MPD cruisers parked with their lights on. And so I pulled over to check on what was going on, and the officers were very nice. But they were, there was not, in my view, based on this situation, a need for lights. It was, another agency that was taking a break and they were there. And I said, do we have to have the lights on? Because it looks like a crime scene, and it looks like a pretty big crime scene because there are 3 officers and 3 patrol cars with their lights. And they said, this is for high visibility. And so, that was just a one-off, like on a street without any sort of event. But we had this with the nightlife task force all the time where the businesses would say, we are so appreciative of the extra security, but we don't want our patrons to think that a crime happened here. And so how can the task force be thinking about safety, of course, number one, but also the broader issues of ensuring that we're not making what could be a street closure or a festival or like a really good news, fun community event look like a crime scene?
Well, the one thing I'd say about that, I know you're looking at Clint, but the one thing I'd say about that is, it's a double-edged sword with that, because you also have community members that like seeing the additional police lights because it lets them know that there are officers in the area. It's a visible presence. When Chief Ramsey first took over as the police department chief back in, I think it was 2000, one of the first things he did is make all of our cars, back in those days, the lights were a little different than they are now, but flash the red and blue lights as they went on patrol. And initially the community was like, am I getting pulled over? But what that was for is something that other places, other countries do it, but to provide visibility. So when you look down the street, although it may be 3 blocks away, you know those are police officers. So if something's happening, maybe a crime in progress, or you need police services, you can see in a way, hey, there's an officer right there. So it's a visible deterrent on that way. Also, double-edged sword, we do get the complaints about the lights, especially as the lights of police cars have gotten brighter. The bulbs have increased with the LED lights. So it is definitely something to work with. And I think there's a time and place for both, and just a way to strategy kind of address that. It's important.
And Councilmember, I think one of the things that we're hopeful is that we can use the task force as an opportunity to bring these concerns to the table, develop consensus among the public safety agencies, and obviously we defer to the Metropolitan Police on safety and security aspects and perimeter control at our events. But I think the idea of developing that risk-based model allows us to acknowledge the important social and economic benefit that these types of community events have, and the impact that it has on the organizers, the community, and the folks who are visiting. We can bring that to the task force. I think that's one of the real benefits of doing it this way.
Okay, thank you. One of the other concerns that's been raised and that I share is the drain on staffing that special events can cause. And so how do you weigh, both from MPD perspective, but also again in the kind of totality of which agencies or which blockades or vehicles can be participants to keep a special event safe, the draw on personnel resources that might be required or might not be required if we used blockades?
Sure. So I had the opportunity to hear the testimony of the Meridian Barrier CEO. And there's some truth to that, but deploying a barrier is not quite that simple. You can't just drop a barrier and walk away from it, because a bad actor can just pull it out of the way. Yeah, it'll stop a car, but if you grab it and pull it, they're 250, 300 pounds. You can move those out of the way. Yeah, they have cable locks, but if you're a bad person, you can't just deploy these things and not have officers there. You have to have access for the fire department to get through with mobile barriers. The same thing is true now. We use dump trucks, and those dump trucks are there, but there's a reason why we keep a police officer with a vehicle, so a mobile vehicle gate, so we can get access for the fire department if there's need to get an ambulance inside or a fire truck inside. So there is staffing that's still going to be needed regardless of that. We have to have crowd control. But over the years, we, again, kind of have changed how we do things. We've incorporated the TCOs from DDOT into the plan. We use DPW and with the blocking vehicles that help us to cut down on some of the areas. The TCOs help with the traffic control plan, whereas years ago, we'd have to use all officers. That's all we had, right? So the ability for DDOT to have their staff to help us with those outer bump posts we talked about to keep them from coming in, because they can help facilitate that. So I think, special event planning overall, there's a lot of things that have kind of changed over the years. Those things have changed. The ability to use barriers, blocking trucks have actually helped us, because before we had to have 5 police cars across the road. Now you can have 2 dump trucks and 1 police officer. So as things have evolved, we've been able to decrease that. But it is always a challenge for us, right? Because we have a lot of special events, especially when you get into the springtime and the fall time. It's kind of the busy season with that. So I think the ability for this task group to look at that and kind of make some recommendations, standardization about what we could use where would actually help us to kind of identify those areas to help reduce some staffing in areas. So I think I don't want people to think this is like the be all end all, because we'll still need security plan apparatus and officers there. But I do think it'll help us to use officers much more efficiently.
Did you have something to add to that, Deputy Director? Okay, so what do you think about the Adams Morgan bid issues? Councilor Nadeau started raising that a little bit, but as we think about, trying to be careful with how I phrase this, an event that could be more prone to risky attacks or an event that is less prone? Like, how does that enter the analysis of the type of perimeter we're providing?
Yeah. So I think what we're really talking about here is creating, and Justin talked about this, like creating basically like a risk analysis that's repeatable, that it's defensible, and it's based in the kind of standards that I think this bill envisions it being. I think one of the things that we have to think about is we have to also sometimes take ourselves out of the fact that we're district residents and that we spend a lot of time here. And we look at certain events and say, that's not really a high profile event. One of the things I think we have to keep in mind is that by virtue of the event taking place in Washington, D.C., it's a high-profile event. Recent events have taught us that a shooting that happens somewhere else in the world doesn't necessarily resonate the same way it does here, and I think that that applies in a lot of ways. So I think to your question, what we want to do is make it so that every event gets a good look based on the various factors of risk that we identify through this process. We do have our own district event assessment rating that we use for events. We rate them already. And so we have a starting point for that looks at, how many people are there, how much media coverage is it going to get, how high profile is the incident. But it also takes into account factors that I think really are important to this conversation that are not necessarily front of mind when you think about vehicle attacks. So as you think about keeping vehicles out, you're also to some extent keeping vehicles and people in. And so as we think about emergency egress, if something happens inside an event perimeter, as we think about if we have to get emergency vehicles in because of something that's normally happening inside an event perimeter, all of those are risk factors. And so what we want to do is expand our thinking and on how we are protecting any event through as Councilmember Nadeau said, a standardized process that uses clearly identified standards for how we evaluate risk and then how we set up the layered approach to protection that we have for each of the events. And I think Adams Morgan, the Admo bid area is an area that is ripe for that conversation and is probably something that we will be looking at as part of the work of the task force.
Okay. How many designated special events do we have a year?
So that's a fun question because special events are broadly defined in the city's legislation. We have a lot, and we'll get you a hard number on the number of permitted events that goes through the mayor's special events task group, and we can work with our partner agencies to figure out how many other special events permits are issued under each of their individual permitting authorities.
Do we have a ballpark range?
It's in the hundreds.
Wow.
Yeah, we have a lot of events. Washington, D.C. is an event-heavy jurisdiction. And that doesn't account for things like, block parties and other events that are either either a single agency's permitting process that I think we would all think of as special events, but they're not reviewed and coordinated through the special events task group process. And that is, I talked about this a little bit in my testimony. We recognize that that's also a sort of a point of, that's a point of feedback that we've received from council and event organizers in the past is that there's a different entry point for each type of event that we do. We may not be able to change that. Some of that is handled through legislation and existing regulations, just like permitting is. But we are going to take a look with our partners at basically the approach point for an event organizer to determine whether there's anything we can do to make that process either just more publicly digestible, easier to input, or more consistent. We may not find anything, but we are going to be taking a look at that.
Thank you. And when will the task force first meet?
I think tentatively we're looking at a first meeting in 2 weeks.
Okay. Will you let us know?
Absolutely. We got to confirm with our partners, but absolutely.
Thank you. All right, gentlemen, we made it. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for all you all do on behalf of the city every day. We have had a very informative day. I think we've talked about a lot of different topics. Covered Child Fatality Review Committee, the Juvenile Curfew Amendment Act, Evidence-Based Gun Violence Reduction and Prevention Act, First Responder Retention Efforts Amendment Act, Vehicular Terrorism and Prevention Amendment Act, the state of public safety in the district and some of the trends that we're seeing and gaps we need to continue working on, and the federal presence in our city that we have had over the last several months, which is putting the district in a very difficult position, especially as it relates to our immigration enforcement activity. And we heard from scores of public witnesses today, really on very disturbing and upsetting incidents and interactions that they have had. And I think is a reminder to all of us, whether we're in the local government, federal government, legislative branch, executive, our courts, and our community members, that we all have an important role to play to make sure that every person can be safe here in DC and to go about their daily lives without fear of deportation and fear of an interaction when they didn't do anything wrong. And so those stories will guide me and my team and will continue to not just weigh heavily on us, but inspire us to think about all the different levers that we can, as a government, pull to make sure that everybody can be safe, because that continues to be our guiding light, that every person, no matter who you are, should be able to wake up in the morning in Washington, D.C. and go about your life and do so safely. That is kind of what we're here to do as a government, is to provide that reality for as many people as possible. And so we'll keep pushing ourselves to do better. So thank you to everybody who testified today, who submitted testimony, to all of our government witnesses for all you are doing every day, and to the many staff who have worked on these issues, my entire team, who has been working on these bills and these issues for many months and a lot of early morning and very late night hours. I really appreciate it. To the staff of the building that stays here late at night to make sure we can cover these important issues. All of the agency staff, I know these are not easy days with the come and go and the different shifts of public witnesses and all the preparation that goes on, and all of our public witnesses and our young people who came from school. So I just really appreciate everybody's involvement, and it's what makes our city so strong, that we really are all in this together and we are all on the same team with a lot of shared goals. So really appreciate it. With that, oh, thank you, Stir. Witnesses may submit written testimony for the record through December 18th to be included in the record for this hearing, which is on the council's hearing management system. And with that, the time is 8:23 p.m. on the same day.